Wisdom, we're back for another Sabbath day class. It comes faster and faster and faster and faster, right? All praise. We have 4 schools, one in Houston, one in Virginia, one in Rochester, and one in San Antonio. If you would like to tap in with any brothers there, just go ahead and text Quadzab. You'll have this number later in this announcement. We have multiple ways for you to get this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. We got Mashaba's podcast on Podbean at 11 a.m. Whole bunch of wisdom, whole bunch of knowledge. It's definitely good to tune in. We have kids class in Houston on Saturdays at 11 a.m. and in Virginia on Sunday. The Instagram for the children's class is S.O.W _children_of_light. And on TikTok, it is at S.O.W Children of Light. We have Israel wear where they can make you shirts, garments, right? Get your friends game up. If you have any ideas, tap in with them. It's Israel wear. We have Hebrew Academy in Virginia, Rochester is every Monday. Here in Houston every Tuesday, where we teach bros, train bros how to street speak, how to hold posts, how to get further with their mission and what they're trying to do. Right? It's definitely good if you are aspiring to do more for the Most High. It's definitely good to tune into it. If you need to contact a priest, the number for Kazakia is 757-300-4047. For a priest Quadzab, it's 303-557-8979.
I want whatever this brother is drinking.
Zion! It's 346-234-8340. And we have businesses that help support the school. One of the businesses is Sweet Ambiance. It's Sweet Ambiance, where we sell all natural fragrance oils that last all day the long way. And it'll have you smelling good, feeling good, so your spirit's good. And we have Chosen Creations, where we deal with metalworking, woodworking, woodworking, and we deal with pictures. If you have any ideas, send them in. We can get that crafted. Good stuff for the house, good stuff for your car. It's definitely interesting. If you want to send in any donations, the Wells Fargo is 101-580-6167. Sound like those commercials, right? Mm-hmm. The cash
infomercial.
The cash app is ISBHPK donations, and the Zelle email is isbhpk@gmail.com. The number is 757-300-4047. And with that,
and real quick, just today is the 3rd. We are a little bit short on our school rent by like $250. So anybody online that hasn't given and wants to help us out, you can Zelle my number or Cash App my number. Yeah, we got to pay that today. We about $250 show. So if you want to help out, it's all good. If whatever you can send in. With that,
that'll be the end of the announcements.
Yeah. All right.
Like the Allstate guy.
Who's Jake?
No. Allstate, Judah, the old student.
Oh, Arnold Farmer or whatever his name
Tapping
is.
into that, just like Allstate, you ain't good hands. S.O.W.
You
This was that deep.
All right, let's do this. You want me to do it?
I can do it. Yeah, we can switch. I can.
No, I can do it.
You know what I mean? I'm ready.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. The Talanawa. Award. Zion. The water.
Aman. As blessed Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Oops, I said that wrong. As blessed Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. The Talanawa. Rayach. The water.
Aman. As blessed Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Imagine Panya Yerushalayim.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Adonai.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water. Amen.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. Aina Shai.
Aina Shai.
Yam Yam Yah.
Yam Yam Yah.
Al-Hahari.
Al-Hahari.
Wawa'ah.
Wawa'ah.
It's like it. Let's start over. Psalms 121. Aina Shai.
Aina Shai.
Yam Yam Yah.
Yam Yam Yah.
Al-Hahari.
Al-Hahari.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Wawa'ah.
Wawa'ah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah. Isaiah.
Wawa'ah.
Wawa'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratizah.
Wa'aratizah. La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan. Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamaria.
Shamaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Al. Yanyam Yah.
Yanyam Yah.
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 Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakayah.
Hakayah.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabanah.
Halabanah.
Malayala.
Malayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Korah.
Korah.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wawa'ayah.
Wawa'ayah.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Awalam.
Awalam.
Aman.
Amen.
Psalm 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanaw.
Yahweh Allah Hayanaw.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanaw.
Yahweh Allah Hayanaw.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanaw.
Yahweh Allah Hayanaw.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Let's hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Abanaw.
Abanaw.
Shema Shemayim.
Shema Shemayim.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Let's just start over. Abanaw.
Abanaw.
Shema Shemayim.
Shema Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allah Wakka.
Allah Wakka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Batazaka.
Batazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Aratizah.
Aratizah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Masalachnawa.
Masalachnawa.
Mawatnawa.
Mawatnawa.
Hasalachnawa.
Hasalachnawa.
Chawawat Yenawa.
Chawawat Yenawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tabiyanawa.
Tabiyanawa.
Wanasaya one.
Wanasaya one.
Abol.
Abol.
Hawashai
Hawashai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatha Pa'ara.
Wahatha Pa'ara.
La'abalanyam.
La'abalanyam.
Aman.
Amen.
Translation is the Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Hebrew chapter 6. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this banner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha'aishara.
Ha'aishara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahayah.
Yahayah.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Acharyim.
Acharyim.
Al-Panyah.
Al-Panyah.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'isha.
Ta'isha.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Pasol.
Pasol.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Ibadam.
Ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Dalakwak'ah.
Dalakwak'ah.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawah.
Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakodashwa.
Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa'amaka.
Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Taratzazak.
Taratzazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Dana'ah.
Dana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Daganah.
Daganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'inah.
Ta'inah.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Takamad.
Takamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Come on. Come on.
Amen.
Yeshabim, which means to be seated.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what. That's all I read. Right now, Nebraska. Cool. Oh, man, I sent it to the wrong person. All right, so that was the for everybody that's familiar, or anybody that's not familiar. Those were the Sabbath morning prayers that we do to open up class. We're gonna go through this reading. Can I get that tissue? Yeah, do me a favor. Take all these cups, slide them down, have them down. That's cluttery, right? I feel like I'm boxed in over here, man. The drink, parfait. This is in on me. So we're gonna go through this reading, which pretty good one. There's a little bit of a change of pace. We're still in Psalms. Still in Psalms, right? Get our Psalms on. And then all we're gonna do after Psalms is just get hit over the head with Proverbs. So, yeah, all wisdom for a year. This is all, we've been in like the wisdom books for a minute.
Yeah.
We've been in Psalms.
Year of wisdom.
We've been in Psalms. Corey acting like he's tired of Psalms. Like Corey said,
Psalms again?
been in Psalms. That's all we reading. Nah, he didn't do that.
I see Psalms in my sleep.
Hey,
I
I wish.
God,
Right?
right?
I wish.
I live songs.
Got to. So we have Psalms 129, right? All right, well, hopefully I got some pens and papers. A couple of notes we're going to take. A couple of notes we're going to give out. So, first reader? Who the first reader? Who the first? That first reader be the victim. That first reader be up here for 2 hours. Just first reader can't go to the bathroom, nothing.
He's starting to get up.
I gotta go to the bathroom first.
As soon as you go to the bathroom, that's when it's all right. Let's get back to the reading.
That's hilarious.
I hope so.
You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. Have your little canteen.
Abishai, Shabbat Shal, Yahawda, Bun Yasharala.
Abishai, Shabbat Tashal, Yahawada, Ban Yasha'alah, men of Israel, Aymadim, Barak,
Yahawba Shimya Shabarakatham.
Yahweh Shem Shah Brakatah.
you good for now. Saya? No, he brought his water up. Okay, you know, yeah, at least gonna stay refreshed. Brought his water up in case he get parched.
Ice water.
Yeah, that first reader, bro, he be under immense pressure. You look up, it's 12 o'clock. We on the first reader.
First read the first verse.
First reader.
First verse.
Hey, look at the first verse of this.
First verse, third word of the verse.
Yeah. Third word of the verse.
Like,
Read.
hold up right there.
All right, so let's get it. We have Psalms
Book of Psalms.
129.
All right. First of all, Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Book of Psalms, chapter 129 and verse number 1. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth. I was waiting to get stopped, right? I felt that one right there. Like,
Yeah.
let me stop.
No.
I don't think you was listening.
No, watch. All right, you about to get stopped, though. Watch. Look, you about to get stopped. Yeah, read.
God. Psalms 129, verse 1. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth. Make Israel now say.
Right.
Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth. Wow.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah, that's why I didn't stop you the first time. See?
Con, they feel me. I feel them.
God.
Yet they have not prevailed against me. The plowers plowed upon my back.
Right, pause. So who's the they? Who's the they? Many a times have they afflicted me from my youth, yet they have not prevailed against me. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth. May Israel now say. Just think about it. Watch this. No matter who you think the Israelites are, have they been afflicted from their youth? From their youth as a nation? Who's done it? Now get the scripture you were talking about earlier. Get it. Can't find it. Nervous. Can't find it.
Scared
Nervous.
shit. Scared to look at his own.
Scared. Right? No, he ain't scared, but I caught him off guard. But the one that you were talking about, it says, many a time have they afflicted. So what is the affliction? What are they talking about?
The oppression.
The oppression. Right? So let's go to Exodus real quick. Let's just deal with Israel in their infancy. Because you understand that the nation had stages of growth. And so when we were in our infancy as a nation, what happened? Well, Exodus is a perfect book to articulate that. Exodus chapter 1, and where we want to go. Somebody tell me where we want to go.
Verse 11.
Okay. He say 11. What's somebody else say? Y'all teaching me today. Come on.
13. 1 and 11.
Exodus 1.
And
No, it's not 11. You close, but you might have to go back a little bit. Go down a few verses. To the point. The where it all starts.
Verse 10.
Nope. Go down another verse or two. Verse 7.
verse 7.
Exodus chapter 1, verse 7.
Right. Read Exodus 1 and 7.
And the children of Israel were fruitful.
So remember, how many souls went into Egypt?
70.
Right. This is the time of Jacob, right? We know Joseph was there as a type of vassal king, second in command under the Pharaoh, rode in the second chariot, had the signet on his finger, was over all the business of Egypt besides the Pharaoh's house. And in that, we began to set roots in Goshen, right? And then we know after a few hundred years later, what happens? Well, a new king arises that knew not Joseph. We start to grow in numbers. And they didn't like that. Go ahead.
And the land was filled with them.
Right?
Now there arose up a new king over Egypt,
Come on.
which knew not Joseph.
Uh-huh.
And he said unto his people,
Yeah, he wasn't respecting Joseph and what Joseph did. He wasn't respecting what the Pharaoh before him set up for Joseph and the Israelites. He didn't respect it. I ain't recognizing that. I don't know. Look, I don't know about that. That ain't how we do things in my kingdom. Go ahead.
he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we.
So we're starting to come out of our infancy. We still like kids here, man. We toddlers at this stage of the game. You know, we like 4 years old. We learning how to walk. You know, we could chew food now. We got a few teeth, right? We're starting to grow a little bit. And the nation, the Egyptian king recognizes it. Go ahead.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them,
Let us deal wisely with them. Come on.
lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies.
Right, because at this time Egypt had enemies to the south, and they also had enemies to the north. Who were their northern enemies?
Huh?
Okay,
Canaanites?
Yeah, it was the Canaanites. Who were their southern enemies?
Esau.
Oh,
Ethiopian.
yeah. They called them the Nubians at that time. They were Nubians.
So I'll be like Kush.
It'd be like Cush. That was their enemy. So they warred amongst themselves. So they're saying, wait, we got to make sure that these Israelites, we're not going to kick them out the land. The dealing wisely with them was not to kick them out because they could have expelled us. But then their fear was if we kick them out the land and if a war breaks out from the north or from the south, they're going to team up with our enemy. So let us deal wisely. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to keep them in that land and make them slaves. Go ahead.
And so get them up out of the land.
Right.
Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens.
So instead of getting them out the land, they afflicted taskmasters. Go ahead.
And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities,
Right.
Pithom
Uh-huh.
and Ramses.
Uh-huh.
But the more they afflicted them,
The more they what?
the more they afflicted them.
Just like now. Think about it. We are the most afflicted people on this planet. And all we keep doing is what? Read?
The more they multiplied and grew.
Yeah, they fed crack into the communities and somehow we just, and I hate to say it, but we literally just birthed crack babies.
We thrived in
We
it.
thrived in crack. We thrived in the cocaine era. We thrived in the weed era. And I'm not saying a thriving spiritually because that's definitely not a thriving. But as far as being able to physically push past the drugs, the bad food, think about it. They drop off the McDonald's in our hood. What's that?
Did you see, just even in the context of what you're bringing out, the thriving, there was these Judite females twerking in Lululemon, and it was national. It went viral, and then Lululemon put out, they're like, Lululemon's only made for a specific group of people. We don't condone what's going on inside this.
Wait, what did the women do with Lululemon?
Twerking inside the Lululemon.
Oh, Judah.
Judah.
That was always Judah. Twerking inside the Lululemons with the Lululemons on?
Yeah.
Oh, so they said we don't make our Lululemons for black women?
They didn't say that, but they
Yo.
alluded around that.
It's just like Timberland back in the day when niggas was rocking all them Tims and they came out like we don't make our shoes for city niggas. We make these shoes for actual workers. And then like Tim's kind of like niggas heard that and they was kind of like okay, stop buying Tims. And then they fell off and they came back with a whole urban line, mixing it with different collaborations, trying to get so.
Yeah, this article this literally just came out like within the last couple of days, but just all in the spirit of like crack era, weed era,
Twerking era,
social media era,
BBL era.
all that.
There's a BBL era. They dropping BBLs off, like how they dropped off cocaine. They be dropping them off in the hood. It's like a BBL kit, right? It's the long, nasty, dirty ponytail that you leave in for a long time.
Oh, no.
It's a set of like eyelashes. That if you wait too much, you lift up off the ground. It's tight jeans, a halter crop top, right?
The belt tattoo.
A belly tattoo, right? Some type of purse and a BBL that you can just attach right on. Oh, can't forget about the nails. So when you poke, because if you try to scratch the BBL, scratch too hard, you deflate it.
And then you got the YNs, right?
That's a whole other starter pack. The YN starter pack. Shiesty mask.
Switch.
Yeah, a switch.
Drill music.
Drill music, a switch.
Weed.
Tight ass sagging
Football
pants.
gloves.
What?
Football gloves.
Not the football gloves with the sticky palms.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
yo, you know what's crazy? It's like to be a YN in certain cities is damn near impossible. Texas is hot as hell. You just walking around with a shiesty on.
You'll die.
Long
Before you can do anything.
So yeah, you just
That's a whole
in a
heat
hoodie.
stroke.
You just get a heat stroke trying to be a YN.
They do it though.
Like now, like if you like in like a place like Chicago or like New York where it get cold, you could justify the shiesty because it get cold. But yo, it's 80 something degrees out here today. Come on, as soon as you wake up, you put on that dusty, sweaty
Wash it.
ski mask, smell like breath.
Oh no.
You just breathing into it.
Call for God.
It's like the weed breath that you be blowing out. You be blowing the weed through the.
Oh, that's cool.
That's hilarious.
Look, a dude, he dabbed me up yesterday. Yesterday, day before yesterday, dude dabbed me up, and he got a whole like
Aura.
hoodie on, and like he's sweating through his hoodie.
Yo.
And I was like, he was like, hey, what's up, man? I was like, I'm already locked in.
The hoodie funk. It's like
And
a hoodie funk.
I was like, man, it was like moist as it hit my skin.
It's like you just pull it out the wash and then dry it.
Right.
Yeah.
I like hit the hand sanitizer, rub my arms up and down.
Now listen, I'm a huge advocate for hoodies, but even I know when to put a hoodie down.
God.
Even I know when like, yo, okay,
Too hot.
it's about to be too hot for that.
There's a season for
There's
everything.
yeah, like we went to Passover, definitely had to have the hoodie on, right? Definitely had to have the hoodie on. It was cold in New York. When I came back out here, I had to make a life decision. I'm like, do I continue with the hoodies,
A life decision.
or are we trending away from that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because you be moist in that hoodie. But then YNs, and then they ain't showering. That's part of the starter pack.
Damn.
You know
No
they ain't
soap.
bathing, no soap,
No soap.
no water, none of that. We too busy. We grinding.
Right.
But back to the point, it's all these. Because remember, to be a YN, that's a mentality. It's not like a wholesome mentality. That's why they make it an acronym. That they acronize it some way, right? A boss bae, a boss chick. I got a surprise for y'all. Right? There he is. Right? They make it this fad or this trend that they can remove it. They can put it back, they can replace it. That's the whole point. It's about replacing these trends to keep you what? Constantly locked into it. Read where you at.
Verse 12.
Mhm.
But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of
Just
Israel.
like now, they still trying to figure out how the hell these niggas keep multiplying. We don't die, we multiply.
Mayonnaise kids.
We like gremlins, man.
Oh, pour water on them. They keep
Yeah,
multiplying.
just
Sprinkle
sprinkle
crack on 'em.
sprinkle crack on them and weed and fentanyl. Yo, come on. Niggas is living like our people literally smoke fentanyl. And let Esau look at fentanyl, he's dying on the spot. But we strong enough to smoke it? Like, and I'm not glorifying these things because it's nasty, right? And they do it to destroy us. The different experiments. I feel like a lot of the things that they put in our society, they already know the effect, but they want to see how we react to the effect of what they're putting in. That's why it's hard to find healthy cuisine in a black neighborhood. They have something called man, everything they do, and they, you know, people are speaking out about it now. Like, I always talk about this, something so simple as the amount of trees that are in the black and Hispanic neighborhood is drastically lower compared to like a middle class Edomite neighborhood. And that's literal warfare, right? That's literal warfare, especially for like a place here in Texas when the temperature is at 105 with 105 humidity, and you're a black man that has to walk or catch the bus, and you beating that pavement, and that sun is beaming down on the blacktop and reflecting right back onto you, and you're melting, and there's no place for rest. But go into, why they call it the woodlands?
Trees.
It's trees, it's canopies, right? Their houses are shaded, their light bills are a little bit less expensive. They got libraries that you can pull up into and get water. They call them some type of stations that they'll set up during the summer. Cool zones, right? They got water, they got, it's like, you know, like you riding your bike and you want to get some water, you can pull over. They close our libraries in our neighborhood. The library that we had down the street from us, closed. I'm like, damn, what's up? This could be a good place for what? Community development, community outreach. But they close those things in our neighborhoods and they open up things in their own neighborhoods. If we can't get them together, if we don't allow them to get together for good, they'll never be able to prosper. And that's what we got to understand. But when did it start? Well, we're talking about when it started, when the mentality started, right? So all y'all running around wanting to be Hamites, well, Hamites tried to kill you first. They were one of the first major people groups. This was your first major captivity. But you want to run around talking about Muhammad and Ishmael and all that stuff. Islam is showing you here that the Egyptian, you want to be Hotep, and 42 laws of Ma'at and all that crap. They was using the 42 laws of Ma'at to get you wiped out. Read on.
Look at Exodus chapter 1, verse 12.
Right?
But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew.
Come on.
And they were grieved because of the children of Israel.
They were grieved because we was growing. Go ahead.
And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor.
Go ahead.
And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage.
Naya said a green aura with flies. Damn. That's Big Ben. He's talking about the last thing. Read that again.
And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick.
Come on, in mortar and in brick. So what? So how do they bond us now? Same thing. Just put you to work. Just put you to work. You're gonna build. You're gonna be out there on the rooftops. You're gonna be out there doing the landscaping, the gardening, the trash removal. You're gonna be doing all the construction. Right? Now they just pay you a wage and they make it fair labor and all those different things to make it seem like it's not slavery, but it's a high level of slavery. It's high level slavery. Go ahead.
And in all manner of service in the field.
All what?
All manner of service in the field.
Who's in the fields? Yo, show me an all Edomite migrant group. How come they're not migrating from France to work in the sugarcane fields? How come they're not migrating from Europe? How come there's no European migrants trying to get work in the fields? Strawberry, lettuce, all them exotic fruits and vegetables that we just love to munch on. Well, some of us. We don't all like fruits and vegetables up in here.
We don't know about it.
But all that stuff, who you think is gathering? Who you think is breaking their back out in that hot ass sun? It's our people, the majority, right? The majority is our people. I've yet to see a field full of white boys out there cutting lettuce or cutting pineapples. The dole plant, it ain't white people, right? Anybody ever been to the dole plant? I think there's one out in Hawaii. But if you ever in Florida and you driving up 95, when you get to like the northern, not very north of Florida, in between Fort Lauderdale and like Orlando, and you driving up 95 and you look to the right, you'll just see these fields, and you'll just see pineapples, and it's just rows, and it's like, damn, it goes as far as the eye can see. They out there manually cutting that. Somebody gotta walk through them fields and manually cut that by hand. Who you think's doing that in the Florida sun? When they brought our people from the different islands like Jamaica and put them in the sugarcane fields, and then they put them on like a Domino. Y'all know about Domino, the sugar company? They were doing it, right? Was it flipped upside down or was it okay. They were doing it, right? Where they were getting our people from Jamaica. That's how a lot of Jamaicans got to America on migrant work. Just throw them in the sugarcane fields. And then they would give them these tenement houses. Bathroom outside, the whole community got to use one bathroom, right? Limited food, limited resources, and let's see how long they'll last busting their ass doing our work and getting limited support. And then when they wanted to go home, it's like, nah, you ain't going home. You stuck. We're gonna wear you down and take advantage of you. It's no different if you go through history. All you got to do is just know history. Go through history from this time in Exodus and go through every kingdom and see who they had working. Every kingdom came up off the backs of Israel. Give me that one in Maccabees.
Second Maccabees, chapter 6 and verse 12.
Go ahead.
Now I beseech those that read this book,
Come on.
that they be not
No,
discouraged.
that's not that one.
You want
the one that who has not had them in captivity? It's like Second Maccabees or Second Ezra. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, that's the other one. Okay.
It's in Maccabees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me that one real quick. What nation has not been a partaker of her captivity? When you find it, you read.
Okay, Exodus chapter 1 and verse 14.
So what are we talking about? From thy youth up, they've tried to afflict us. From the birth of our nation, we've been afflicted by everyone else. Go ahead.
And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage.
Yeah, the hard bondage ain't back-breaking work these days. But guess what they do give you? A longer shift. They give you that 15-hour joint with a 30-minute break, non-paid, and 2 15s in between. Right? They give you a longer commute. Well, if you want this job, you got to travel. Right? They give you more time in traffic, more time at the job, less time with your family. That's back-breaking in itself. Go ahead. Read.
In mortar and in brick.
In what?
In mortar and in brick.
Come on.
And in all manner of service in the field.
All manner of service in the field. Read.
All their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor.
With what?
With rigor.
Again, they're not beating your back in. They're beating your mind in. They're whipping your mind. Go ahead.
And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Siphrah,
right,
and the name of the other Puah,
right.
And he said, when you do the office of a midwife,
right,
to the Hebrew women,
right,
and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
Yeah, they doing full-term abortions right here. This is the full-term abortion clinic that our women have now adopted as culture. Because I'm a boss bae, right? I'm a boss bae. And you know, I got a career and I don't need no nigga. And I got to go out and have fun and be a city girl at the same time. I get knocked up. And so my option is to do what? To not interrupt my life, to not ruin my bag. I get to pull up to Margaret Singer's little office and get an abortion. And I got time. You know, I get to carry the baby 9 months, get all the benefits, you know, anchor the nigga down. This is your baby. I'm keeping it. I'm putting you on support. You want to mess with me, you gotta da. I get to use the baby as a pawn even before it's born. I get to go get an abortion and not tell him, or I can keep it and not tell him. This is the culture that they fed to our people. It's a culture. This is a culture now. Your culture as a black woman is to go get abortions. That's your God-given right. No, that's your Edomite given right. Let's just stop. That's your Egyptian given right. That's your Hotep right. God didn't give us the right to abort babies. And that was never an option. You want to say something?
No, I was saying
I see you in the corner of my eye. You looking like you ready.
I ain't ready though.
Ready.
I got one.
Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Now, just on that point, go to Jeremiah 6 and verse 14, because that's the point. A lot of our people are asleep. They don't see the true manipulation from the enemy, right? To make us comfortable in the oppression, to make us comfortable in how they're dealing with us. We think it's life.
Yep.
Like working all day long for a whack check that you're gonna spend up on bills anyway. Like that's life. You know, so it's really something that's extremely intense that we're not recognizing. So let's read this. This is Jeremiah.
It's because they made it. I'm gonna say it again. They've made it our culture.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 14.
Yeah, Jeremiah 6 and verse 14. Go ahead.
They have healed also the hurts of the daughter of my people.
Right. Go ahead.
Slightly.
Right. So speaking about the nations, they've healed the hurt of Israel slightly. Right. How have they healed us? How have they made reparations for the past? Right. How have they caused us to feel a little bit better? EBT card. Eating better Thursday, tomorrow, right? But has it really healed the true pain, right? Like Quadazop was saying about the crack and cocaine epidemic, the error, that has done a disservice to our people, right? Drug addiction and everything that comes from it, the broken homes, the lies, the slaughtering, the murdering, the sexual abuse. Right, all of these things that now they try to cover up with a little bit of comfort, and we find comfort in food, we find comfort in a few dollars, right? When money is just deception as well. So it says, read it again.
They have healed also the hurt of the daughter of my people.
Go ahead.
Slightly.
So they do it slightly, and then what do? Go ahead.
Saying
what?
Peace.
Read.
Peace.
Come on.
When there is no peace.
Hey, we think there's really peace. We really think like this is life when we've been subject to this type of treatment for years, for centuries. It's cold. We are programmed mentally to think that everything is okay and this is how we should be living. This ain't life. You know, when we drive, you know, I was driving down, I came from Katy, so I had to drive down Highway 6 to Beltway. Yeah, Highway 6 to I-10 to the Beltway to get over here, right? But you see everything's thriving, you know, cats going to Starbucks, eating good, big body cars, you know, Benzes, man, the trees is glistening, the sun. It seems all good, right? But it's like, man, I just put $80 in a tank, right? You know, I got to pay rent, I got to pay this, and it's like, it still ain't life.
I went to the grocery store, bought 2 things. That's $100.
There we go.
It's like he's saying. I like what he's bringing out. They'll give you, you know, at this time in Egypt, they wasn't giving you the booby prize to keep you confused.
It's bare minimum.
But now they'll give you something. They'll dangle a carrot in front of you and have you chase that while behind they stabbing you in the back.
Yeah.
In Egypt, at this time, they wasn't trying to stab. They wasn't trying to do the sleight of hand. It was like, not wipe them out, just get them out of there. But the nations have become more strategic.
Yeah.
They've become more more crafty and more sleight of hand. Why? Because as we progress from this time to now, a lot of the people are intertwined.
Yep.
Right? So what they do to us is going to affect who?
Them.
It's going to affect them. Like the abortion clinic. Why did they start shutting down abortion clinics? What? No. What?
Because Becky started going.
No,
in there.
no, because we voted. No, because we voted.
No, because
You went to your legislator.
Their people started going in there.
Because you voted in the right judge. Surely Obama was looking out for niggas and stopped abortions. No, he's right. It's because when little Becky starts pulling up and aborting babies, she's aborting Brad's baby.
High rate.
Right? Because she is wanting to live the boss bae life that was thrown out there.
Yeah.
Because she wants the BBL, the bad Barbie. Bad Barbie is a whole white woman that looks like a whole black chick. She,
All of them bad.
at bare minimum, she look Puerto Rican now. At bare minimum, she look Puerto Rican. That shit look like an Israelite.
Is that the brunette or the blonde one?
The blonde chick from Florida.
Right. Okay.
Bad
I'm not
Bunny.
really- Okay.
They got her looking like a straight up Israelite.
Mhm.
Bad Barbie. I said Bad Bunny. That's
That's what told me.
Bad Barbie. Bad Bobby. Right?
Bye.
She look like an Israelite. She getting BBLs and breast implants and lip injections, fillers. She got the curly hair. She got the cheeks lifted. She look,
Modified tone of voice now.
everything. Skin tone on fleek. She look golden. Almondy. You know what I'm saying? She look like an almond. And you like, that? That's that white girl from back in the day that was a trash ass rapper? Yes. Now she on
Oh, that's
OnlyFans.
Travis Parker's daughter.
No.
No.
Who's this?
Look up Bad Barbie.
She was on Dr.
Dr.
Phil,
Phil,
and she
yeah.
was going off on her mama. That's how
Yeah, that's how she really got on.
Oh, this one, Meet Me Outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Meet Me Outside.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't, no, I don't think her name's Bad Barbie, is it?
It's Bad Barbie.
It's spelled weird.
Oh, okay.
It's spelled
I know what you're
weird.
talking
Yeah,
about.
it's
But now
bad.
she's like a whole black girl though,
Yeah.
and she on OnlyFans catching the
she's
bag.
the highest revenue on OnlyFans.
On OnlyFans, and it's like how?
50 mil a month, a year?
Because she took her boy body, the little white girl boy body, 12-year-old boy body. She looked like a whole black woman. She just went and just got it all
Right.
right, because ain't nobody paying $50,000 for what she was looking like before that. She looked crazy before that. It was like,
I remember too, I think when she started OnlyFans, she wasn't even 18 yet, so they looking at the minor.
damn. But that's the thing.
Oh, bad.
But they throw her out there for what? A prototype for our people to follow. And that's the thing. While what? Well, we're gonna give you these benefits. You know, Trump got the Doge money coming through, and he got this coming through for you, and these tax
Right.
breaks. And you're sitting there clinging on to that hope, like, oh, I'm gonna get an extra 5 G's this year. But yo, them tariffs is killing you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Them tariffs is killing you. Gas is killing you. Food is killing you. Inflation is killing you. It's
You
not
don't even know
and you don't know it, but they give you 5,000, 2,000 on the back end, and you feeling good. Like, see, I made it.
Yeah.
I made it. I can pay my rent for the next month and a half because the rents is crazy. Read where you at. Or did you finish?
Yeah.
Read where you at.
Sir,
What?
I had one on Zion's.
Okay, what you got?
Zechariah,
Zionala in the building. Read.
chapter 11, verse 5.
Mm-hmm.
Whose possessors slay them?
Go ahead. Who's what?
Possessors slay them.
Who's what?
Possessors slay them.
Key word is possessor. You're a possession. You ain't free. And they're free to slay. They're free to abort. They're free to fill you with bad foods. They're free to hit you with all the soy and call it veganism. I'm a vegan now. Everything's soy. That kills you. Right? They give you these titles on things and you're like, oh yeah, see, I'm raw. I'm raw vegan. But it's salmonella all through the spinach.
Right.
It's salmonella all through the tomatoes.
You justified it.
They got the cow farm next to the lettuce farm, and the doo-doo water be sprinkling the lettuce.
Disrespecting the growth.
Yeah, and ain't nobody batting an eye. And you thinking like, well, ain't cow manure supposed to be? Yeah, in a pure form if they fed the cows properly.
Right.
But when the poop is tainted, and then you sprinkle it on top of the greens are tainted. And then you eating it thinking like, oh, I'm a vegan, I'm a vegetarian, I'm on keto. Cool. Right? They give you all these different things, and then even if you think, well, I'm physically healthy, I'm on keto, but you an atheist.
Right.
I'm a vegetarian, but they got you believing that it's better to be a Christian or a Catholic or a Rastafarian or Islam. So no matter how you go about it, if your spirit ain't aligned with the Most High, you're dying. And they're winning. They got you. Read.
And hold themselves not guilty.
And do what?
Hold themselves not guilty.
And we see that in courtroom affairs. We see that with police shootings and murders. But think about the sugar industry, how it's literally killing our people. And what do? They'll go and sit in front of Congress and be able to lobby to get more funding to kill you. Think about the pharmaceuticals killing our people. And they'll be able to go and sit in front of Congress and lobby for more money, for more drugs to kill your ass. And they'll say, well, even though the Ozempic is ripping out half their bowels, look at how many people lost weight.
Oh.
What about the people that's missing a whole part of their bowel? You literally have to get bowel retractions when you take that Ozempic. Right? Well, the depression medicine, they're not depressed anymore, but they got damn suicidal thoughts and diarrhea.
Right.
So what we doing?
Kidney failure.
Yeah, kidney failure. Liver may cause liver failure, kidney failure,
Swollen eyes.
uncontrollable bowels, urination, swelling of the this, swelling of the that, and you're like, wait, I just might as well stay sick or get on better food.
Right.
You finished with that?
There's.
No, go ahead.
So Shariah, what?
I had another one.
Yeah, what you got? Oh, you see, we're gonna be up here for 3 hours. Go ahead. First reader. I'm joking. Go ahead.
And they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord.
They that do what?
Sell them say.
In the book of Joel, it said that they was trafficking us up like it's Joel and Revelations.
Yep.
Revelations tell you that they was giving us as gifts.
So it's the Grecians.
Yeah, Joel was saying that how we was sold to the Grecians. And who was doing it? Tyre and Zidon. Who they? Ham. Yep. The Hamites love trafficking us.
Yeah.
Right? The sub-Saharan slave trade. Who did that?
They different.
The Arabs and the Ham. Who was part of the the transatlantic slave trade? Ham. Ishmael, Esau. But think about it. Ham. It's always the same players.
Yeah.
But you want to get those players into heaven. But what about the Canaanite? Can they come? What about the Edomite? Can't they come? What about Muhammad and his band of men? Can't they come? Muhammad. Muhammad ain't gonna be there. Yeah, talking about brother. Nah, nigga. You all the way in Africa trying to break into my Gmail to get my Bitcoin. Nah, bro, we ain't brothers.
Right. Nah. She tried to send some Bitcoin somewhere, it vanished.
Right.
Yeah, because Ham got her. That was a Hamite.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Ham knows. That's in Ham's pocket. Right, go ahead.
And their blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not.
That's what. Oh, okay. All right, get that Maccabees. Tell them, you got it? Oh, Asharai, what you want? She got precepts. She got a good husband. She got a good husband, so she can study. What is it?
Con. Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 7.
Study. Don't embarrass me. Where we at? Read. Don't be pulling them out of turn to precepts. Yeah, where we at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad.
Go ahead.
And a gift destroyeth the heart.
Yep. Oh man, why we doing this today? Come on, man. Why y'all got Zion in the building and y'all want to be in the chat going crazy? Okay, so Isis, Ra, and El equals Israel. Okay, I'm going to say this real quick. Israel is an English word. The actual Hebrew word is Yasher Allah. So trying to make that fit, it just don't. It just don't fit. Israel is an English word that came hundreds of years after the Hebrew. It's just a translation. I'm gonna leave it at that. Go ahead.
You want down, sis, or is that your verse?
No, that's it. Surely oppression maketh the wise man mad, and that's part of it. As we go through this oppression, this destroying us in our infancy, it's meant to mentally, because if we can't get you physically, if we don't get you on these different levels, we got to get you mentally. And our people go mad trying to do what? Keep up with the Joneses. Yeah. Trying to keep up with keeping food in the fridge. Like, you know how many of our people literally just walk around clinically depressed?
Yes.
But it's undiagnosed, and it just goes under the guise of, you know what? Excuse me. These are the conditions. It's trying to provide. I'm trying to provide for my family. I'm trying to do this and that. But they're moving around depressed because if you wake up Monday through Friday and your whole life is geared towards someone else's business, so when you wake up, it's the alarm going off to make you get somewhere. And then you go to sleep based off of having to get somewhere the next day because that alarm is going to go off. Imagine doing that for a time. You're going to go damn psycho.
Yeah.
You're going to go crazy because your whole life now is geared towards somebody else's business and they just want to give you a piece. What about your kids? What about your leisure? What about you having fun? Imagine just waking up to go pay bills. That's what they got our people in, just waking up to go pay bills and kill each other. And then that's why you know what? I gotta relax, so I gotta smoke this blunt. Man, you know what? I gotta relax. That's why I gotta have this nightcap.
Yes. Yep.
You're knocking down a whole bottle of Remy, gin. You know them old Jews. They like that bumpy. That bumpy. They like that Bumpy Johnson, right? They hitting a whole bottle of gin and Pepsi, or what is it? Gin
and tonic?
No chase.
Gin and tonic? I don't know. Gin and juice?
No, what's the one? It's 7-Up. It's 7-Up and something. Seagram's.
Oh,
yeah, Seagram's 7. Yeah.
That's harsh.
That shit is, it's harsh like your life.
Running up your
But it just ripping away your lungs. You sitting on that one recliner with the remote.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, when I used to work at 7-Eleven, way back, I used to work at the 7-Eleven, so I worked there for a good time. So you start to pick up on people's patterns. They come in there. So the one Jew, old Judite, he's a bus driver. He pop in there every time. 5 o'clock. He off work around 4, slide to the 7-Eleven, he get his Pepsi. Right next door is a liquor store. He get his whatever little gin he would get. And so I remember one day, he come up in there, and the line was backed up. Something was going on. Somebody was acting crazy. The line backed up, and he was getting frustrated. He's like, look, I got to get home. I got to get to my programs. Because his whole thing is, so I asked him, man, what's up? You good? He's like, I got to get home. I had a long day. Y'all messing up my schedule. His schedule is work, go home, crack that bottle, pour up, catch 2-3 hours of TV, and pass out. Just to do it again tomorrow. Yeah. So that's all he's living for, is to wake up, work, and drink. I'm like, you a bus driver? What route you got? I ain't never taking your route.
I stay away from that.
Because ain't no way you knocking down this whole bottle of liquor nightly.
Yeah.
And then waking up and you good. But that was it. But old Jew, he just wanted his remote, his drink. Don't mess up his schedule. He got it down to the clock. You see what I'm saying? Down to the minute. But think about how many of our people move like that. Where I got my schedule down to the minute, but it's not to fulfill or to even fortify my spirit. It's to just smoke weed, get high. I got to get some type of break from this hard-ass bondage that they putting me under. I got to get a mental break, right? Where do we get our mental breaks as Israelites? Watch this. Watch this. Where do we get our mental breaks as Israelites? Nobody better not answer wrong, huh?
Sabbath.
Where we get our mental breaks from being Israelites?
From
y'all all scared. Come on. Oh, look at them.
Being with each other.
For being perfect answer.
Yeah.
But there is no true mental break.
It's not your rest.
Yeah. There is no real break from being an Israelite.
No.
You can't break away like, you know what, today, because if you ain't an Israelite, then what are you?
Right.
Like, so you know what, today, like, you know, next week I'm gonna go on vacation. I'm gonna just be a Canaanite. And a week I'm planning this one mental break. I'm gonna be a Japhite. Like, what the, nah, bro. Like, you still a nigga when it all comes down to it.
You're right.
At the end of the day, you're an Israelite through and through, no matter what you go through, whether it's in the camp, away from the camp, at your job, in your bathroom, in your shower, in your kitchen. You're an Israelite, and you can't escape the burden of being an Israelite. The escape is the unity. We're gonna talk about that later. But that's the mental escape. Bearing one another's burdens, right? That's the cheat code that we have that nobody else got.
Yes.
Well, okay, let me take that back. Because we still trying to get back to that. Moab got that down pat. Unifying together. I mean, they got a whole Chinatown. Where's your town? Where's nigga town? Right? They got a whole Greek town. They got Chinatown. I mean, where's the place that we built to show that we had unity to build it? Right? You don't want nobody living up in your house, but they'll have their whole 3 generations in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Building them up, letting them save money, letting them go to college, letting them build themselves before they just boot them out because they turned 18.
Some of the cultures, they'll keep a singular bank account. So everybody's putting money into this one bank account. So anything that you need, you just take from it.
Mm-hmm.
By the time these kids are young adults and they're ready to go out, they're already set up because they have their money. But as a family,
You got grown brothers in the camp that don't got no bank account. Grown brothers in the camp that ain't got no bank account. What you doing?
Mm-hmm.
What you doing?
I'm about to say cash out. Ain't no
bank account. Sean made a bank account.
Coinbase is not a bank account.
You gotta go to 7-Eleven.
That's not a bank account, and there's barely no 7-Eleven nowhere. Like, you gotta drive across town. Come on, no, that's not a bank account.
They're not accepting today.
Right? It's not a bank account. But the point is, what are we building to be able to break? To be able to break these bands? What is the one thing that we have that the nations don't have? They got wisdom. They got wisdom that they apply to themselves, right? They got unity. But the problem is theirs only goes so long and for so far. Where we got the wisdom of the Most High and we have each other. Where you at? Let's try to get through this.
First Maccabees. You want that Maccabees?
Hold it, read.
Look at Exodus chapter 1, verse 16.
And let's refresh while we're here. Read where you at. First 2 verses.
Book of Psalms, chapter 129. Many of time,
That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
many of time have they afflicted me from my youth. May Israel now say.
May Israel now say. Come on.
Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth.
Come on.
Yet they have not prevailed against me.
There's a reason why they can't prevail. Now, read where you at. La Shabar.
Look at Exodus chapter 1, verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife
Right.
to the Hebrew women,
Come on.
and see them upon their stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
See that? Now, they don't have to kill your son on a stool, the birthing stool. They just give him the NFL. First, they give him video games. They give him a white teacher that belittles him. They give him a white doctor. They give him a white nurse. Everything they give your son when he's introduced into the world is a damn it's that, but it's what they want him to believe that God is.
Yes.
A woman and white. Right? So they start you out. That's the indoctrination starter pack. White women, white men with power. So they give that to your son, to your daughter. Right? And then they get them believing that God looks like them, that rules over them, and not like you, who is the parent that has the ultimate rule. Right? That's how they started. They don't have to now take your son and throw him in the cotton field. They give him something like sports, where that's all he aspires to be, is the top NFL running back. Then they got him standing there in his damn drawers at the combine. Look at this big black Negro.
You know, I think about that. I've been looking at Deion Sanders' son.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? His name is
Shador.
Yeah, Shador. So good athlete, But when you hear him talk, it's like, bro, you a little juvenile. It's like he talks real slow, like, and it's like, okay, what is
to the head?
Yeah, that, but it's that Dion's not really instilling anything outside of just football. He's not instilling true moral understanding.
Yep.
He got duped on the phone when they said, you have to wait a little bit longer.
It was the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, he said, what that mean? Hey, somebody said, you on the phone with him? What you mean? But the point is that's the point though. It's like, you even see with people that have money, is that they're not really building up their children with some type of stability.
But think about it. How could Dion build up his sons when the whole half their lives, more than half their lives, he was on the road?
Oh, indeed.
He was on the road away from them, whether it be playing football or being a broadcaster. Because he went from football to broadcasting to coaching. He played baseball also. So how could he really be there to instill anything other than what he's doing on a sports level? That's why all his kids play sports. Right. But and then what do? They try to be spiritual and throw out John 3:16 every now and then on a T-shirt, right? But what are the morals that's being put into them? And that's why it's easy to destroy us. Even if you look at an individual in their infancy, what are we destroying out of the kids? Their morality. Train up a child, right? What the pureness? But what are you training your children in? That's why it's easy to destroy our kids, because as we don't fight to instill morality and standard inside of them, someone else is fighting, and not that hard to give them a standard. So you be at the house letting them do whatever they want, no chores, no this, no that, just running around, dirty ass room, no bath, no shower, no prayers, no nothing, no structure. And they go to school and they get at least a structure, at least the bell ring, and they know to get up. Right. Next classroom. They at least know to raise their hand. They at least know when to go eat lunch. They at least are being taught something, but what is it that they're being influenced on by the other little badass kid next to them and the bad little girl next to them? They're instilling a standard in them that you're not counteracting. So it's easy to get our kids because the parents ain't doing nothing. That's why we gotta know better to fight. When you have the opportunity, you hardworking sisters, brothers, you gotta rap to your kids. You gotta set their ass straight. Yeah. Right? You gotta know. You gotta be good at being able to see where they're leaning to the left or leaning to the right and be able to correct it. Sometimes you gotta let them lean a little bit. I'm good at that. I'll let my kids veer. And I show them that the veering is what's making you crumble. You're crumbling because you can't handle the pressure of steering off the good path.
Your decisions.
Yeah. Then they come, Dad. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you ready to hear it? You ready to talk? Yeah. Tell me. And then all of a sudden it's a different move, right? They move in a different way. But you gotta talk to your kids. You got to deal with them. You got to ask them what they doing at school, what they learning, who they learning from, because someone is giving them a thought process, right? So just like they tried to give us a thought process here. Finish it. You got something?
But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
Why? Because we could take your daughters.
Yeah.
We could take her, throw an Egyptian man on her, get her pregnant, the lineage is wiped out. This is another scripture that you can prove the lineage is with the man. Get the man out of here so he doesn't propagate the nation. Keep the women. We could put another man with her, and all of a sudden now you could breed them out. This is how you breed out a nation. Go ahead.
But the midwives feared God.
Right. So go ahead.
And did not as the king of Egypt commanded them.
Right. And so you could always read it on your own. The fear of the Most High is what saved us. Someone got to stand up and have some damn fear for the Most High and for His program, and have some respect towards what the Scriptures say. Somebody got to have faith. It wasn't these women had faith. They have faith that if we do what the Most High say, He gonna provide preserve us. Remember, we in the hands of the Egyptians at this point. How come these women didn't get wiped out? Because they fear God. That's right. Because they have respect, because they have faith, they had long suffering, they had patience, they were cunning and sly.
They endured.
Yeah, they endured. They didn't get fickle. They didn't get emotional. But he's gonna kill us. We just gotta do what he said. Nah, have faith.
They understood the assignment.
They understood.
Right.
Right? Drop that. Get that Maccabees, and then you can go where you want to go. Go ahead.
First Maccabees, chapter 2, and verse 10.
And we can go through all the captivities, which we ain't gonna do, but we know Egypt was after Egypt.
You can go to verse 9.
What?
Assyria,
Syria was after Assyria. What?
Babylon.
Babylon. Right? Now those are the three major. In between Egypt and Assyria, how many captivities? Like 10.
Yeah.
Moab.
Moab.
Remember we went through them?
Judges.
Remember we went through them in the book of Judges? It was like in 40 years Moab, in 10 years this some damn Mesopotamian king, and 10 years the Syrian king,
Right.
in 20 years Moab again, like and the Canaanite ruler, and this, and so all the nations have had a part in us, and from early, all to do what? All to break in our infancy our moral structure that the Most High was giving us, to break our culture, to give us their culture, right? To tell us, to show us that the Most High's culture is not valuable. And the heritage, the Most High's heritage that he gave us ain't valuable. What?
All right, real quick one.
Yeah, what you got?
Judith, chapter 5, verse 17. And whilst they sinned not before their God, they prospered, because the God that hateth iniquity was with them.
See that? Go ahead.
But when they departed from the way which he appointed them,
Come on.
they were destroyed.
They were what? They
Destroyed.
were destroyed. We were destroyed. They knew it. If they found any iniquity in us, Most High was departed. Come on.
In many battles, very sore, and were led captives into a land that was not theirs. And their temple of their God was cast to the ground.
Right. This is how you know the book of Judith is written after the Babylonian captivity, because she's talking about the destruction of the temple. Go ahead.
Verse 20. Now therefore, my Lord and Governor, if there be any error in this people, and they sin against their God, let us consider that this shall be their ruin.
And this is crazy because the nations knew this and we didn't. They understood this about us. You know, when you read in the book of I believe it's Chronicles or Kings, when the Philistines heard that the Ark of the Covenant was coming and we were cheering, they said, who is going to defend us against these mighty gods? So they got God in their camp. We can't beat them. But guess what? At certain points, even though Saul fetched for the damn ark because he was wicked as hell in certain areas of his life, the Most High allowed us to get whooped on.
Yep.
Right? When you had Eli and his sons moving crazy, the Most High allowed that ark to be taken, and he allowed us to be defeated. You lost the high priest, you lost the priest's sons, you lost the Ark of the Covenant, you lost it all. You lost it all. Because of why? Iniquity. Go ahead.
And let us go up, and we shall overcome them. But if there be no iniquity in their nation, let my Lord now pass by, lest their Lord defend them.
Lest their Lord defend them. Go ahead.
And their God before them.
Yeah, he said, look, if there's no iniquity in their nation, keep it moving, son. Don't even try it. Don't even try it. Look at Achan and the accursed thing from Judges, the 7th chapter. We had that iniquity, and what happened? We go up to war. We had double the fighters, even triple, and came back scampering like a dog with his tail between his legs, wondering what happened. Why did you, Lord, you wasn't with us? Nope. It's iniquity. You got the accursed thing. Now imagine when you got millions of accursed things. Imagine when you got accursed minds amongst you. Right? Imagine when you have a group of brothers and sisters and you got 2 or 3 people that, I ain't messing with that. And you trying to go to war, you trying to go at a thing to make something prosper, and you're wondering like, yo, why ain't this prospering? And you fighting and you struggling and you praying and you asking. And then it's revealed, yeah, that person was on this whole time. They was doing this or doing that. And you're like, damn, man, the word is true. Go ahead.
And we become a reproach before all the world.
Right. Go to that. Go to the other one.
Con. First Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 10. What nation? Verse 9. Her glorious vessels are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in the street.
See that? Go ahead.
Her young men with the sword of the enemy.
I mean, listen. Read the Book of Lamentations.
Oh man.
Read how is the precious jewels scattered in the street? How has the gold become dross? Go ahead.
What nation have not had a part in her kingdom?
So that's a question. Which one hasn't? Name it. Name it. What nation that you could call to remembrance didn't have us in captivity at some point in their history? You can go through every nation's history, and you'll see that they all directly had us in a slavery, or in some type of servitude, or in some type of cursed estate where we were at the bottom, like the law says, the curses say, and they were at the top. They were the head, we were the tail. We were the borrower, they were the lender. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And gotten of her spoils.
And gotten of her spoils, whether it be our women, because now you got Esau running around trying to snatch up little chocolate sisters.
Oh man, that is just.
They trying to just snatch them up, but they trying to get you for your womb.
Right.
You got that strong womb, right?
A little mixed baby.
Yeah, they want them a little mulatto, but they want a strong womb because these Edomite women's wombs is failing. Chicks, vanilla dragons is weak.
Ooh, vanilla
The
dragon.
vanilla dragon. Oh, vanilla dragons, bro. Them. That uterus is. Nah, that uterus got too much. It ain't good.
Yeah.
You know them.
A little acidic.
Yeah, it's a little acidic in there.
pH low.
All that damn soy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they gotta go to the best thing. Let's go get that strong black uterus. She might have demons on her.
Yeah.
Right? And she might try to run me, but I got enough dough to keep her quiet. I got enough money to tame her ass. Right? I'm gonna let her get out of pocket. But if she want this money, she gonna get cut off if she don't keep it quiet. And you see that. You see our women, they'll be tame with them Edomites.
Yep.
Esau got that. It's like, damn, how do you get so much respect? But then you go to his Chase account and you're like, oh, I see why. I see why. You know, he got some numbers.
Zeros behind
Yeah, he got some zeros behind it. She could sit at home, be a house mom. She could ride around in whatever she want, go shop whatever she want. Hey, honey, I'm just gonna go to the grocery store. You want anything? Right? Just real soft and tender.
In her femininity.
She's in her feminine. With you, she's in her damn beast mode.
Right.
Right? Because you ain't got no bank account.
Nah.
All you got is the Bible.
Hopes and dreams.
Yeah, the Bible ain't buying the Benz, and when you gotta go shopping, you can't pull out the scripture. Is like, I'm gonna tap that. You know when they make that?
Charge it to the spirit.
Damn, what's going on? What's that?
Decline.
You remember,
Broke.
here, let me see your card.
Right. And that's how they got. Listen, that's how they got me in there the other day, right? And luckily, Mateo was with me and Yashikar. I went in there to buy a bag of chips, and I'm like, oh yeah, and I tap it. I was like, damn, I ain't got $2.
At least they didn't hit you with the sir, your card.
Nah, he didn't do all that. When he looked at me, I was like, man, let me find a different card. And I'm thinking like, man, which one I got $2 on?
Let's go.
That's cold.
That's real.
And then Mateo was like, I got you, sir. And then she tapped me. I'm like, God damn. That yeah, bro, you gotta get hit with that. You gotta be humble, right? Go ahead.
You gotta be like, I forgot my card.
You gotta be
Another
humble.
card.
Hell no, I have my whole wallet out. You seen all these cards? Ain't nothing on none of them.
I knew I forgot my
There's a
good
wallet.
card.
They're just stretching the wallet out. I don't even know why I carry it.
Do you remember that Travis Kelsey guy?
Yeah, no, Travis Kelsey, he had a black woman. Yeah, yeah.
After he dropped her and went to the garbage he should have been with from the start, check this out. She had the nerve to come on there and say, she said an article said, I don't ever want another man in my life. Ever in my life. I don't want to ever see another man
Yeah, that's why they put her on the TV show. They put her on that military TV show where they like making you do military hopping from helicopters and jump. What's the name of the show? Me and when REI came out here, we was binge watching it. It had the football player Cam Newton, but she was on it, and so they would do this They did this psychological analysis on her. They broke her ass down, them white boys. They just brought her right back to that instance of you dated this man and he just dropped you like a hot bag of potatoes. And then what the whole online backlash, yo, she's a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
She's a beautiful woman, but her personality, right?
Yeah.
I could see why he let her go too. Her personality is not conducive to motherhood, wife relationship. And I think he figured that out through time. Right? She presented one way and then she switched up. I don't know the ins and outs, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
The show is called Special Forces.
Special Forces. She was out there
World's
doing
toughest test.
Yeah, she was out there, bro, doing military drills.
Now she can do it, huh?
She was doing it. She was one of the top. She was one of the last three.
Okay.
I think she might have even won it. I don't know. It was her, Cam Newton, and another black person that was like the last. Which y'all know that Judah strong, physically, mentally weak as hell. Read where you at.
Verse 11. All her ornaments are taken away. Of a free woman, she has become a bond slave.
Yeah, as a free woman, it says Jerusalem, which is above, is free. But now we the bond slave. Mentally, physically, spirit, everything that we get, it comes from a captor. Unless you break away from that and get back in this book. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Go ahead.
And behold, our sanctuary, even our beauty and our glory,
Right.
is laid waste.
Wait, what's the beauty and glory of Israel?
Our sanctuary.
What is it?
Our sanctuary.
No, my purse,
Our sanctuary.
car,
Our sanctuary.
bank account.
Sanctuary.
Come on.
Even our beauty and our glory is laid
See,
waste.
that's the beauty and glory of the nation when we can do our service to the Most High. That's what beautifies us. It's not what you got on. Right? It's the service that you can do to the Most High, do for the Most High in His name. That's what makes the nation beautiful. Right? That's what the Most High wants. That's that footstool that is beautified that has been destroyed. Go ahead.
And the Gentiles have profaned it.
Right. The nations have profaned it. Go ahead.
To what end? Therefore shall we live any longer.
Right. Like the brother Aaron Jordan said, even if you have money, there's always somebody with more. That's true. There's always a bigger fish in the pond.
Yeah.
There's always somebody bigger and better. And they try to do what? Dog eat dog. The biggest fish wins. And that's another thing. But our people are caught up in even that mentality of, I got to be the big fish. I got to be the top. There's always going to be somebody at the top. You got $1 million, there's somebody with $1 billion. Look how much money Tesla do. Elon Musk lost a couple of $1 billion in the last couple of months. Billion.
Ain't that eye.
That nigga's still a billionaire. At like the highest, he's still got like 300 and something billion. Think about it. He's losing billions and still got in the 300 billions. Nobody's close. So they say. You hit the stock market and lose, and all of a sudden you got to go jump off a building. Your whole livelihood is gone.
It's over for him.
He's like, you know what? I'm gonna just go back to work now. Nigga took a vacation, went and worked for the government. Company is crashing, and he's just like, I guess I'll go back. That's how they live, man. We don't live like that, right? Let's go back to Psalms. Y'all been having too much fun. Zion's in the building.
Yeah, but I'm saying this, you make some good points.
Listen, everybody say shalom to Zion. Ain't none of y'all said shalom to Zion. That's crazy.
Shalom.
In the chat, say shalom to Zion.
You know how to do it on
Chat.
these cats on Twitch,
Come on,
chat.
You better say shalom to Zion.
But
you ain't see Zion in Houston in what? When's the last time you taught a class in Houston?
Oh man, that was back in the day.
That's what I'm saying. He OG.
2019.
Damn, look.
Probably 2020.
Pandemic Zion.
Oh, right. Who sent me a video? I think Doc sent me a video. It was,
The one when Macaroni got shot in the eye?
yeah, probably. Yeah. No. That was in Virginia. He got shot in the eye.
Yeah, I was just bringing that up during the pandemic.
Yeah, that's funny.
And he's listening, so.
But no, it was just dealing with Esau. Go to Habakkuk 2 real quick. Habakkuk 2 and 4. Just on a point, just to keep brothers and sisters in the right mindset and out of comfortability. That's why the Most High said in Psalms, ye women that be at ease. Right? It's like women and also men, brothers are at ease in this life. Right? Right? And
Line in the building.
yeah, we're at ease and we're not really understanding all the tricks of the enemy. But these aren't like simple type of tactics that he's using. Let's read where we're at. Habakkuk 2 and 4.
Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 4.
Go ahead.
Behold,
Uh-huh.
his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him.
Right, so the enemy, Esau and the nations, their soul is not right. That's why you were talking about like it's a military tactic and it's basically pros and cons. Does the pros outweigh the cons? So they say, does the benefit outweigh the cost? The benefit is what? Ozempic. You'll lose some weight, right? What would you say?
Diabetes, it's a diabetes drug, so you'll lower your diabetes.
There you go. But then you have the cons of it, which is what?
Lose your bowel.
Lose your bowels. And in Esau's mind, he's like, that's okay. Because they know that. They know what will happen, what's the desired effect, but also the negative things that come about it.
The bowel to diabetes ratio is low.
There you go. Hey, it's unfortunate.
The bowels to diabetes ratio is crazy.
Yep. No different from these.
Listen, I be making jokes up in here and they don't laugh, bro. Go ahead, I'm joking. Go ahead.
It's just the point is that Esau is a diabolical man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we sit back and eat our chips and soda and think life is good when he's sitting there poisoning us.
Yeah.
Right? And what you just read in Maccabees was a cold scripture because we've been under this foot for a long time and it should make you mad. Right? It should get you in the spirit to really wake up and to get your family, to get yourself in control and understand, okay, how do we get from underneath this man? Because like you said, the beauty was in the sanctuary. The beauty was in the unity. So read it one more time. Come on.
Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 4.
And then give me First Maccabees 3. Go ahead.
Behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him.
It's not upright in him. Go ahead.
But the just shall live by his faith.
Yeah, it says the soul in him is not upright. He's a sick man. And that's why he puts out these different, these different tactics of how to destroy our family, right? How to interrupt now the unity between the husband and wife. You know, so these are the things that we got to look at and really be aware of, especially the things you were bringing out in regards of the Planned Parenthood. Listen, the weed, the music, the YN culture, like this bad Barbie, no different from Dusty Red, right? All these things that they throw into our face to destroy, literally to destroy and to interrupt the peace that we're supposed to be having and the spirit that we're supposed to be building with each other. So read this real quick. This is First Maccabees 3 because it hasn't changed from Egypt to Greece, under the Greeks, but even right now into this Greco-Roman society, Babylon. Let's read this. Come on.
What verse?
First Maccabees 3 and verse. You can start at verse 19 because you said the point. I wanted to hit it when you said it. Read verse 19.
First Maccabees.
About the women, right? Of why the Most High had them secure. Go ahead.
Chapter 3, verse 19.
Come on.
For the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength coming from heaven.
So we know that, and we read that in Judith, right? Is that the Father's with us when we're aligned in how He wants us to live, right? When our thought process is where He wants the women to be locked in with the husband to be locked in with Christ, and brothers, so that we could do what? Man, get the hell out of here. But more importantly, man, we could take over this world. Keep reading.
They come against us.
Here we go. So we've read it. We're hearing about how Esau, how the Egyptians put taskmasters over us, right? We know it even now. We got to work double time shifts just to make a few dollars. Right. And you still sick when you go home, right? Let's be real, man. Black folks, you get money. And what happens when you get a little change? You got to spend it somewhere. AC go out, radiator fall out, right? You got like certain house expenses, like it's weird stuff. Baby need clothes
like
now.
All of a sudden.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's always something, right?
God.
Don't go to dinner Oh, don't go to dinner as a
You
family.
can't bring all of them. You gotta like
Yeah.
two back.
Come on, man.
Bring McDonald's back.
Yeah. They gotta get the kids meals. They grown up stuff.
Yeah. But it says, read verse 20 again, come on.
They come against us
Right?
in much pride.
Because Esau knows what he's doing. Right? The Greeks, the Hamites, Ishmael, they're all in cahoots. Psalms 83, they're all in cahoots in understanding what they're bestowing, what they're putting on Israel. Go ahead.
And
And
iniquity
iniquity is with their works. Go ahead.
to destroy us.
To do what?
Destroy
Yeah,
us.
that's why you got to watch out with social media. Social media will destroy your mind.
Con.
The scripture says, he that followeth vain persons
Mhm.
shall be poor, destitute. A lot of us follow foolishness, right? What are you entertaining? What is Esau grabbing you into? What has he got your mind locked into outside of focusing on the Most High? Of what's important. What's important is what we're talking about right now. What's killing our people. But more importantly, what's killing our unity. Because really it starts here in the building. It starts here with brothers. It starts here at the houses with the brothers and sisters, right? Husbands and wives, brothers coming together. What's killing our spirit of trying to do more, right? Of fighting to increase the spirit of the Most High instead of now perpetuating what Esau wants us to do, which is be selfish as hell. Yeah, what you got?
I was gonna say. So basically, like with all this that we're talking about, I was going over this type of stuff with my sister because my sister is kind of coming into the truth and everything.
Right. She sees the light.
And she's, I was just telling her like, you got to understand what's going on. Don't be tricked by the things that you see.
Right.
And don't be influenced by a lot of this stuff out here. And I was going back to showing her like the Willie Lynch letters and how all this stuff is planned, this is how they want you to think.
Right.
But we gotta go by the scriptures. We gotta live by what the scriptures say, not by what they put out there to trick us.
There you go.
With all the, black man versus the black woman and distrust, and we can't build because of that stuff.
There you go.
So,
yeah, you just ask her also is like the things that you've been doing, is it profitable?
Yep.
Right? Like, do you really go home and you're at ease and in peace when you go home, or you in your brain? Right? You gotta, like you said, you gotta have a nice nightcap. I seen somebody in Rochester, seen them. That's what they went to go get them, a nice nightcap, while they was having a lesbian lifestyle. Oh, they was proud about saying, oh yeah, I'm with my girlfriend. Okay, for right now, it's the most peace I've had. Yeah, all right, man. It's because you got demons on you. That's why.
And it's because you've been tricked to think that the other side is the way to go because it's quiet for now.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, you failed to actually apply the wisdom in the proper way, and also in being patient to allow the wisdom work, and this is why you're here. Right, but keep reading. It says that they come against us with great pride, iniquity, to destroy us. Go ahead.
And our wives.
And our what?
Wives.
So they're killing the women, right? But how did they do it? Mentally. Come on. Yeah, all the Tyler Perry series, right? That gets, my husband better not be like that. It's like, what? Yeah. Come on now. God. We in the Bible. We don't even support this, but you now want to have the assumption and thinking that, your husband might be what? In a Tyler Perry series. Go ahead.
And children.
So they're destroying the wives and children. Go ahead.
And to spoil us.
Read.
But we fight for our lives.
Right, and this is what David's saying. It's like, man, they haven't prevailed over us. But the enemy can't prevail over us if we do what? If we abide in the Father. Right? It says, who could be against Israel? Right? If the Most High is for you, who could be against you? Right? It's just showing us how the Most High, when we're walking in His laws and statutes in His Spirit, is that He's protecting us. Go ahead.
And our laws.
And our what?
Laws.
And that's what we got to fight for. But more importantly, we're fighting for the spirit that the Most High is increasing in these last days. Go ahead.
Wherefore, the Lord Himself will overthrow them.
Go ahead.
Before our face.
Read.
And as for you, be ye not afraid of them.
And that's the point. You can't be afraid of losing, right, in this world to gain in the spirit. The Most High said that we'll increase not only in this world, but in the world to come. But, again, the point of me bringing out this scripture is that we're at war.
Yeah.
If brothers and sisters don't know it, you're at war. And this is why you have to have a warrior mentality. Because Esau wants to break that in you. And it's the same way over the same centuries. Bills, right? Confusion in the world. Like, these are things that we can naturally defend by keeping our mind in the scriptures and understanding what's really important. But again, it's going to be a good Sabbath.
Let me get one. Ecclesiasticus 30:2 real quick. Just on what he's saying. Because think about it. It is a war. We are fighting, but how come y'all ain't out there killing people and guns and whooping niggas? Like, bruh, nah. Right? What did Christ say? If it was my kingdom, my servants would fight.
Right.
But how do we fight? Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30, verse 2. He that chasteneth his son
Right.
shall have joy in him.
Read verse 3. Go
Verse
ahead.
3.
Mm-hmm.
He that teacheth his son.
He that what?
Teacheth his son.
How do you fight this battle?
He that teacheth his son.
Or daughter, or wife, or children, or brother. Come on.
Grieveth the enemy.
That's how you grieve your enemy and get your revenge. You got to be a teacher. You got to teach good things. You got to train up your child. While Esau is training up his child at 3 years old on how to shoot guns at you, you're supposed to be training your children how to pray.
Right.
How to shoot prayers into the sky to the Most High. How to bless their food. How to pray with you. All these different things. How to write their name. How to identify evil.
Yeah.
Right? What to eat and what not to eat. What things to accept in their spirit. Esau is training his children up in his blessing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you training your children up in their blessing? In their heritage? Go ahead.
And before his friend,
Right?
he shall rejoice of him.
Next verse, read.
Though his father die,
Come on.
yet he is as though he were not dead.
Right, so you're supposed to be training your son to be like you. But now you got to ask the more pivotal question. What are you about?
God.
Because if you weak, simple-minded, easy to be distracted, easily to be deterred, double-minded, losing faith, if that's your character, that's what you're going to teach.
Yes.
Right? So now you got to ask yourself, damn, should I even be having kids to teach? Should I be leading anybody? Am I examining myself whether I be in the faith? Right? How can you grieve the enemy if the enemy has manipulated you into a thought process and all you're going to do is feed that down to your children and keep generational curses going spiritually and physically?
Right.
So this is talking about a man, a woman of strength, of character, of stability, of wisdom. You ain't just teaching whatever you want. Yeah, come on, son. Let me teach you how to play, how to get these 50 points in Madden. Show you how to run up the score in 2K on these niggas online. Show you how to get that 100-hit combo and killer instinct. Like, nah, that ain't what you teach. For I know him, he will teach his sons and command his family. Right? What's up?
No, man, Jacob's garbage.
Teach you how to roll this blunt.
Oh, man.
Teach you how to get that weed
I can see
tight.
that because that's what they into.
Yeah, but that's my point.
Yeah.
What are you into that you're going to teach?
Yes.
And are you going to grieve the enemy or are you going to make the enemy excited?
Right.
Because the enemy is excited when they can go on TikTok and see little niggas running around with blunts in their mouth and switches and you 11 years old.
Right.
They're excited when they can see your little daughter in a tight ass dress twerking. They're like, oh, praise God.
Right.
They praising the Lord.
Blessed be the Lord.
Mission accomplished.
Praise be.
Yeah.
Praise be. Because they like, he said it. Mission accomplished. Right? We got us another one. We got him. Right? Drewski, right?
Yeah.
We got it. They see your daughter running around twerking. They see your son at a certain age or at any age. Weed and blunts and video games and phones and this and drill music. Oh, we got him.
Or being sassy, being extremely.
Or being extra, effeminate as hell. Or they just they see your son with no daddy. Damn, you know what? Okay, we got him. So we just got to keep feeding him the matrix for the next 2 to 3 years. And we either going to have a simp Christian or a extra soft gangster nigga.
Emotional gangster.
We have emotional thugs that need hugs.
All of them.
Right? We gonna have somebody that's gonna be sexually abused in some way or mentally. Like that's what they want, and it's easy because now that there's no one to teach your son, hey son, don't put yourself in this situation. Hey daughter, don't dress like that to give people the impression that you moving that way. Hey wife, hey this, hey that. It's easy for them to come in and be like, TikTok, TikTok challenge.
Program.
And then you look at the TikTok challenge like that, they just get naked on TikTok. Silhouette challenge.
Right.
This challenge, that challenge, and then your son,
He
all of a sudden he popped in, he moving a certain way.
He in there dancing.
He doing this. Where you learn that from? TikTok.
Damn, choreography.
Yeah,
What is this?
Yeah, he flipping his wrists and you're like, wait, son, what's going on? But guess what? To you, it's like, oh, it's just TikTok.
Right.
It's just an Instagram challenge. But they got him doing little soft, effeminate ass moves. We got him. It's easy now. Right? So what are you a teacher of? Right? How do we break out of them destroying us from our youth up? But you got to teach first of all, you got to be taught.
Yes.
You got to be taught. When you all be teachers, we're going to deal with it. You need someone teach you. And then you got to be a teacher of good things. That's what it says about an elder woman, right? Teacher of good things. What does it say about a faithful man that can teach others? So you got to be able to settle yourself and your mind into what's good. And then pass it on to your generations to grieve the enemy. Yo, they hate seeing when I post on Facebook, because it be my rib with the kids, it be brothers. They hate when we do that. Damn it, man. These niggas, they messing up the algorithm. That's why they got me shadow banned, because the only time I do post is that. They hate my Instagram. But it's all Passover photos with brothers in my rib and the kids. They like, man, this happy family stuff this ain't it. But they love when you posting that ratchet breast out, one half nipple showing.
Can't get past you, dog.
You taking the photo like this.
Right.
They love that.
With the whack caption.
Yeah, they love when your post is you going in on your baby daddy.
She loves herself.
Niggas ain't
Right.
They love those posts, but they hate the family photos. They're grieved over it. That's why they don't promote that. That's the point. That's why when you go into your search, the first thing that pops up is chicks twerking in a bathing suit.
Right.
It ain't family photos.
Right.
They hate it. They're grieved by it. They hate the family structure. And especially the black, heterosexual, nuclear family. I'm not talking about two mamas. I ain't talking about Brittany Griner and her little situation. Talking about call me dad. Nah, I'm talking about a man, a woman, and children. The nuclear family. They hate it. It grieves them.
Yeah.
Right? That's what we're supposed to be teaching is our families and those core values that come from the Bible.
Yeah, like old girl said, Dolce.
Dolce Gabbana?
No, it's the new
the artist.
The artist. When she said,
oh, the one from London?
The red. No. Sorry.
She signed to Kendrick.
Yeah, she said.
Oh, the one that won album of the year.
Yeah, her red flag is a man is a heterosexual male.
Yeah.
That's a red flag when dating a man is if he's straight.
Who said that? Somebody else said that they men sassy. That's like a new thing too.
Yeah.
Like the women want a sassy dude.
Please.
It's like, so you want a nigga that's gonna be looking at the men that you looking at?
That's called penis.
They're gonna be acting like you.
You want a zesty boyfriend?
You get a yes man and it's over.
It's crazy.
It's strong man now.
It's crazy. It's crazy. The whole point is to destroy us and the image of what we are. Let's get back to over here real quick.
Yeah.
They online going in on Zion. They already talking bad about this brother.
Hey.
No, they ain't talking bad.
What is improving ourselves?
Go back to Psalms. We at verse 3. But it's short reading, man. Each psalm is like 2 verses. Y'all better stop capping up in here. You know how we do. Zion, first of all, the one more precept, man.
I've been a lot better.
No. He will tell you about that. The 2 more precept, brother, is in the building. So you're about to get 2 more precepts for like the next 6 hours. We have to serve the Sabbath meal while brothers is in class.
Still going?
I'm going to run a joke. I'm like, let me get 2 more precepts. The name was Zion Olive.
That was 6 months ago, me.
So now it's 1 more precept. And it only takes 15 minutes now.
Yeah.
Because them 2 precepts was an hour.
Bruh.
He won't even deny it. That's the funny part.
That's real.
He's like, yeah, you got me on that.
Lord, man. You know.
I know, the spirit of
The Lord.
Where we at?
Just a little clinkety.
It's just a little quickie bit.
Right.
I'm shy is hilarious.
Okay.
So, the curse. The first reader, making it to 12, is about 11:50.
Yeah. The curse of the first reader is real. The curse of the first reader is wild. Get your bathroom break before you get up here. Bring your water bottle. You know, get a little light snack. Say how little ginger chews. Where them ginger chews at? Get a brother off sugar getting low. Right? We got a bag of ginger chews. I think I have one. Go ahead. I'm a shy. I need one. This sugar getting low. Mine is actually. Where we at? Go ahead.
With the book of Psalms, chapter 129.
Oh, okay.
And verse.
Read verse 3. Read verse 3.
Okay. Psalms 129 and verse 3. The plowers plowed upon my back.
What does that mean?
They did not stop. They did not wait. They kept on plowing. They didn't care if I was down, if I was out, or what was going on with me. Work must go on.
Imagine it's saying the plowers plowed on your back. Think about when you plow the ground. What are you doing to it? So what is that articulating? Remember the brother, one of the most famous photos in slavery, the brother that was sitting and he got what?
You got an animated movie that. You gotta watch that.
Watch. Read on. The plowers plowed on my back.
The plowers plowed upon my back.
Come on.
They made long their furrows.
They did what?
Made long their furrows.
They made long their furrows. Listen, this is twofold. This is like quadruple entendre. Physically, they was whipping us, whipping our backs in, right? But also, we laid down. It's showing you, for somebody to be able to dredge on your back, you was on your face, giving that obeisance. You was bowed down, right? Go to Isaiah 51 and 23 real quick. Bruh. Because he had my Bible. I took a picture of my note. No, I'm playing. It's an easy precept if you just quickly study it. Go ahead, read.
Isaiah 51 and 23. But I will put it into the hand of them that afflict thee, which have said to thy soul, bow down, that we may go over, and thou hast laid thy body as the ground.
Thou hast done what?
Laid thy body as the ground.
Right. It say that we bend over our back always. Right? It says we become servants for their sakes. Is he a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? So we know that they prostrated us into this servitude. But now we willingly do it. Now you literally give your back. Not like how Christ said he gave his back to the smiters and his cheeks to them that plucked out the beard. Not in that way, to give yourself for the nation. Now you'll give yourself for the nations. You'll plow through your mind. And they'll make long their furrows so they can plant what they want to plant. That's what they're doing. When you plow and make a furrow, you're doing that so you can put a seed in the furrow for it to grow. Go to Micah 3. Did you finish? Finish. Somebody get Micah 3. Get my sugar up. Go ahead.
And as the street to them that went over.
See that? They drive over you like you the street. Like you ain't nothing. Now there were times in slaveries when they was laying you down in the ground and just walking over you. Yeah. They go a puddle. Yeah, boy. Got you as a footstool. Right. Lay down, boy. Right? And you just walking over you like you wasn't nothing. But mentally, they plow your mind. Physically, they were plowing our backs open. Right? And ripping us up. Long lashes. Tying you to that damn whooping post. You know there was a whooping post, right? They string you up to that and whoop you to that much of your life. And guess what you got to do the next day? Get back out in that field and get that cotton. If you were lucky, they might have given you a day or two to heal up. But it was whooping you to the brink of extinction. Right? Ripping your back open. Whipping your wife, raping her. Your kids, don't think them little kids wasn't getting whooped on either. And then they would hang them. Read the Micah.
3 and 12.
Micah chapter 3, verse 12.
Mhm.
Therefore shall Zion, for your sake, be plowed as a field.
See that? For the sake of who? When you read up, who is it talking about? It says they teach for hire. Priests. The priests. See that? How because of our iniquities, now the nations get to plow over us. Because of our disconnect from the Most High, now the nations get to plow you like a field and then insert seed of thought into your mind. They get to plow your mind. You don't let the Most High. Remember, the Bible says who will do what? Who will set what?
Scourge.
What is a scourge?
Like a whip.
With the thing on
Now the nations get to scourge your mind.
Wow.
They get to plow them thoughts or plow that mind and put those thoughts in you. A thought process. That's all we've been talking about.
Yep.
For the last 2 hours is thought processes, right? The BBL thought process, the YN, the drill music, the before it was the drug dealer, the thug, the homo thug. There was a homo thug movement at one point.
Right.
A homo thug movement. Let's not forget, black people. Y'all niggas was homo thugs.
Yes, the game. See him with a tongue piercing.
Tongue piercings and butterfly tattoos with the sun around your navel.
Oh,
Yeah, there was a homo thug movement. Yeah, like nigga, I like men, but I'll kill you. Y'all know what I'm saying. Brothers trying to make shorts. Brothers not like men. Nah, I don't like men's no more.
I am delivered.
I'm delivered, right? But that's the point. They give you these mentalities, right? They give you these seeds. That's all it is. The grain of evil seed has sprung up in what? Your mind. So they get to plow your mind. They get to set the scourge. The Most High is no longer the barrier. He's no longer the one that whips your thoughts into control. Guess what does? Your phone. Social media. TV. Movies. I gotta go see Sinners. I can't wait. I'm like, what? You feeding to go see a black vampire movie? It probably got gay vampires in it.
So
Lesbianism.
So apparently in the movie, it denounces you following in God. Like, the power is not following God, it's in following voodoo.
That's the point. But our women, Michael B. Jordan, so sexy. Gotta go watch it. And while they give you the eye candy, on the screen, they're giving you a whole thought process in your mind. Now you want to be a witch.
Yep.
Now you want to be a vampire. Now you want to be a vampirist. Right? So that's what that movie's about from what I hear. But just think about it. They know how to indoctrinate. They give you the thing over here that looks good while they're giving you the thought process, the underlining, the programming, right? And our people got to see it. They get to dredge through your mind and plant whatever they want. Again, they don't physically have to beat you no mo's. They hold the bill in front of you. Comcast. Damn, son. Pay that. Internet. What you need internet so bad for? You never home. But I need it though. Yeah, I need it though. What you need it so bad for? They get cut off and you're just gonna look like they hang these things over you, and now you gotta tap dance to those things. Read on.
And Jerusalem shall become heaps,
Yeah.
and the mountains of the house as the high places of the forest.
Yeah, you see that? So Jerusalem will become heaps, and that's what we are. We're trying to disband the heaps and try to rebuild. Go back to Psalms.
Psalms chapter 129 and verse 4. The Lord is righteous. He hath cut asunder the cords of the wicked. Let them all be confounded.
Right.
And turn back that hate Zion.
Wait, that do what?
That hate Zion.
That do what?
That hate Zion.
Watch this. Go to Psalms 83 real quick. We didn't even touch that, because that's what this whole chapter is based on. There's a point in here. There's a point in here that I love it because where's it at? consulted. Where's it at? Maybe not. It says something about they hate the Most High. It's not in Psalms 83. It says something like they hate them. Man, the point is, if you hate God, you hate his people. And if you hate his people, you hate God. People don't want to acknowledge in verse 2 for Lord our enemies. Right, that's actually what I wanted. Read verse 2 real quick.
Psalm chapter 83, verse 2.
Right.
For lo, thine enemies
Right.
make a tumult.
Right. Thine enemies make a tumult. Whose enemies? It's talking about the enemies of God. Can we lower the AC a bit? Meaning raise it up. You cold? Yeah, you can go up in the Greek. Right? Right's ready. Trigger.
It's on
He's like
70 right now. We're going like 74.
72. That way we don't get, they don't just get a wave. Yeah. Just extreme. Yeah, you get moist up in here. It's just very, very misty. But lo thine enemies. See, they don't realize that when you're an enemy of God, you're an enemy of everything that he's established. You're an enemy of his people. But then I like this psalm. It comes right back and says, what? Let Israel hope in the Lord. Where is it at? My soul waited for the Lord. Where is it at? Oh, my bad. Let them all be confounded and turn back that hate Zion. Right. See that? It's the same nations from 83 that it's talking about in Psalms 129. It's all the same nations. So if you ever get into that conversation and you bring somebody to Psalms, they'll say, well, they just hate God. But now you got another scripture to bounce over and say, well, they hate Zion too. They hate the people of God. Just a little ammo, just in case. You know, Christians love to go, that's only the enemies of God. What you got?
1 John 5 and 2.
What does it say? Read it. They hated me, they hated you.
Look at 1 John chapter 5 and verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
By this we know that we love the children of God.
Right?
When we love God.
Damn.
And keep his commandments.
Woo! I like that one. That's a heater right there. This is how we know that we love the children of God. And God, we keep his commandment. 1 John 5 and 2.
God.
Yeah, you better get that. You know what I'm saying? Put that in your precept package. Put that right in the package. Israelite precept package. Israelite hopscotch. Where we at in Psalms? Where you reading to? Damn.
Verse 6.
6 verses, 18 hours. 1 John 5 and 2, right?
God.
Okay, where we at?
Sir,
Yeah.
I had a precept on the
Yep.
Psalms.
Brother, we have precepts. It'd be their fault. Got nothing to do with me. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah chapter 29, verse 7. And the multitude of all the nations that fight against Ariel, even all that fight against her and her munition, and that distress her, shall be as a dream of a night vision.
Where you at?
That's Isaiah chapter 29, verse 7.
Isaiah 29. Let's see here. Because we got to show who that Ariel is. Isaiah 29. Oh, it's Isaiah 1. And 7?
It's verse 1. 29 verse 1 shows who.
What does that say in the Hebrew? In the Hebrew. Right, Ariel, symbolic. Right, Ariel, symbolic name for Jerusalem. Symbolic name for Jerusalem. Ari and El, lioness of El. Ari, lion, lion of the Lord. El is God or mighty one, lion of the mighty one. Another name, symbolic name for Jerusalem. So that's the thing. Every nation has warred against us.
Yeah.
whether it be a physical, whether it be a psychological. There's chemical warfare, there's water wars, there's psychological, there's scientific warfare that they're waging, food war.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're fighting us on all fronts, and some of our people's like, but what about them in heaven?
Right. Negro, please.
Yeah, like, man, come on, get it together. These niggas is killing you, wiping the sperm out your genitals.
Yeah.
Literally just drying it up. Yeah, sucking the damn testosterone out of you, and you talking about saving them. They literally are giving you a castration.
Yeah.
Right? Through everything, through water, food, medicine. Think about it. They weakening us, or they're trying to weaken us. All that weed smoking you niggas is doing.
Yeah.
You thought 10 years ago, oh, they legalized weed in Seattle and Colorado and this. Now they coming back telling you that
You shouldn't be smoking it.
sperm count all the way down there. Plummeted. Testosterone. Plummeted. What?
And then they'll show you and they'll tell you,
Right.
like in their movies, like Black Dynamite, and you had They Clone Tyrone.
Yeah.
Where they show you, look, we're doing this to them, but they make it a joke, they make it funny, so it lessens the effect.
And Jake don't even care. Real quick, Psalm 69.
Jake don't care because Jake care about one thing.
Jake delusional.
Psalm 69.
He said he's in the Matrix.
Jake is in.
Or no, he's in the Quiet Place. But I'm talking about.
Damn.
What was the one where they had Get Out?
Get Out.
What was that called?
Get
The
out.
sunken place.
The sunken place. Jake in the sunken. No, for real. Jake is really in the sunken place because even when it's like Christians are in the sunken place.
Oh yeah.
When you talk to a Christian, you start, bringing out scriptures. What do they start doing?
Lying.
No, they start yawning. Oh, like that ain't interesting to them.
Oh yeah. Christian's
It's like,
kryptonite.
damn, you don't even want to.
A Christian's kryptonite is chapters.
Right. Like,
It's like read up. They're like, huh?
We're not dealing
We're
with
not
villains.
doing that.
they don't want to read in general.
That's the point. That's their
Like,
kryptonite.
what's going on? But I want to bring this point out in regards of the hatred, right? So let's read this. This is Psalm 69 verse 4.
69 or 69?
69.
69.
69.
Con. Psalm chapter 6 and verse 9.
No, 69 verse 4.
Yeah,
69.
69 verse
Con.
4. Read.
Because Psalm chapter 69 and verse 4. They that hate me
They that
without
what?
it. They that hate me
Right?
without a cause.
And these nations hate us without a cause. A lot of times we start looking at things emotionally and we ask why. Well, why do these individuals look at us a certain way? Why do they treat us a certain way? Why does it seem like, I'm just not likable? And that's one thing with brothers and sisters coming into the knowledge. We want everybody to like us, right? You want to be peaceable, which we fight to be. But the nations don't give a damn about peace. Right. And this is what we have to understand is that you're not going to be able to please everybody. But at the same time, the world is in a battle, right? Good against evil. And this is why your peers don't like you, right? The scripture says, John 1 and 5, it says, the darkness can't comprehend the light. Mm-hmm. So they're so deep rooted, like we went over Habakkuk 2 and 4, is that their mind ain't right. So this is why the love, the affection that you should be desiring, right, and seeking for is in the body. Mm-hmm. Because the world, the world's not going to give it to you. And that's where we try to seek it at, and we try to work it. It's no different from like sisters. You be trying to change men. Like these good women try to change what? Thugs. It's like, nigga, it ain't gonna work. Because their mindset, no different from even men with the woman, if their mind's not aligned with the Most High, it's not gonna work. Plain and simple. But more importantly, dealing with these nations is that they're coming at us with this hatred without a cause. You ain't do nothing. Your skin ain't your sin. It's just the spirit that's in you that they hate. They hate the Most High. Finish it, come on.
Are more than the hairs of mine head.
Read.
They that would destroy me.
They that what?
They that would destroy me.
Just look at the white man, right? Look at these nations as you go around HEB, Kroger's, because I know you got it out here, right? And just look at their demeanor. I want to get these meta glasses, just so that I can record the facial features, how they move, because they act like it's a problem. Like, first off, they don't know me from anywhere. Yeah. So why would you have this what's the word? This aggression, or like it's a certain spirit that they carry, huh?
Predeposition?
Predeposition, an idea.
Presupposition.
Was it?
presupposition.
Presupposition, what's that?
Presumption.
It's like, yeah, it's
Presumption.
It's a thought based on something previously done or said
To
or
them.
seen to them. Yeah.
There you go. So now you got evil suspicions, right? You dealing with paranoia. You're actually dealing with schizophrenia, which is now your reality is altered because of other situations. But the point is that these individuals, when you really look and you're aware of your surroundings, they ain't messing with us, man.
Well, remember, it's like we went in last week about the image of the black man. That as they destroy your image to your people, that destructive image is promoted to their people.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's why when like a little girl is faced with a black man, a little Christian Edomite, blue-eyed, blonde-haired little girl sees a black man, her first instinct is to kind of smash up next to her parent or her mom, right? Because they're inherently taught to be against anything black.
Right.
Think about it. White people ain't giving their kids black dolls, but we do. It's crazy, right? White people ain't giving their kid black influence, but we'll give our kids white influence because that's a programming. Because it's a self-hatred that's been bred into us. And so if we hate ourselves and they hate us, it makes it easy.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Who had their hand up?
Man.
Yep.
That's on that, how we're talking about mindsets and given to our people. That mindset was given to our people out there. When I was out there in the valley. All they know is it's shown in movies, it's shown in music videos about black people. So now when I'm out there, the older generation, they wouldn't let me into the house. Why? Because of what they knew about black people.
They thought you was Cain from Menace to Society.
They thought I was coming in to just be a whole niggard, right? And it's very heavy. It's heavily influenced in our communities for us to be against each other because that's all they're dealing with. There's not that many black people out there. So now when you come and you're changing that ideology for them, it's like a breath of fresh air. But at the same time, there's many more of them who believe in it than those that actually know the truth about the matter.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Where we at?
Finish that real quick.
Being my enemies wrongfully are mighty.
Go ahead.
Then I restored that which I took not away.
Yeah, just the point I was trying to bring out is that they hate us without a cause, right? You don't have to do anything, right? You don't have to, speak bad upon them, hit their car. It's a natural spirit that's in them. So that's just
inherent. It's inherent now.
Something for us to be aware of what we're dealing with. Like, stop trying to run away from reality, right?
And stop trying to think that you have to be accepted by white folk. That's Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Listen, they're not supposed to accept you yet.
Right.
They don't got to accept you. They got to accept Christ. So stop trying to feel like I got to live up to their false reality or their expectation. I don't give a damn. I don't care what white people got to say. You a damn dog.
And the cool part about it, what's so crazy?
You a damn vanilla dragon, milk of magnesia queen, and your husband is pasty too.
Yeah.
And your kids look like little pasty pills.
Yeah.
Like little, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's crazy. Like, it's like, how does the most just garbage people got an opinion?
Yeah.
No culture, no flavor. They ain't got nothing. You a vagabond, like the Bible say, in the earth.
You stole everything.
And you got opinions on everything that you've stolen.
Right.
Yeah.
What?
That's what it's talking about in Lamentations 2:15 through 16.
That's her way of saying she got a precept. Right. That's her way of saying I got a precept.
God.
Read it.
Lamentations chapter 2, verse 15.
I gotta get my rib out. Come on, read.
All that pass by clap their hands at thee.
Right.
They hiss.
They do what?
They hiss.
Come on.
And wag their head at the daughter of Jerusalem.
You niggas? Hell nah. Jesus, black, right? Like, nah, he's olive colored.
Right.
Well, so he's green. No, he's olive. Black olives, and the other olives is like a light brown tan. He's olive colored, but he can't be that. He can't be that black olive.
You don't understand what olive means.
Yeah, it's
You're
like,
black.
come on, like, but I also get the understanding of where they're coming from, right? Because can no good thing come from Bethlehem? Can any good thing come from Bethlehem? Like, hell nah. Hell yeah, but hell nah. Not in our estate. Right? Because what? Christ gonna come drill rapping? He coming with his pants sagging? Like, if y'all represent him, he's coming looking like y'all?
He's come back bad.
So he got his pants sagging, he's drill rapping, but he's a little zesty.
Right.
And he's emotional.
And he's, yeah, like, come on. He said, I got my fan in my hand. Y'all think he got the switch in his hand.
Christ.
Hey, that's gonna happen.
Read on.
It's gonna happen too. A lot of
Read
that.
on, man. Come on, come out of here, man.
Saying, is this the city that men call the perfection of beauty?
Go ahead.
The joy of the whole earth?
Right. Is this the city that men call the perfection of beauty? How possibly they can't be look at their ghettos and their slums and their women and their children. They don't even take care of them. They don't even like them. They're just there for taxes. Damn. He got 11 teen baby mamas. Like, surely ain't nothing good coming from that. Come on.
All thine enemies have opened their mouth against thee.
And not only we right, but everybody else is right about them.
Right.
Everybody's saying the same thing. They just a bunch of thugs. Predators, super predators, apex predators. Go ahead. Monkeys, baboons, apes, street cheetahs,
Damn.
porch monkeys, right? Water beetles, moon cricket, right? Microphone head tops, all that.
Somebody called me a shadow monkey one time.
Shadow monkey.
Shadow monkey. I was a bill collector. They called me a shadow monkey.
Shadow monkey.
I was 17. I didn't know what to say. I had to hang that phone up before I got fired.
That's almost person calling you a name.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, you a shadow monkey."
Shadow monkey.
I said,
Damn. He said that with pride.
"Yeah, you a shadow monkey, ain't you?"
Yeah, shadow monkey
He
type
have been
shadow
waiting on that.
Huh?
He have been waiting on that.
Oh, yeah, he had that cooking.
Days a day. Damn, shadow monkey's crazy.
Yeah, man.
That's the point. That's all you really are. Remember, Kanye said it. You're just a nigga in a Benz.
Yeah.
Right? You just a nigga in a Benz. You got the Benz, but you still a nigga to them. Right? Go ahead.
They hiss.
They what?
And they hiss.
Yeah, they hiss.
And gnash their teeth. They say, we have swallowed her up.
Yeah, like y'all tripping. We swallowed them people away. You niggas is swallowed. Yeah, pause. Go ahead.
Certainly, this is the day that we looked for.
Right. Let's move from that. Y'all get the point. Jump back to Psalm. Let them get this one verse out, and then we can get the next one.
Got some more.
Go ahead.
Back at Psalms 129 and
Street cheating. Yeah. So 129. Read verse 5 and 6.
verse 5 and 6.
Right.
Let them all be confounded and turn back that hate Zion. Let them be as the grass upon the housetops, wherewith afore it groweth up.
Right. You see that? So let them be confounded and turn back to Hazon. Let them be as the grass upon the housetops, which withereth before it groweth. If you know anything about that region, what would happen is the flat tops of the houses and things like that, you have little grass that pop up and they would spring up, but the sun would just scorch them. Right? So that's what he's saying. He wants them to be those that hate Israel. Before they could spring up, let them be burned up like grass that withereth on the housetops. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Next reader. Oh, near you. Be studying up here. I know how that goes. No. Be studying. It's crazy.
Lashabar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
La Shabar Shabbat the Shah Yahawada Ban Yashala, men of Israel, and Mighty. Right?
Yahawah Shem Yahushai Rakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Rakatah. sir.
What's up?
Yes, sir.
What you got? What's up? What you got?
Ecclesiastes chapter 36.
What is this about?
It's about the last verse from that Psalms.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 36 and verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
And thou wast sanctified in us before them. So be thou magnified among them before us.
Mm-hmm.
And let them know thee, as we have known thee, that there is no God, but only thou, O God. Show new signs, and make other strange wonders. Glorify thy hand and thy right arm, that they might set forth thy wondrous works. Rise up indignation, and pour out wrath. Take away the adversary, and destroy the enemy. That's a precept to that last Psalms.
Where we at?
Book of Psalms, chapter 129 and verse 7. Wherewith the mower filleth not his hand, nor he that bindeth sheaves his bosom.
So all he's saying here is basically burn these nations up to the point where when they're mowed down, they can't even be gathered in a bag. They can't even be like sheaves gathered up by the gatherer. Just mow them down, burn them up. Go ahead. Remember, the house of Jacob should be a spark. Edom shall be for stubble. For stubble. Go ahead, read.
Neither do they which go by say, the blessing of the Lord be upon you.
Let no one bless these nations. Go ahead.
We bless you in the name of the Lord.
Right. Go ahead. Psalms 130.
The Psalms chapter 130.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the depths have I cried unto thee,
Uh-huh.
O Lord.
Hey, real quick, the brother asked what verse in Psalms 60 was that?
That was 69 and 4.
69 and verse 4, Aaron. Psalm 69 and verse 4. Go ahead.
Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplications.
Right. Come on. Read.
If thou, Lord, shouldest mark iniquity,
Uh-huh.
O Lord, who shall stand?
Yeah. Ask yourself, who could stand if the Most High started to mark iniquity and take the count? Not that he's not counting, but imagine if you was charged for every little thing you did. Job 11 and 6. Who could stand? Every little thing that you did, you was hit for. Read it.
Job chapter 11 verse 6.
Right.
And that he will show thee the secrets of wisdom.
He will do what?
Show thee the secrets of wisdom.
One of the secrets of wisdom is what? Come on.
That they are double.
They are what?
Double.
Read.
To that which is.
So this word has double meanings. Go ahead. It's not just surface level. There's deeper depths to it. It says wisdom is manifold. Come on.
Know therefore
Uh-huh.
that God exalted of thee.
Right? No, exacted. You say it right.
God exacted of thee.
Right?
Less than thine iniquity deserved.
He does what?
Less than thine iniquity.
What does it mean he exacted of thee?
Required.
Requires or gives to you. Go ahead.
He exacted of thee less than thine iniquity deserved.
Right, or demands of you less than your iniquity deserveth. Because if he marketh our transgressions, who could stand? Bro, we be, come on, man. We be, that's Job 11 and verse 6. Wasn't it? That's Job 11 and verse 6. Right? Let's see here. Go to Ezra 9:13. Precept. Go ahead. And then Psalms 103 and 10. Go ahead.
Ezra chapter 9 and verse 14.
9:13.
Ezra chapter 9 verse 13. And after all that has come upon us for our evil deeds
Right.
and for our great trespass,
Come on.
seeing that thou, our God, hast punished us less than our iniquities deserve.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we supposed to be wiped out. If you want to look at the totality of the nation, idolatry was punishable by death. The whole northern kingdom was supposed to be just out of there, and the southern kingdom, right? The whole nation is supposed to be done. But what did he get? What did he do? How did he allow the ability for us to be punished less than our iniquity deserved? Well, one man took on that punishment. He sent Christ, which now allowed us the grace, the mercy. Not that we didn't have it before Christ, right? Look at Hezekiah. Look at a man like Hezekiah, right? Look at in the time of kings, you had kings that sacrificed. I think it was Hezekiah. He sacrificed his son.
Yeah.
He sacrificed his own son. Think about it, right? Was it Hezekiah?
No,
I
no.
was gonna make sure.
That was a king that we fought against. That was a nation.
Nah, there was a king. There was a king of Israel that sacrificed his
Oh,
son.
no, you're right. The next guy was Judah. But no, you're
Yeah,
right,
there was
you're
a
right.
king that sacrificed his son, bruh. His own flesh.
Oh, he did it, and then the nation fled. The nation fled. Y'all remember that? They was at the wall, and he killed his son.
That was Moab that burned his son up. It was Moab, Edom, and one of either southern or northern kingdom kings, and the Moabite king burned his son. That was one instance.
Ahaz.
Okay. He was sacrificing his son.
Yeah.
Think about it. He gave his sons to Baal.
Gotta go.
Yeah.
We gotta keep this moving. We gotta get this still.
We gotta keep this thing moving, right? But just think about that. We were on that level.
That's cool.
Of sacrificing our children. I mean, it says it. We were mingled amongst the heathen, learned their works. We sacrificed our children to their gods. Tells you that in Psalms 106.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we about to go to Psalms 106, right?
Psalms 103.
103, okay. Right? But we were on that level that we were doing exactly what the nations were doing. Come on, look at Ahab. Jezebel and Ahab, right?
Yep.
He allowed them prophets to be killed. Simp nigga.
Yep.
Simp nigga. And I want that field, but man, he ain't trying to sell it to me. You know what? I got you, babe.
Yeah, don't even worry about
She
it.
writing letters, getting niggas just knocked off.
Put your signature on it.
Yeah, just write your name on that. Put your stamp. Bam. Like, come on.
In tears.
So many things that we did that are the Most High's iniquity. Look at what he did with Sodom and Gomorrah. Ain't nothing growing in that place till this day. It's still sulfur. Imagine if he would have did that to us, especially when we were all gathered in the land. If he just rained down on the land, But then there's a lot of different promises that would have been broken, like the Davidic covenant would have been broken. Always a king on the throne, always someone in the line. That would have been broken. The Most High is not one that he should repent. The Son of Man is not one that he should lie. Right? So did you read that, Ezra?
There's a little more on that.
Go ahead.
And has given us deliverance as this.
Yeah, keep reading.
Should we again break thy commandments and join an affinity with the people of these abominations? Wouldst not thou be angry with us till thou hast consumed us?
Right.
So that there should be no remnants nor escaping.
And that's the point. Now look at how many times we've made an affinity with the nations. Some of us are in affinity right now. Some of y'all are in cahoots, right? You love America. It's my city. Proud to be an American. My country. Right? They're proud to be an American. God bless America and nowhere else.
They still say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, you still pledging to your allegiance. You talking about I pledge allegiance to the flag.
A lot of cats are on they're on secret soldier missions, man.
Yeah, you an operative.
Yeah, you a silent supporter.
Yeah, you a sleeper cell.
Sleeper cell, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You leave class, go home and pray on the flag.
Nobody
flag.
No, for real, think about it. But it's like what's really going to activate you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What's going to activate you now to self-destruct?
Yeah.
Right, to now destroy things around you. That's what it really is.
Yeah.
It's that winter soldier that a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, you're a winter soldier.
You've been programmed.
Damn. You got the mechanical alarm.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's real.
Yeah, you the
Waiting for
winter
the time to
soldier.
attack.
You one of them sleeper cells, man.
Oh,
And you just waiting to be activated.
What is it? Is it stress,
Right.
turmoil?
Bills,
Yeah,
right?
you know,
I
class.
didn't like the way that brother said
Yeah,
that to
he
me.
checked me. You know, I didn't like that
I didn't
check.
like that check.
I didn't like that correction. No scriptures was about me.
That class was mine. He did that class for me.
Yeah, activated. I'm gone.
He looked at me the whole time.
Yeah.
Right.
I ain't looking at nobody. Look, I look at my Bible during class. I look down now. I ain't look at nobody in the eyes. I don't want nobody to think nothing.
Hey,
Read.
Look at me.
Read. Where we at? Finish that. No, drop that. We understand the Ezra. Hit this Psalms real quick. Psalm 103:10.
Psalms chapter 103, verse 10. He have not dealt with us after our sin,
Uh-huh.
nor rewarded us according to our iniquities.
Uh-huh.
For as the heaven is high above the earth, so great is his mercy.
See that? So great is his mercy. Go ahead. And that's the problem. We take advantage of the mercy. We take advantage. The mercy is to not be punished to the full extent. Go ahead.
So great is his mercy toward them that fear him.
Right? Read.
As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgressions from us.
Damn. See that? Constantly having to remove. He said it. He said, though your sins be as scarlet, I will make them as white as snow. Right? So the Most High displays a high level. We talked about this last night. We talked about forgiveness last night in class. It got deep. It got deep. But think about it. No one has offended against anyone as much as we've offended against the Most High. We killed the prophets. We defamed his name. We threw away our culture. We threw away our language. We say that he don't exist. We say that his laws don't matter. And I'm not saying we that are in the faith, but our people group as a whole, they don't believe. We've committed great atrocities. We've killed in his name unjustly. We've killed saying that God made us do it. We've done everything in the name of God wrong and wicked as hell. And guess what the Most High always did?
Forgive us.
Go to Psalms, jump to verse 43. In that same chapter, Psalm 43. Salakia, Psalms 106 and 43.
Psalms 106, verse 43.
Okay.
Many times did he deliver them,
Many times did he deliver us? Come on.
but they provoked him with their counsel.
See, and that's the problem. Many times, and then we provoke with the counsel. He ain't real. He ain't with me. You know what? Muhammad. You know what? Selassie. You know what? The Starbucks God. ISIS. Ra. Like the brother put, ISIS Ra El.
right. Please, please.
Stop that. Right? Many times did we provoke with our counsels. He said, you take counsels at your stock. You let the wood dictate who your God is, and the stone. You running around the Kaaba, whooping yourself and licking the Kaaba stone, getting herpes from the stone.
Crazy.
They don't tell you that part.
Yeah, they just jumping on it.
He just contracted HIV from a stone. Like how? Because they whooping themselves, bloody, licking the stone, doing all types of nastiness on the stone. Go ahead, read on.
And were brought low for their iniquity.
Come on.
Nevertheless, he regarded their affliction.
What did he do?
Regarded their affliction.
What did he do?
Regarded their affliction.
What is that? To regard the affliction. He's showing us forgiveness. That's why we got to learn how to forgive, because the Most High has forgiven us as a nation on the highest level of forgiveness.
Yeah.
He said we were like that adulterous woman that run around and slept around on her husband. Right? What did Paul? He said I betrothed you to the Most High as a chaste virgin. He said I'm jealous over you with a godly jealousy. But as that chaste virgin, what do we do? Nah, I don't like this husband. Nah, I don't like. He too strict. I gotta go get the nigga I can run over and talk crazy to. I gotta go get the pushover husband. This God, modesty, humility. I don't know if I can do that. Let me go get the cat that's gonna let me talk crazy. What is it? Freak in the sheets, lady in the streets type mentality. Yeah, no, but it ain't even that. It's a beast in the streets and a beast at home. Let me go get that man that let me do that. Let me go deal with that God that doesn't hold me accountable. Go ahead.
When he heard their cry.
When he heard their cries, just like in Egypt. Egyptians beating your back in and you crying to the Most High all of a sudden, facing the east. Come on.
And he remembered for them his covenant.
He did what?
Remembered for them his covenant.
See, he remembered the covenant, but you don't. You forgot when you said amen at the bottom of that mountain Sinai in Horeb. You forgot what you agreed to. That you would keep the words of the covenant. Go ahead.
And he repented according to the multitude of his mercies.
Go ahead.
He made them also to be pitied of all those that carried them captives. Saying
right,
us.
that's it on that. One more, Lamentations 3:22. Lamentations 3:22.
Lamentations chapter 3, verse 22. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed.
Come on.
Because his compassions.
His what?
Compassions.
That's something that our people severely lack, is compassion one towards another. Right? It says her eyes shall be evil. The tender and delicate woman, the tender and delicate man, it says her eyes shall be evil towards her husband and towards his wife, towards his children. So if a man can be lack compassion towards his children, he'll lack compassion on anybody.
Yes.
If a woman can lack compassion on her children and her husband, she'll lack compassion on anybody. So now we're just a nation of no compassion. Uncompassionate people. But that's what we need in the nation. That's like the main thing we need. We need compassion one towards another so that we're able to move through these situations that are going to pop up in relationships. Husband and wife. In relationships. Children and parents. In relationships. Brother and sister. Sister and sister. Brother and brother. You need compassion. You need mercy. You need to give each other some grace. We lack that on a high level, right? Because as soon as she do something, all of a sudden it's all hell and brimstone Old Testament.
Yeah.
But when you do something, you want Paul.
Right.
You want Paul, grace and mercy. She do something and you Old Testament, eye for an eye. Stone her. Yo, this is how a lot of Israelite brothers be moving that got ribs.
I gotta cut her off, huh?
Yeah, you go Old Testament on her, right? I'm saying that in a Christian type of slant. You go Old Testament, eye for an eye, blood, stone her, line up the stoners, right?
I ain't having that.
Yeah, I ain't having it. Cut her off. But you do something you like, but I'm restoring the spirit of meekness. You're a Galatians 6 nigga all of a sudden. Yeah, you gotta be spiritual.
You gotta look towards the grace.
Yeah, you want to be Galatians. You want Galatians 6 towards you, but you want the whole book of Deuteronomy on her neck.
Right.
Stone her. Shame, 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 shame. And you just want to, bruh, walk her through the streets. Y'all ever seen Game of Thrones? When they walk the old girl through the streets? Shame. Butt naked. Shame. Throwing food at her. Tomatoes. Shame. 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 That's what you do. You want that on somebody, but you want grace and mercy on you. Right? And that's the problem with a lot of relationships. You brothers need to wisen up and understand that it ain't about stoning a person. It ain't about lining up to stone them. Right? And you got to learn how to forgive things even when you feel like a person don't deserve your forgiveness. Who the hell are you?
Right.
Who the hell are you? Because guess what you gonna do? Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Baba Kushai, Shemai, hear me, please, Lord, I'm going through it. You gonna do this. Watch this. Out of the depths have I cried unto thee. The depths of your soul. when you going through it, what you doing? Butt naked in the shower, don't know where the east is, right? Tears running down your face, knees weak as hell, hands trembling. Yeah, why, Lord? Right? You in that damn shower losing it.
Yeah.
You moving around just crumbling, weak. And you want the Most High to acquiesce to what you want. But he that don't show mercy, and we hit it last night. You ask him for mercy, but you don't show mercy to a man that's like you. And that be the problem. Go there. Go to Ecclesiastes 28. We can touch it. Find it. Go to Ecclesiastes 28. You can start at verse 1. Go ahead. Verse 1.
Verse 1.
Right?
Ecclesiastes is chapter 28, verse 1.
Right?
He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord.
And listen, vengeance is not always I'm going to go out and because I'm going to try to do what somebody did to me. Sometimes that vengeance is like that spiritual holding on to, I'm not going to release you from this debt no matter what you say. I'm going to hold you, nigga. And guess what I'm going to do? 5 years later, I'm bringing it up. We get into an argument, 10 years later, ace in the back pocket. Remember that time? And you're like, wait, what time? 1999.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
You're like, damn, and then you like, wait, we've been together that long? You're like, wait, damn. It's been that long, huh? You still remember that? Verbatim. You don't remember no Bible verses, but you remember that instance. But I said I was sorry. I apologize. Yeah, but look at the way you're moving now. But what I'm doing now, like that don't have nothing to do with you making it try to fit. Israelites is good at that. We're good at not having compassion. We're good at not having forgiveness. We've actually, I think, we've manipulated how to grudge and not being considerate, right? We've mastered the class on how to hold a person to their fault and not be able to look past it, right? We've mastered how to get that, I've been done wrong, so I deserve to feel a way towards you. Well, read it again.
He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord.
What if the Most High felt a way towards you for your entire life? What would you have? You'd be a bag of bones. You'd be a bag of bones, man. You just be out here just looking sick, sloppy, right? No spiritual backbone, because if the Most High is not forgiving, if the Most High is constantly avenging, bruh, he said it. If thou, Lord, shouldest mark our iniquities, who would stand? You want to be able to stand. You want to be able to have the opportunity to stand up and pick yourself up. A just man falleth 7 times. Everyone wants the ability to be able to come back from a fault, come back from a wrong, and be able to have a clean slate. Everyone wants that, right? And the Most High wants to give it, but are you, which is but flesh, willing to do it for someone else? Read on.
And he will surely keep his sins in remembrance.
He will do what?
Keep his sins in remembrance.
Don't none of us, yo, come on, yo. Don't none of us want that smoke. Don't none of us want when the Most High start marking iniquities from your birth. From your birth, you were shaping in sin. And iniquity did your mother conceive you. But yeah, she was on drugs. Yeah, she was on this. She had spirits. She had demons. She was an Egyptologist. She was a Muslim. Think about how many different backgrounds we all in this room come from. Just on a spiritual standpoint, that we're all here now in the same mind, but imagine what we came from. Some of us literally came from crack. You was that crack baby. You was that spiritual crack baby. You came from, we all came from varied circumstance, and none of it was the Most High. We had to moved to that point, but imagine how much sin you acquired through your life. Now watch this. We can sit back, we read about David, right? Like, oh, David, he sinned. Yo, David, how many sins did the Most High mark on David? One sin in his whole life. The matter of Bathsheba and Uriah the Hittite. He said he marked him for one sin David's whole life. How old was David when he lived?
70.
And when he died, I believe he died in his 80s, if I'm not mistaken. The man had one sin his whole 80-year life, and you sin every goddamn day. You ready? You ready for the Most High to start tic-tac-toe on your sins?
No mercy.
So when he was 5, check mark, he was doing that. And then when he turned 7, oh, porn, boom. Oh, and then 9, oh, masturbation. Oh, and then, bruh, imagine, go back into your life. You look back at, damn. Right? But go back into your life when you was young and think about all the foolishness you was doing.
Like Black Mirror, they put it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Run it back.
And it's like, you just sitting there like, oh, God, damn.
Hope nobody's looking.
You start praying immediately.
That's what it's gonna be like when we gotta stand and be judged in that final judgment. It's all gonna just be whiteboard, whiteboard with a permanent marker, right? But imagine now if those things start to come out and you gotta stand for those things. You wouldn't be able to stand. Some of us wouldn't be able to stand for the things we did 5 years ago, 6 years ago. You'd melt under that chastisement. If he gave you the full clip. You know, Most High got like a 1,000-round clip. He got an infinity switch.
Yeah.
He got that infinity switch. He only give you one bullet.
Oh,
Boom. Let me give him the 22. Let me give him the 22 caliber. Boom. He don't open up that full clip on you. Because if he did, bro, he knocking your top off. Quick. So but why are you so willing to open up your full clip on the brother next to you? That's the point I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You'll be willing to unload the whole arsenal on your rib. And brothers ain't even doing that to you as a man, right? You'll be so willing to unload the whole arsenal on the sister next to you or the brother next to you in the way of, I don't want to understand where they're coming from. I ain't dealing with that. I don't believe that. You'll put that barrier up that the Most High didn't bury you away from. He didn't throw up a wall, right? The Most High didn't throw up a wall and block you from grace, mercy, deliverance. Why do we do it? Why are we so good at it? What's that?
I got precept.
Yeah, what you got?
Job chapter 4, verse 5. I'm sorry, verse 4. Thy words have upholden him that was falling.
Right.
And thou hast strengthened the feeble knees.
Read.
But now it is come upon thee,
Yep.
and thou faintest.
Thou faintest. One of my favorites, right? And that's the point. You'll faint when it's your turn, but the person that you're dealing with ain't supposed to faint. You're supposed to be able to just talk crazy, act any old way, be inconsiderate, be nonchalant, not give a damn, and they supposed to be able to withstand that and take all that body blow. But as soon as it's you, it's like, mercy, mercy, you waving the white flag. Nah, it goes both ways, Israel. That's the point. It goes both ways. Finish it, go ahead.
It toucheth thee.
It what?
It toucheth thee.
Oh, Christ. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. But you can literally iron fist someone and they supposed to just take it.
Strengthen your knees, huh?
Yeah, get it to lift up off the bootstraps. Get it together, sis. Shemai. What? But as soon as brothers check you,
Yeah, that ain't right. I don't think that was righteous judgment.
you shrink.
You was just cussing at your rib last night.
Yeah, and all we did was give you one Bible verse.
Right.
And say, hey, brother, look at this. Damn, these brothers is mean. They don't understand me.
They don't like me.
But it goes both ways. I'm going to keep saying it. Read on.
And thou art troubled.
And are troubled. All of a sudden, you troubled in the spirit. See, these brothers, man, they just not understanding me. There you go. Read on where you at, Gabar.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 28, verse 2.
Right?
Forgive thy neighbor.
Do what?
Forgive thy neighbor.
Come on.
The hurt that he hath done unto thee.
Forgiven murder hard as old. Oh, right. We don't forgive each other, but we'll forgive the other nations. Yeah, that's another point. Forgive thy neighbor. Come on.
So shall thy sins also be forgiven when thou prayest.
Forgiveness is a dilemma between you and the Most High. When you boil it down, because what if a person don't apologize? Oh, I can't forgive them. Well, you got to deal with that. That's you and the Lord. 'Cause I don't care. I've said this for years when I teach on this subject. You ain't never got to come to me and say you're sorry about anything. If you in this school, or it's really, I have to adopt this principle when I'm dealing with anybody, because brothers and sisters have done offensive things in the school, outside the school. I've had family members that have offended, and the first thing I have to go back to is, I forgive you. I gotta say that, like, oh, you know what? They don't understand. They don't get it. I get where they coming from. I'm not gonna let that be the determining factor on how I move with you the next time. I've had brothers and sisters hang up phones on me, cuss me out. F quarters up. Right? But guess what? You call me today. Hey, shalom, sis. Shalom, brother. Right? I've had brothers accuse me of various things that weren't true, that are still not true. I see the brother. Hey, shalom. You good? How's the fam? Right. Right? I'm not moving in the thing that they did because I've already let that go. Yeah. They won. I never held it.
Yeah.
Right? I never held on to it. Obviously, you don't forget. Yeah. Right? Go ahead. What you got?
No, but it just shows that maturity in the spirit, and that the spirit is in you. And these little moments that the Most High brings about in these trials, right? It says the trial of man is in his reasoning.
Right.
So when these events happen, well, how are you dealing with it? Right? How is your spirit looking at the situation? Because a lot of times it's not as Christ or as the Most High would have us think. It's always what? How I feel.
Yep.
Right? I go off of my feelings, I go off of my impulses. So now I'm not able to look at the situation the right way. These are all cues in knowing what type of spirit a person has, also their maturity in the spirit. Because what does the scripture say? I'm gonna get it real quick. Go to Wisdom of Solomon. I was trying to find another one, but let's go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick.
And that's what it is. It gotta be a high level of maturity spiritually. I realize that forgiveness ain't got nothing to do with the offender. That's how I take it.
7.
It's about my relationship with the Most High.
Indeed.
It's about me understanding people, and that there's always going to be offense.
Yeah.
If I held on to every offense, I couldn't be qualified as a leader.
Right.
I couldn't be a leader.
Nope.
Because I'd be mad at all of y'all.
Every time.
Yeah, I'd be mad. I'd be mad at everybody all the time. So I automatically got to say, forgive them, Father. They're not understanding. And I'm not going to let a misunderstanding now be the gap, the wall that I put up to be angry or upset or mad or contentious. Go ahead.
And I like that. Read. Ugh.
First one.
Yeah, give me James 3:13. Go ahead. No. Wisdom of Solomon 7. Go to verse 12. 22.
Con. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 22.
Go ahead.
For wisdom, which is the worker of all things,
Go ahead.
taught me.
Come on.
For in her is an understanding spirit.
Right. So wisdom gives us understanding.
Yep.
It gives us insight on how to look at situations the proper way. Right. Award to the fabulous class. I think it was like last week. But he was going in about just that the outlook. Right. Your outlook in certain situations, is it pure, or is it going down into more of that worldly, carnal type of outlook? All right. So it says, wisdom is the worker of all things. It taught us understanding. Go ahead. There's the understanding spirit. Go ahead.
Holy.
One. Come on.
One only.
Read.
Manifold.
Read.
Subtile.
Read.
Lively.
Come on.
Clear. Undefiled.
On what?
Undefiled.
So wisdom is undefiled, right? It has now. It gives us the ability to look at things clearly. Go ahead.
Plain.
What?
Plain.
Simple. Come on.
Not subject to hurt.
There we go. But that's the point. In being filled with the wisdom, the understanding, is your what?
Not subject to hurt.
Think about that. No different from Christ when he was on that cross,
Go ahead. I was just about to.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Okay. Okay. When Christ was on the
Go ahead.
ask the
I got a
question.
question. Why? No, because you're going right into watch this. Watch
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Did Christ know that Judas was going to offend him?
Come.
I have chosen ye 12, and one of you has the devil. Did he know that Judas was going to offend them? There was going to be an offender amongst them. Let's just say he didn't know it was Judas, but he knew that there was a man amongst them to put him on that cross. Did he know that?
Yes.
Come.
From the jump?
Come.
When did he forgive him?
Yeah, he had to deal with that. Yeah.
When did he forgive Judas?
When he knew.
When did he know?
When the beginning.
He always knew.
Yeah. He said it.
So
Once
he-
here,
so-
as we eat.
When we dip and stop. Yeah. Judas, betrayest thou me with a kiss?
Yeah.
Now think about it. When did he forgive him? When he was on the cross, Father, forgive them? He told the Father to forgive them, but when did Christ forgive? Well, obviously, it had to have been before the offense took place, knowing that it would. Why? Because if he didn't, how would he have moved towards the 12?
Yeah.
There would have been that gap.
He would have been like what we're reading about in Ecclesiastes 28, vengeful.
Yeah.
I ain't running with you niggas. I ain't teaching
Yeah.
y'all. One of y'all's about to, but guess what? I'm such on the level, you're about to offend me before you eat and drink. You're eating and drinking with me right now. And you're about to go offend me. We've been rocking for 3 years and you about to give me up. But I let you eat and drink with me. Was that the only time they ate and drank?
No.
How many times did Christ eat with Judas? How many of y'all would eat with a nigga that's about to betray you and you know it?
Yeah.
That's the level that you got to get on.
Yeah.
That's the level you got to get on. Knowing that, hey, it could happen, but I'm going to eat, I'm going to drink, I'm going to dip, I'm going to travel,
Yeah.
I'm going to move around, I'm going to trust you.
I'm a counselor.
All that.
I mean, you hope for the good.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. You hope for the good. No, he's right. You hope for the good.
Yeah.
But even if,
I bring Christ into it because he knew all things. He said he knew what was in man. Right? So there was no hoping for one of them to not be the Judas, to not be the betrayer. Someone was going to do it.
Yeah.
Right? But I gotta still have my pure thoughts. I gotta still be on my mission.
Yeah.
Why? Because whose will is it?
the Father's.
I came not to do mine own will. Our will is to be vengeful. Our will is to be hateful. Our will is to be negative. That's our will. That's the will that we've adopted through time.
To look at every situation
Evil suspicion.
in our way. Yep.
Yeah, with a slanted view. The way of the Father.
worst.
Yeah, you look at the worst of the person.
Yeah.
The way of the Father is to do what?
Look at the good.
Look at the good. To forgive. He shows us through our whole history. Again, nothing that can happen to you,
Yeah.
we have not done to the Most High.
Right.
On mass levels.
And when you look at it, it's not even really a personal attack. Like what Judas did wasn't truly against Christ. It says he that despises not you,
But
but the Most High, because you're now going against what the Most High is trying to show us and leading us to do.
Yep.
You chose to go down that dark road, which was your choice.
Yep.
Right? So yes, it was against Christ, but that was against the Father. You see that? So it's no different with individuals when they now move and operate a certain way to where it's like, oh, you really did me like that.
Mhm.
No, they lack the understanding of how to operate. They lack the understanding of what true love is, what true understanding is, what patience is, because if they did know it, they would be applying it. So it shows they're destitute of understanding. They're destitute of knowledge.
The scriptures tell us that our people murdered the prophets.
Yeah.
Now, I'm like, if they could kill the prophets in Christ, who the hell am I?
Facts.
To not have to go through certain things, but then who am I not to try to understand the plight? Every high priest taken from among men is ordained, or put in front of men is ordained from the men, right? We're taken out of each other. The high priest is taken from amongst men. Why? So you can understand what the common people, quote unquote, their plight, what they deal with. So if someone is coming at me in a way, my first instinct isn't to cut you off. It's really to say, okay, what's this person going through? What's wrong with them? What are they not seeing? What are they dealing with? A lot of the times, the pressure that people be going through, you on the phone with a counselor because you don't know how to deal with it, and you letting the pressure dictate how you talk, how you act, how you this, how you offend, how deep your offense will go, right? So I'm gonna say it again. Nothing that any one of us do to each other has not been, it's been done towards the Most High, meaning the nation has offended the Most High on the highest levels of adultery, on the highest level of murder, on the highest level of rape, and like we've done it. And the Most High is able to say, I'm gonna forgive the nation, but I'm gonna give each individual a chance of repentance.
Right.
Each individual, not just as a whole, but as an individual, you get to seek out your own repentance. Who are you to not allow that for the next man? Forgiveness. And if you don't, guess what? I feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
Because the one thing I do know through example, through conversations, and through counsels is one of the things that holds back our people, especially y'all that are older, is your lack of forgiveness. You're held back because of that. Go back into your life, right? Some of y'all been holding on. I said it last night. I'm saying it again. I didn't want to repeat myself. Some of y'all been holding on to things from your childhood.
Yeah.
Literally 40, 50 years of 40, 50 years of anger.
Yeah.
40, 50 years of confusion. 40, 50 years of hurt that somebody else did that you're not willing to relinquish that pain. You want to, and you move off that pain, but then you hurt others. It's a propagation.
They call it unresolved issues.
Unresolved
You
issues.
yeah.
Yeah.
You have no understanding.
That's the point. You didn't realize how to forgive that you needed to forgive.
Yeah.
Some of y'all holding on to stuff, bruh, and you gotta figure out a way to let it go.
Yeah.
You haven't even uttered the words "I forgive."
Yeah. And with that, you got to understand that's not the spirit of the Father.
That's the point.
That's not. That's why, again, in that Wisdom of Solomon it says not what?
It says, not subject to hurt.
There you go. Not subject to hurt. Go ahead.
Loving the things that is good.
Come on.
Quick.
Yep. Then it says loving what?
The things that is good.
So are you able to look at now the goodness in everything, even in the bad situation?
Yep.
Right? Are you able to see how the Father is bringing you through a moment, not to destroy you like he said in Baruch?
Yep.
Right, but to actually teach, to now add these certain attributes of the Spirit, right, to strengthen you. You know, because again, when I see brothers, right, when I hold my mind with brothers that may combat, we have brothers in the body that combat a little bit, you know, and I understand. Okay, you still got a little bit of pride and you still got a little bit of stubbornness, the old man. So okay, well now we got to change our tactic and how to deal with you, right? For example, it was a council yesterday, and I told Shaquat, I said, listen, you're gonna ask the brother this. You're gonna ask him, how do you want to deal with this situation? Do you want to deal with it how you're asking the question right now in this spirit? Or are you calling to really get the understanding of how to deal with it according to the spirit? You know what I mean? Because individuals have to start recognizing that your natural thought process is crooked. So how do you want to deal with it? I'm not just gonna give you understanding and wisdom according to the scriptures. I want you to decide how you want to deal with it. You want to deal with it your way? Because then what's going to happen? Well, you're going to see the consequences. Yep. You know, but the point of it is that I could have dealt with him as what also.
But real quick, the consequences of dealing with things outside of the spirit are far more reaching and far more detrimental on a longer term than just taking that hit in the spirit. And that hit is to your damn pride. That's what it is. The hit is to your pride. The hit is to your damn ego. The spirit checks the ego and says, nah, nigga, you're not going to get it off the way you want it. The vengeance. You're not going to be able to hold this hate and move in that hatred and that standoffish, turnt shoulder, ice grill type of, I'm messing with you, but I ain't really messing with you. We good. we good. That's how we want to do it. We good. But the Spirit comes through and checks that and says, okay, no, you got to turn to that man and embrace him.
Right.
You got to turn to that sister and embrace her. You got to clean that slate. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you.
No, it's right on point, because the point is that we could just deal with him like, all right, let him deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Let his wisdom rule, but no, it's the opportunity to show him, okay, do you want it your way or the way wisdom?
And some cats, you got to do that.
Indeed.
Some cats, you got to fall all the way back like you jumping out of an airplane.
But that's still the good though too. That's the good too, because now I have to love you from a distance. I have to now show you, like Paul said, it says you have to give some up to Satan. Right? That they may learn or even appreciate what they did have. But the point is that the wisdom causes you to evaluate the situation instead of just jumping into emotions, right? And also jumping into this hurt nature. But keep reading, because there's a point I want to bring. Keep reading.
Loving the thing that's good.
Come on.
Quick.
Right.
Which cannot be letted. Ready to do good.
That's the point. Ready to do good. One more. Go to James 3, and it goes right into it. James 3.
James
3 verse 13.
James chapter 3 verse 13.
So is the wisdom that you have thus far ready to do the good thing? The good is not just for the moment, but it's also for the long term. Sometimes you can't see the good, but others can. And you like, why you telling me that? You telling me to forget that? You telling me to... We're not saying, because forgiveness is not letting a person off the hook.
Right.
It's not that. But it's not holding the thing over them, especially if they've repented or if they've said, I'm sorry, or if they've actually displayed that godly sorrow. Right? It's not bringing it up 10 years later once you thought it was sewed up, they come and rip that wound open. That's not forgiveness. We're saying that if a person, hey, you know what, I sincerely apologize. Real forgiveness is giving that person the opportunity to do what?
Offend you again?
Yep. That's what real forgiveness is. Giving that person the opportunity to offend you again. Right? Yeah, nobody wants that. Nobody wants to deal with that. Like, I gotta be offended. Yeah, offenses may come. How many times does your brother offend? 70 times 7. That's Matthew's the 18th chapter. Right? You're supposed to open yourself up to be offended. Right? On a high level, but then also you're opening up yourself to also reconcile on a high level. For every offense, there should be an apology. There should be a reconciliation. Every time we offended the Most High, there was a reconciliation. There was an ass whooping, and then there was a cry out. Then there was a calm period, and then we offended again. Then there was a captivity. Then there was a bethinking ourselves. Then the Most High got us. He said it in Psalms, we just read it, 106. Many times did they offend. Many times did he save us out of our offenses. Go ahead.
James chapter 3, verse 13.
Yeah, go louder, come on.
Who is a wise man?
Yeah, who's a what?
Wise man.
A wise man or a wise woman, right? And as Israelites, as believers, as going through the book, a lot of us think we're wise. Well, what does it say? How do we identify a wise man or a wise woman? Go ahead.
And endued with knowledge.
Endowed with that knowledge, endued with knowledge. Go ahead.
Among you.
Come on.
Let him shoot out of a good conversation.
Let him show it out with a what?
Good conversation.
Right. So the wisdom will now proceed from this individual's mouth through their conversation. But if we're embodying past hurt, right? If we're now digging back up the events that we misunderstood, well, what would our conversation be when we're talking to our peers?
Or either nurturing that hatred that it says in Ecclesiastes 21:28.
Right.
You nurture the hatred, what are you going to speak?
Right.
Go ahead.
And that's the point. You're speaking these things that aren't, like you were saying, leadership quality.
Yep.
And this is why the Most High has us going through this process to now imitate him, and not a so-called fictitious leader that the world showed us that an Israelite is. You know what I mean? Is that we're really learning the spirit of Christ. But keep reading. That's the point.
What verse you at?
3 and
18. 13. Right.
Oh, yeah, 3 and 13. Go ahead.
His works with meekness of wisdom.
There you go. His works with meekness of the wisdom. And what's the definition of meekness? Right? Meek.
Now watch this though. It said, let him show out of a good conversation. It's not word. The word conversation here is not talking about your words, conduct, behavior, manner of life, dealing with other men.
Yep.
You see that? It's a Greek word, and it used the word conversation, but it's talking about how you conduct yourself on a total level of speech and of mannerism. Right? Some of us conduct in a hurt manner. You can see it. Some of us conduct in a evil suspicion mannerism. You can see it. Side eye, I can't give you all of me.
Right.
Type of spirit. Why? Because you've been hurt. You're nurturing that negative side, that negative attribute. And but the question is, who does it hold back?
The person.
The person. And that's why I say forgiveness ain't got nothing to do with the offender.
Yeah.
It got something to do with you and the Most High. How far do you want to go as an Israelite, as a man of wisdom, as a woman? How far do you want to go as a believer, as a person of faith? You can only get so far when hurt and pain is your motive. When that's the battery in your back, you only get so far. You can only live off of that fuel. Don't the Bible say man should not live off of bread alone, but of every word that Christ quoted that from Deuteronomy? So the word tells you not to nourish hate and anger, but to forgive. Not to be grudgeful, that's a law.
Yeah.
But to forgive.
Because now you're really going to be breaking the law.
That's the point. You're going to be grudging.
Yep.
Right? But the word also gives you the ability to free yourself and be able to go to the height of who you can be. But remember, the lack of forgiveness is what holds us back. That's a major stumbling block in our people. The lack of listen, that's what the Jews in the New Testament was going about with the Gentiles, Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom of the New Testament. We can't forget these niggas. How they get to get in? They're not supposed. They're supposed to be killed.
Yeah.
That's what they was moving on. Right? They was locking the kingdom up from men because they didn't want to forgive.
Yeah.
It's a deep thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's crazy because even in not forgiving, right? That's more of what? That's more of a mental operation. Right? It's what you meditate upon.
Watch this.
Yeah.
We went over it yesterday.
Yeah.
It tells you that forgiveness is a mental. It's a direct decision. What is it?
Yeah, it's like an intentional choice.
It's an intentional choice.
Yeah.
So you got to sit there and say, you know what? I'm going to relieve myself. I'm no longer going to hold on to this fuel.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop this weight. Remember Hebrews 12? Lay aside every weight and sin that besets you. Mm-hmm. Some of y'all's weights is the lack of forgiveness.
And they see it. He said, great cloud of witnesses.
Yeah. Most High see it, but guess what? We see it.
Yeah.
We see what motivates your spirit and what demotivates you. We see what you move towards, and we see why you start to veer outside of, well, this is what's laid down, but I'm gonna move over here real quick. Cause I don't know, 30 years ago when this same speech was being said to me, somebody was trying to take advantage. Like 30 years ago, damn. Think about it. Think about what you've nurtured yourself for the majority of your life before you got the wisdom.
And Paul said, what there's 11, what he said there's you got the feast. This is it says
malice. Don't eat the feast with malice. What?
Yeah, what scripture is that?
That's not 1 Corinthians 5.
But that's the point though, is that now the things that you were now meditating on had a misunderstanding of the standard of God is now manifesting in your actions, now manifesting in your talk, right? In your relationship with your spouse, with random people in the street, right? Because it just doesn't fade away. And that's why, the Bible is cold, man, because the Bible is a book of conduct.
Yep.
How are you going to conduct yourself? No different from in 1 Timothy 3, it says that you had to have a good rapport with people outside the faith, right? People in the world. So how are you acting around basic individuals, right?
Yep.
Because it shows, again, what manner of person you are. Let's keep reading. Come on. Keep reading down.
James chapter 3, verse 14.
Come on.
But if ye have bitter envy,
If you have what?
bitter envy,
And when we have a lack of forgiveness in us, what does it breed?
bitter envy.
Now you got bitter envy. You quick to always have a problem with somebody. Your outlook towards individuals is starting to get skewed. Bitter envy. Go ahead.
And strife.
And what?
Strife.
Always want to fight. Right? Oh, it's always something, ain't it?
Everything's a battle.
Yeah, Negroes can never be satisfied.
Everything's a war. Whence cometh wars and fightings amongst your members? There's always a war with this type of person, this individual. It's a war within themselves, but it's a war to get them motivated past hurt, past the pain. It's a war to motivate them with the spirit. Forgiveness, kindness, love, peace, joy. These type of people are never at peace.
Yeah.
You'll never have you got some of the fruits of the spirit, but ain't joy and peace two of those fruits? So you're insufficient. Ever learning, but never coming to the full knowledge. Never really getting to the power, peace, joy. Think about that.
Yeah.
Because you've nurtured yourself in hurt and pain and discomforts most of our lives. We all got a backstory, yo. We all got a backstory. Now, in no way, shape, or I gotta say this. In no way, shape, or form am I discrediting or trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Anybody's not disannul, but trying to take away any validity from anyone's experience or the things that they went through in life. I'm in no way, shape, or form am I saying, you know what, get over it, you deserved it. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is we've all been hurt.
Yeah.
We all got a story. We can all go tap back into the family. You start ripping up the family memories, and you like, yeah, I got that one uncle or that one aunt or that one stepmama or that one parent. We could all do it on some level. But some of us have been able to allow that hurt, that pain, we've allowed that to filter out of us, realizing that I can't move in that. There's no way I can raise children as a hurt individual. I can't, because if I'm hurt, all I'm doing is giving hurt. We just talked about it earlier. Yeah. What am I teaching? I'm by proxy teaching how to grow up in pain.
Yep.
I'm teaching how to grow up in hurt. I'm teaching how to grow up with a lack of forgiveness. I'm teaching this to my children, right? And now you're showing them this deep spiritual evil lesson, right? And guess what you're doing to them on a quick level of infancy? You're changing them. You're putting them in the bands of that situation. The same hell that you're in, you just bounded them to hell. And not that you were trying to do it, but it's because you lacked something that you needed as a caretaker, as a steward of that person, right? Some of us go into these relationships. You go into relationships with a lot of baggage, and then all that stuff is now put on the new person. And you move in that hate, in that hurt, in that, you know what, this sounds too familiar. If it looked like a duck, if it walked like a duck, if it quacked, yo, you gotta let things play out, but you won't even give things a chance to play out, because the first little sign of this is uncomfortable, or this resembles 2 years ago, I'm up, I'm out, peace. But they weren't on that same thing that the last situation was on. See, so it's very detrimental, because we can't raise our kids like that. Hurt, pain, misconceptions, evil suspicions, right? Finish where you at.
Verse 4.
Pull the book out. You ready to go in?
Verse 14. But if ye have bitter envy and strife in your hearts,
go ahead.
Glory not.
Do what?
Glory not.
Yeah, don't glory in that. That's not something to be happy,
yep.
Right? Or also equating yourself to be someone spiritual. When you got real a spiritual defect in you, in how you look at your own people, right? Because that's the point. Israel thinks we can always, talk down on Esau. Again, that nature, unfortunately, is that comes right back to the body.
But to glory, don't boast in it. Deal with it. That's the problem. We'll glory in the way of I'm gonna sweep that defect under the rug and let my good features and characteristics outshine.
Yeah.
That's all well and good, but did you deal with the thing? Israelites don't like to deal with the thing. We like to cover things up. We like to.
So a lot of us justify. We justify with precepts.
You know, that too. But I know that this elephant is in the room, but it ain't really an elephant. It's just a cat.
Right.
It's just a kid. I'm gonna pet it and act like it ain't what it is. We try to act like things ain't what they are. We don't want to recognize for real. But that's why you don't fix things.
Yep.
Deal with it. Deal with the thing, and maybe you'll get a little further in your journey of forgiveness. Right? Where you at? Is it Glory not? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
And lie not against the truth.
Come on.
This wisdom descendeth not from above.
Because it doesn't. Right? That bitter envying, that strife, that negative outlook, right? That lack of forgiveness, holding the grudge, your reasoning. It's not what? Read it again. Verse 15.
This wisdom descendeth not from above.
Go ahead.
But is earthly.
Yeah, it's carnal. Go ahead.
Sensual.
Uh-huh.
Devilish.
Sensual, it goes into what? Those emotions, those impulses, right? But it also says what?
Devilish.
Devilish. That's devilish activity when a person does not forgive.
Right, that's why he said it. That's why Paul said it. We read it yesterday, 1 Corinthians 2. 1 Corinthians 2 and 11, we read it, and I'll read it real quick. Is it 2? 1 Corinthians, or what is it?
Second.
When he said, forgive him of the household, 2 Corinthians 2. It's 2 Corinthians 2, right? He said it. He said,
2 verse 6.
2 verse 10, to whom you forgive anything, I forgive also. If I forgive anything to whom I forgave it, for your sakes forgive it in the person of Christ, lest Satan should get the advantage of us. So if the wisdom is devilish and satanic to not forgive, that's an advantage of Satan if he got you in the not forgiveness mode. If it's wisdom and knowledge to forgive, that's the God mode. And now you're disadvantaging Satan. So you could either work for Satan on a very high level, or you could work for the Most High on a very high level.
Right.
This ain't about how many Bible verses you got. Can you forgive?
Can you use the Bible verse you got, brother?
Can you forgive? Can you at least apply that spiritual lesson? Now I'm gonna say this. I can't teach you. I can show you the Bible. I can show you what I've done to forgive and how I have my methodology. But it's different for everybody. I can't literally, there's not a blueprint of a person going into their own mind and forgiving. For me, it's as easy as saying, let it go. Move the hell on. Forget. Sometimes you gotta forget. For the purposes of not holding it, but not the purposes of being ignorant. Right? Because people do show you who they are in these offenses.
And that's okay.
Yeah, I love it.
And that's the beauty.
I'm gonna believe you.
It is what it is.
Ashariah.
So just on what you're saying, you're talking about the advantage of Satan or the disadvantage, and then understanding that, okay, hey, look, you have to just forgive a person. You have to just forgive a person is the grievance that it talks about in Ecclesiastes 1 and 8.
Okay.
Is that saying, okay, hey, look, you know for a fact you're gonna take this wisdom in. You know that offenses are gonna come, but with it, it can be like a vexation of the spirit. Like, you know for a fact you're going to have to, it's not that you don't, yes, you want to forgive, you're going to forgive, you know that you have to forgive, but at a point, it becomes, it's like, okay, hey, look, I know who you are, but I know we all can change. So is that the grievance that it's talking about?
Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiastes 1 and 8?
That's 1 and
All things are from
1, 17 and 18.
Oh, 117.
Ecclesiastes.
Right, I'm there.
I got you. Come.
Don't want to work.
No. No. Read it. This is talking about different. This is watch, read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave my heart to know wisdom and to know madness and folly. I perceive that this also is vexation of spirit.
Right. To have wisdom, right? And to know madness and folly. If you got wisdom, how much madness and folly can you get into? Not too much, right? Because the wisdom is supposed to override. So what is, like, he's giving you this, you got to really read this Ecclesiastes because it's deep as hell. It's not as basic as we try to make it. It's very deep because he's showing you something about the human condition and the human mind. You could be well off and have everything to your disposal in the way of wisdom and knowledge, and just like an atom, what do? You want to go test that other tree. You got the tree over here. Remember, Solomon is the king. He's living it up. The gold dust, gold teeth. They're riding in chariots. Got the garden. Got women, 1,000 women, couple ribs, couple this. Like, bro, what else do you need? You know what? Let me go see what's going on over here. Let me go look at that. Madness and folly. That's a grievance because it's about how do I stick to the plain way, right? Read on.
For in much wisdom,
right,
is much grief.
Right, because the more wisdom I attain, the more I know, the more the more questions come up. It's this ever never ending, like we said, in much studying is much weariness of flesh. The more I study, the more I know, the more questions I have. The more I study, the more questions, the more I know, the more the tree from the root branches, and now I'm over here looking into this. Then that stems off, and I'm over here looking into this. And that stems off, and I get away from the main branch, and I'm in these over here in the damn catacombs, the wormhole, right? So that's what it's talking about, that the more wisdom you're trying to attain, the more, first of all, the more it is to, the harder it is to filter out what is wisdom. That's key. The more things I give myself to, now I have more things to have to filter.
Right.
So if I'm reading the Bible, the Quran, the this, the that, and the third, I gotta be careful not to mix them all together and make them one.
Like most do.
Like most people do, right? Well, I could show that the Bible is talking about the Quran. Like, no, you can't, right? But some people don't have that ability, and it is a grievance, it is a weariness. So it's not talking about the level that we're talking about. It's more talking about just having wisdom and knowing that there's other things around you can get into, and trying to stay away from those things, balance yourself out, not being too overrighteous. Really, I would implore y'all to just read the book of Ecclesiastes in totality, and you'll really get the message. Ecclesiastes a lot. You'll get the message of what he's actually speaking on, and it's a condition. It's what we all deal with. You got the Bible. You got the Bible in front of you, and it says something. You're like, oh, let me go search that out, and then you start searching that out, then it brings you to something else. Yeah. And you like, all of a sudden, you end up in the damn. The meta. You reading the damn. You're reading the hieroglyphs in Egypt. Like, how the hell did I get here?
Right, like, where'd you get there?
Yeah. And then you come to, you're like, damn, bro, like, I didn't need to know all that. Right, so let's get back to the point.
What we was talking about.
What you got?
Romans chapter 2, verse 1. Therefore, thou art inexcusable, O man.
Right.
Whosoever thou art that judgest.
Right.
For wherein thou judgest another,
right,
thou condemnest thyself.
Right.
For thou that judgest doest the same things. That's on what we were discussing.
Yeah.
It's like you do all these things, you have these issues inside you, you have these problems, but instead of dealing with the problems that's inside you, you want to project it and put it on somebody else. So you go extra harder on that person because you're not dealing with what's inside you.
Or you'll highlight what they're on, and you'll highlight the negative in them because it's different from the negative in you.
Right.
That's really what he's showing you. Like, you highlight the fact that he's a murderer, but you're an adulteress. Damn.
Yeah.
Right? We're good at that in relationships, especially. Well, you did this to me 10 years ago, but you did this to me today. Which evil is greater? That we try to match evils.
Evil for evil.
We try to match wickedness and sin. Like, well, your sin was worse than my sin, so you got to give me the pass. No, we both We both counted as sinners. Right? That's why he said you make your boast in the law while breaking the law.
Right.
Even now, some of us make our boast in the law. You run around amongst your family with fringes on. You talk about the Bible. Oh, I just came from class. You niggas is wicked. But guess what? You got a grudge with one of them. So who's wicked? Her. Because you know better.
Right. That's the part.
That's the point. You make a boast because you want to. You look a certain way, but in your spirit, you breaking the law. You know better. They don't. They ain't never read Leviticus 19:17. Because in their mind, the law is done away with. But you read it. You know better. You got a grudge with them because you got fringes and you don't eat pork. You on another level? Nah, bro. You just as wicked as they are. That's the point that Paul was making in that Romans 2:14, and just going about the law and boasting. That can't be your boast, right? You can't boast in that. It's the work. It's the conduct that we're supposed to adopt as Israelites. It's the manner of life. It's the speech. It's the spiritual acumen that you develop, right? It's the ability, like I'm gonna keep the ability to forgive. It's a masterful ability, because it really be messing people up. Listen, I'm gonna give y'all a story. Before I went to New York, before I went to the Passover, I got a younger sister. Me and her got on the phone, and she felt some type of way about the advice that I was giving her. And it turned into her literally cursing me out. To the point where I told my mom, I said, look, I ain't coming. Because I don't want to be in nobody's space that got an issue with me. Right? And so I told, I'm like, look, I got my family with me. I ain't trying to entertain all that. I just. But anyway, I said, you know what? I'm gonna pull through. So, this happened like 2 months. I hit my sister up. No response, nothing. All right, cool. So, we pull up. My sister ain't there at the house. And I kind of figure like, yeah, that's how people deal with stuff in the world. They don't want to confront the thing. Right? So we there for a couple of hours. We visited mom. The kids is having a good time. Rib, they all interacted. My mom gets this phone call. And I already knew who it was. Because she takes it. She tries to whisper like, no, everything's good. You should come. And she tries to go to the other room. And I'm on 360. So then like maybe 15, 20 minutes later, my sister pops up. And she pops in. Right? And the innate thought of a person in the world is that it's going to be some standoffish, confrontational, bad blood type of thing because we just had this argument. And when she popped in, hey, what's up, sis? Gave her like as if nothing ever happened between us, right? Gave her a hug, talked to her, interacted with the kids. She, and so, cause I seen her shoulders was up, like, and then slowly you see throughout the night her shoulders start to that tense, cause I'm chilling, right? So then my mom ordered some food for us, for like the family. She ordered some food, and we had to go pick it up. It was a little bit of a drive. So my little brother, he was like, I'll roll with you, because I was gonna go get it. And I said, hey, you wanna come? And she was like, yeah. So it was me, her, my little brother, my rib. So we all in the van. So then me and her go into the restaurant to get the food, right? And I was like, oop, got her. Got her by myself. That's all I needed was a moment. And I looked at her and I said, Saida, what's up? And she's like, sorry, I didn't want no problems. I said, look, sis, I don't want no problems, but you gotta talk. You gotta, I said, look, I ain't got no issue. You good? Like we had a quick little talk, hugged it out. But it threw her off because she's so used to dealing with people in that manner, and then them grudging and holding that energy. And when she saw I wasn't coming with that, I'm like, look, I'm here with the fam. And even if I wasn't here with the fam, I'd still be the same brother that you know. Right? And we apologize. I apologize for whatever. She apologized. We hugged it out. And we move on. But that be throwing people off. Right? Because they're expecting you to be in a certain energy. They're expecting you to be mad. Like, you cussed me out. You talked about my mama. We got the same mama. Oh, it was crazy.
only way to resolve this is throwing hands.
Yeah, it was a wild. It was wild. You talk about my mama. We got the same mama. Right. The conversation was meant to pin me against other members of the family and make me question what they talk about. I didn't even address any of that. Well, such and such don't even like you. I'm like, oh, damn, that's what y'all sit around talking about me? I'm like, damn, that's crazy. But I didn't even address such and such. I just kept it moving with such and such. Right? So remember, forgiveness is this very, very cool thing that you can use as the ace in the pocket to teach someone that, look, it ain't that serious, yo. And I'm not gonna guide my life off of the energy that you bring. I'm energized by the Father. And the Father says, forgive. The Father says, move on. The Father says, break down and build up. Jeremiah, the Father says to teach and be a good example. Like he said, have a good report of them that are without. Right? They can't come and be like, oh, you know, I came to the house and I was just moving around like a beast with fringes on. They can't never say that. They can't never say that. It could only be said, man, he came. Even my mom hit me back. My mom hit me up. She was like, man, your family is so nice. You're like, you're doing a real good job. Every time I go around my family, they always say that, you're doing a good job with your family. Because I'm like, what y'all expected? I know I was a nigga in the world. I was nigga. You would never expect this guy, right? But damn, you got to congratulate me every time you see me? It's really my real big congratulate. They're like, yeah, she's nice. You know, it's really her that they congratulate. It ain't me, right? I'm like, cool. But just a lesson on why you shouldn't move in a certain way, because it's going to throw people off and it's going to be to a better benefit. And they can either choose to be negative towards you, or you can get them to, you can break a person in your willingness to just let things go. I broke that spirit off of her just like that. She walked in and looked and she was like, oh, okay, it ain't that type of party. Let me relax. And the spirit was broken. And then when I got a chance to just rap to her, broke down those walls even more. So now I'm able to, if I hit her up, hey, what's going on? You good? Da-da-da. Now we can have those combos back again, you know. So
our behavior can unlock the behavior of the next person.
we got the cheat code.
Yeah.
And if you're not using the up, down, left, right, circle, circle, square, square, if you're not using that, you ain't gonna get the unlimited lives in Contra.
You know, a lot of times.
You know Contra? Oh yeah,
Okay.
you too young.
Is that a game?
Yeah, there's a cheat code. Up, down, left, right, circle, circle, square, square. On Contra on Super Nintendo, you get the unlimited lives.
No, I wasn't really Super Nintendo.
He missed
guy.
my joke. It was a joke and he missed it.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't know about that. but all I'm saying is a cheat code to get unlimited lives. We have the cheat code and the wisdom to bring life. And if we don't use these things to our advantage, then what good are we?
Yes, you the salt.
Yeah, you're the salt. If the salt lost its flavor, what can you salt?
The light not under a bushel. But finish this real quick. Come on, finish it. And I got one right there.
James.
It goes right with it. Let's read. Come on.
See?
James.
Come on. I ain't gonna be here for long.
I know, so I gotta get
I ain't gonna be here
going.
for
I'm gonna
long.
let him too.
Go ahead.
James chapter 3, verse 16.
Go ahead.
For where envy and strife is,
Go ahead.
there is confusion
Uh-huh.
in every evil work.
And that's why a lot of times within us we're confused. We're irate. You know, like I said, we got the shivers. We don't even know how to talk. Your adrenaline's pumping. You know, it's like, man, what's going on with you? Well, it's a irregular spirit in you. Right? Go ahead.
But the wisdom
This is what I want y'all to hear. Read.
that is from
The
above
wisdom that's from the Father is what? Read.
is first pure.
That's the point. Your outlook, your conscience. You gotta have you gotta fight to learn what is pure.
Yeah.
Right? You gotta ask the questions. Now I remember one time, you gotta ask those questions. It's like, well, am I even thinking in the right situation? So back in the day, I had an issue with a brother. It wasn't even no issue. It was a misunderstanding or whatever it was. I was young. I was in Albuquerque. Yeah.
I was thinking about that the other day.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
that's
I
the
know exactly
point,
what you're
though.
talking about.
It's like I was young in the game, little trooper.
Yeah.
I wasn't even a trooper. It threw me out to Albuquerque, and there was a situation. But the point is that instead of allowing the evil suspicion or the carnal mindset to set in on what I thought, what happened, I had to ask, like, man, should I even be thinking this way? I'll never forget. I asked Kassak that.
Yeah.
Like, am I even thinking about this situation in the right way?
Is my lens on the right way? Am
Right.
I using the right way to filter? Yeah.
And that's what brothers and sisters have to learn to acquire and to use, is to allow the next man, the spiritual man, the guide, to scourge your thoughts. a lot of us really think the way that we think is on point.
Yep.
And it's not, but that's why you're so confused. That's why there's chaos in the household. That's why you're bipolar in the spirit, is because it's showing you that you don't have the wherewithal of the Father. So it says where envying and strifing is, there's confusion in what?
In every evil work.
Right, in every evil work. But it says, read verse 17.
But the wisdom that is first from above.
Go ahead.
Is first pure.
Pure outlook, pure understanding. Go ahead.
Then peaceable.
And it brings peace. Go ahead.
Gentle.
It's what?
Gentle.
Gentle. All these attributes Israel don't even know about. Being gentle. And that's not being a masculine man or a man being over effeminate. No. It's about having nurturing and having understanding about how to deal with a certain situation in a certain time. Actually, give me a definition of gentle real quick. Gentle. Oh, what you mean gentle? Right? Well, let's see what gentle mean, right? Yeah, ain't no man need to be gentle. What is gentle?
Gentle.
Come on.
Free from harshness.
There you go. Free from harshness. You got control. You're disciplined, right? Go ahead.
Sternness.
Come on.
Or violence.
It says also free from sternness or violence. Go ahead. Listen, free from violence. Spiritual men and women aren't violent. Now, we understand from our forefathers when we had to get down, we got down. But the Most High said, if possible, be at peace with what? All men. Go ahead.
To lessen the anger.
Give me something else. What are you reading?
The letters.
1828. What you got?
Gentle, having or showing a mild, kind, or tender temperament.
There you go. A tender, mild temperament. Go ahead.
Or character. Moderate in action.
Because why? Because your understanding is higher than the natural man. So you have understanding. Oh, this person's looking a little irate. They may have a mental disorder. Like I seen somebody in the neighborhood, my mom's neighborhood, he was sitting down. It was a brother. He looked at me, but he had the deer in the headlight look. I said, oh, he might be a little slow, right? The white man looked at him like, what? Oh, that's a demon. You know, we got to pull him over. You know, the ability to actually examine, right? And not jump to conclusions. Gentle, what else you got?
It says moderate in action.
Come on.
Effect or degree. Not harsh or severe.
There you go. Not harsh or what?
Severe.
Like the scripture says in Proverbs 19:11, it said it's in a king's discretion to overlook a fault. So that shows how this king is now able to look at a person's fault and say, you know what? They just messed up. They slipped up. They looked at the good in the individual rather than just saying, no, death to this man. They gave him the opportunity to repent, right? And to try it again. So it's about our outlook. That gentle is going into not being such a judge on the scene. We're not the judge. We're here to save the world. Keep reading. That's it. Keep reading that, James.
And easy to be entreated.
Easily to be entreated. Come on.
Full of mercy.
Read.
And good fruits.
Come on.
Easy to be entreated, meaning that you're easy for someone to come to you.
Yeah. Communicate.
And to communicate with. That lack of forgiveness stops the people to come to you and want to deal with you. So you got to ask yourself, am I easily entreated? Or do I move around in a standoffish, skewed, evil outlook mind state? That's, as a priest, you can't do that. As an Israelite, you definitely can't do that. We all are introverts.
By nature.
Right? But to be a healer of the people, that introvert spirit gotta go. Right? People gotta be able to look and know that they can come to you. Right? And that you're going to be able to give the things needful for that time. Go ahead.
Without partiality.
Without what?
Partiality.
Yeah, you're not gonna be partial in your judgment.
Yep.
You're not gonna judge things based on one criteria or based on 20 years ago or how you felt. You're not partial. Go ahead.
And without hypocrisy.
Without what?
Hypocrisy.
You're not doing the thing that person is coming to you, or you're not displaying these attributes that you're going against.
Yeah, you ain't fake.
You ain't fake. Go ahead.
And the fruit of righteousness.
The what?
The fruit of righteousness.
Come on.
Is sown in peace
See that? The fruit of righteousness is sown in peace. Right? Righteousness comes from the law. The more I keep the law, the more peace. Go ahead.
Of them that make peace.
Of them that make peace. See that? Go ahead. Was that it?
That's it. Just one more, John 17. But it goes right with forgiveness. Because we started with God forgave, so why shouldn't we forgive?
Yep.
Right? Why shouldn't we look at the best in an individual? And now we know a lot of Negroes about to die. Right? We know this, but that's not our job to now judge or to even point them out of who they are. Because you don't know who they are. Right? You don't know who's going to come in that last hour to say that I relinquished all America's control on my mind. You know, I apologize for all the hurt and harm that I put y'all through. Let us get our spirit right, because that's kind of what was happening in Passover time. Everybody want to call up for Passover. You know? Oh man, I want to come. But what do we have to do? We have to have the conversations. We ain't got nothing against you. Barakatah Yahweh, this is the point, but we got to deal with what we got to deal with. Let's deal with what you said last time, right? You know, so that we can make sure that we can actually be unified in the same mind so we can have a good time. You know, so that's the point. Forgiveness is key. But forgiveness is key is because the Most High forgave us. Let's read. Come on. John 17 and verse 21.
John chapter 17, verse 21.
There we go.
That they all may be one.
So Christ wants us to be one. Right? What does this mean? Same mind, same judgment, same understanding, right? One faith, holy. All in the same mindset, that hive mind. Go ahead.
As though, as thou, Father, art in me.
Right. So Christ is saying, I want Israel to think, to operate, to move as myself and the Father moves. And that's what we have to always remember when we're in our battles. Is it about you and how you feel, or is it about us being converted and changing now to the Spirit of the Most High? Right? Like the scripture says, ye are gods, but you'll die like men. Well, we're dying like men because we keep refusing the Holy Spirit, which shows us about what? Forgiveness.
Like it says, the law is pure converting the soul. We stop wanting to keep the law.
Yep.
And we do personalize everything. Because you were personally hurt, now you have to be the one to personally vindicate yourselves.
Right.
Or avenge yourselves. And then that takes you outside of the law. That takes you outside of the purification process that you constantly need. Yeah. Again, that's why we move around, like he's saying, like with an impure spirit, you move around in partiality because you want to feel something for you, right? You want to be justified by you. Ain't none of us able to justify yourselves. The justification comes through the Most High, through keeping the word. But you want to feel like you did something on your own behalf. That's where we be failing at. Because you want to be able to say you did it. You want to feel that you did it. And self-made. And when you do it, you did it for a moment. You got what you thought you was looking for, but what are the lasting effects? What domino effect did you cause down the line? And we're not able to calculate that. That's the scary part. The Most High got it calculated. He declared the end from the beginning. He know everything ever before it was formed, before it was. You don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. You don't know what you do here, what effect it's going to have here, especially in negative. What we do know is, the more I keep the word, the more I keep the law, the more peace I could attain.
God,
the more I can keep myself out the way of negative, the more I can lower.
The more I can be without care.
What do you mean by that?
And what
care, right? Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
Which goes into that hurt, because I understand it's just.
No, you're right. The more when he says without care, meaning I don't have to hyper focus on the hurt part. I could be. Remember, you're supposed to be free in Christ.
There you go. Yeah.
So the more I can be free, right? Some of us have to be free. Some of us are chained up in hurt and pain. But the more I operate and let the Most High deal with things through applying the word, the more carefree I can be.
Yeah.
Right? Remember, Paul talks about men coming to spy out the liberty. What were they? How y'all get to? Y'all moving around like, damn, y'all, huh? Y'all doing that? Yeah, because guess what? We got Christ. We got the Spirit. We got the word. We got the faith in Christ and the law of the Most High. Y'all missing a part. So we get to move a little different. We get to act a little different, right? We don't got to be bound with the pains and the hurts of the world. We don't got to be dragged into the hells of our mind. We all got a hell in our mind. And some of us are comfortable yet uncomfortable in that space. You used to be in there, but you hate it. Well, free yourself. Unlock the door. Somebody's knocking. Right? Go ahead.
Finish it.
And I in thee,
Come on.
that they also may be one in us.
There we go. And that's the point, that we may be as the Most High in Christ. That our minds now translating or transcending to a higher understanding.
Yep.
Y'all see that?
God.
It's a beautiful thing, man, to be able to understand what forgiveness is. And to be able to embrace the hurt and harm, but understand that Christ went through it too. But this is what it takes for our nation to be rebuilt. The scripture says about we're restoring the decayed estate. So in restoring the decayed estate, there's a lot of work that's going to be going on. There's a lot of offenses that will happen from individuals that don't understand the work that's going on. Y'all see this?
Yeah.
Like, stop looking at yourself. Like the scripture says, look, your eyes should be upon the things above.
I'm personalizing everything.
Yeah, and not on the earth, and understand the spiritual revolution that is happening. But you know, we can go into this all day.
Yeah, we can. Jump back to Psalms. Curse of the second reader. Curse of the second
Nah,
reader.
true.
Second reader got 2 hour bars now.
And definitely, yes, it is definitely.
We 4 hours.
Now, but yeah,
We 4 hours
I
in.
see it. My fault, I should see it right now. My fault.
We 4 hours in with 2 readers. So the second reader, you went to the bathroom? No, he's not. You need some water out? Go ahead,
No,
read.
but that was a good point though.
Hey,
I wish I was in class.
We touched it last night.
Yeah, that was.
But this is
I get
another
that.
level that we got on today. I mean, everybody that was here wasn't here last night, so they got to get a little touch on that.
Yeah.
Where we at? Watch, read verse 4. Read verse 3 again, and then read verse 4.
Book of Psalms, chapter 130,
Uh-huh.
and verse 3.
Oh, he was 1 verse away from getting up.
If thou, Lord, shouldest mark iniquities,
Right,
O Lord, who shall stand?
right.
But there is forgiveness with thee,
Come on.
that thou mayest be feared.
See that? And that forgiveness is that fear. Because now you got to wonder, like, damn. You know, like when a child does something and you don't beat them, but they know they deserve that beating. They start moving. They're like, when's his ass whooping going to come? You know what? Let me tighten up a little bit.
Yeah.
But remember, it says, it tells you in Hebrews about that fiery indignation. You waited for that fiery indignation. Think about it. The fear of the Lord is that he could get you at any time, but he don't have to.
Right.
And that's a cold thing. I can reach out and touch you from a state away, from 2 states away, from 3 states away. But I don't have to. I don't have to hit you as hard as you think. And I'll let you just carry on.
Yeah.
Right? You have something?
Real quick, just on that.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes 2:10.
Nah, this is your world, bro.
Just that spirit of forgiveness, the spirit of the Father, and it always reflects when we examine ourselves. We say, "Damn, you know what? I got work to do. I got work to do, man." You know, and it starts within us. It starts in our household. It starts with brothers, right? So that now we're able to actually show the nations, according to Deuteronomy 4, that this is a wise and understanding people. It starts by us exercising the righteous acts. So let's read this. Ecclesiastes 2:10.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 10.
Go ahead.
Look at the generations of old.
No, give me very pitiful. I want that one. 2 and give me 2 in verse.
Where you at?
It's just very pitiful.
Ecclesiastes?
Yeah, forgive me, sins.
Verse
Oh,
11.
yeah, the Lord is pitiful.
Yeah, 11.
God. Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 11.
Go ahead.
For the Lord is full of compassion
Go ahead.
and mercy.
There you go.
And if we're made in his image, then what are we supposed to be?
Full of compassion.
See, you only want to be made in the image of when he got his fierce anger and his sword that's bathed in heaven.
That's all you
And
know.
he's justified.
Yeah, it's like, I want to be in the image of the Avenger. No, you're made in the image of the Most High, which is a circumference of all his characteristics and wisdom. Part of that is what? Read.
Full of compassion.
You want, huh?
full of
A
compassion,
little bit.
full
Come on.
of compassion
Come on.
and mercy,
See that? You got to be merciful. Read.
long suffering,
Come on.
and very pitiful.
There you go. Very pitiful. Give me a definition of pitiful. You know why I like this scripture? It's because with Israel, even present day, that's why you can't look online, right? With all these individuals that have a misguided understanding of judgment, right? With an individual is that they'll run a cat down to hell if they could, right? With their judgment and their outlook when a person falls, right? It's like, okay, well, what sin will deem a person to be finished with the Father, right? Where a man can't come back. I bring that up because when you go to this of our history with Manasseh was a wicked nigga, straight up. Listen, they write about Manasseh in scholars' books.
Yeah, Manasseh was off.
Right? They said that he did more evil than the nations.
Yeah.
That they learned from him.
Yep.
So Manasseh went into captivity, right?
Sons.
Had sons.
Yep.
But the cool part about it, when you read the prayer of Manasseh in the Apocrypha, the Most High did what? Heard his cry,
Yep.
and returned his captivity. Brought him out of captivity. But the point is, it shows that the Most High is very pitiful. Even to what? The worst of the worst. So when we now look at the so-called stars of Israel, right?
Yep.
These cats that will listen, we're gonna fall. You pray that it ain't you, right? Pray that you keep your body in subjection, right? But are we supposed to now kick them while they're down? Right? Are we now supposed to join in and add to the flame, the flaming fire? No, we hit the issue, right? And we pray that the man what? Repents. But that's with anything. But read where you're at. Come on. Or
Pitiful.
What you got for pitiful?
You want pitiful?
Yeah, pitiful.
Full of pity, tender, compassionate.
We don't want to be tender, man. We don't want to be considerate. That's what this tender is. You consider. You slow down and look at that individual. Let me examine and understand him. Right? Go ahead.
Having a heart to feel sorrow.
There you go. Having a heart to feel what?
Sorrow.
Yeah. You know, and a lot of these bros and sisters will have to go through what they have to go through because of pride. But still, in it, we still feel sorrowful for our people. Damn, he didn't get it. Damn, she didn't understand. Now you're single, not ready to mingle. Right? Because why? You didn't understand that your prideful mouth, right? That loud, boastful, as the scripture calls it in Proverbs, that clamorous mouth that got you caught up. Now you single. You feel sorry, man. Husband number 6 now.
Oh, no.
Husband number 6.
Husband number 6 is crazy.
Right. You still can't get it right? Huh? It's no different from men too.
Yeah.
Mr. can't get it right. That's a bad day. Yeah. But he said he's very pitiful. Go ahead.
And forgiveth sin.
And does what?
Forgive it. Sin.
Read.
And save it in time of affliction.
There you go. And he hears you in those moments of pain. Right? And that's the beauty. That's the spirit that we should be embodying and that we're constantly reading in the scriptures. Y'all see that? So put down the rap music. You know what I'm saying? Let it go. Me against the world. No, it ain't you against the world, bro. You know what I'm saying? Cats want to have, you know, the YN. They got the YN R&B now.
Oh,
you know? Yeah, they got the
yeah.
The YN. The track was it was catchy. I said, ooh. Doom, doom. What track is that? He has he mixed it with doom, doom. Something with you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Doom, 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 doom.
I don't know off the top of my head.
But still.
That's the Tamia, I think it is.
Say that again.
Oh, Tamia.
Mia.
No, ain't no Mia. Y'all know it.
Tamia, her song. I think
Oh, it's Tamia's track.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, but that's the point though, is that we have to fight to keep that pure outlook. Y'all see that? So let's jump back. Just want to throw that in there.
I can't get enough of you.
Huh?
So
I can't get enough of you.
Yeah. That's the original track.
Original one, yeah.
Right. He's talking about. I'm plotting to.
Yeah. I got my.
What's that song?
I got the Draco
Yeah.
ready. Got my eyes on you.
Right. These guys,
My homie
man.
watch.
hey, bro.
These guys are
I had to download that.
singing about murder. I say, God, please. Send that to me.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasharella.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Abba, Yashala, Ben of Israel, Right?
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
Looking like that the other day. Looking crazy back then.
YNRD.
You see that little guy? Yeah, I painted it. I painted it. Yeah. I do something about it. Maybe better read something.
There's a question.
Yeah, what's the question?
The Lord of righteousness. Is there a difference between forgiveness and getting stepped on? How much is too much?
Matthew 18. So, first of all, you got to understand what forgiveness really is. Again, right? What is forgiveness? And the different parts of forgiveness, right? Because we always go to this extreme, like, what if somebody murdered? Like, okay, first of all, if we was dealing in our culture, within our book, murderers under the law with the witnesses and everything, they're put to death, right? They're put to death. So they're already eradicated. You're not gonna face that murderer and have to hug them and be the and have to relinquish them from what they did and have them around you. They're put to death.
Like America make you do.
Yeah,
Get on TV.
Yeah, get on TV and hug them and all that. Nah, in our paradigm, rape, murder, all those things that were punishable by death, they're put to death.
Witchery.
So you ain't got to sit around that person. So think about it. Now, when Christ delivers this message, right, and he's talking about forgive your brother and all these different things, there is now where we have to, yeah, like you're not stoning nobody, right? You're not stoning nobody. If a woman goes and commits adultery on you, you're not gonna stone her. What are you gonna do? You're gonna divorce her, right? Or you're not. That's the cold part. You're gonna divorce her or you're not gonna divorce her. You're gonna let her go or you're not gonna let her go. That's your choice, right? If you obviously keep her, you decide that what? You forgave her. But then you gotta go through the actual process of the forgiveness and really forgive her. Again, you can't, every time you argue, bring up the fact that she committed adultery on you. And then every time she's out the spirit, see, I don't want to be with her no more. Because she you agreed to get back with her, deal with her. Now you got to work through your forgiveness process of letting go what she did. That's a hard ass process. And it don't happen overnight. And you're going to be scarred and hurt and pain.
PTSD.
And every time you think about a situation, that's going to pop up, she committed adultery on you. And you're going to be like, goddamn, I hate this chick. But you accepted the fact that you wanted to be back with her. That's up to you. You're not stoning her, right? She said she was sorry, and you decided to stay with her. Now you got to go through that filtration process of getting that out your system, however way you do it. But you got to do it because you agreed that I forgave. Right? So that can only happen as many times as you allow it. Now, to forgive her, do you got to be with her? No. That's the point. So it's how far you're willing to go with a person, right? If there's someone in the school that's constantly negative, and we got to every week have a counsel with you about your negativity, it's brushing off on the other people, the other brothers and sisters. You're constantly negative, constantly. We can never get you out of this rut. But every time we counsel, you see it and you say, you know what, Salah. After a while of going through this back and forth, up and down, you doing something, then recognizing it through the counsel, then saying you're sorry, we forgive, you do it again. What we have to do is, do we just cut you off as a person? Like, nah, we can't do it. It might just be, hey, instead of you being so intimate as far as a part of the body, just come to class. Right? We got to redefine your role, and we do have to, in small ways, separate you, but we're not going to literally just cut you away as a person because you keep saying I'm sorry. Right? And then you make the moves to show that you mean it, but then you have a slip up. If it keeps happening, I mean, what do we do? Right? You don't ostracize a person, but what do? We say, look, let's minimize your role in the body. You might be part of the business, you might be doing, we got different departments for the sisters. Well, you being inside of a department and rubbing elbows so close with sisters is causing the contention. Let's remove you from a department so you can sit in class and just learn. We've done that. Oh, you've learned for a little bit more longer, you understand certain things, certain classes tailor-made for that person's situation. Let's throw them back in there and see if they're ready. I'm ready. Put me in, coach. And what do? We put you back in. Right? We put you back in. Until what? You show that you're not ready to be in there. You're not ready to be so intimate with the body. There's it's putting people in that fire and taking them out that fire. Put them in that fire and taking them until a person does what on their own. Right? I've never kicked a person out of the school. Personally, like, you gotta go. Kick themselves out of the school.
True.
I've never had to banish a person, to be honest. Hey, you're right. I've never had to do it. I let the words separate. Is all I'm saying. But everyone is allowed the opportunity to show that they are repentant. Everyone is allowed that opportunity until they no longer want to take the opportunity to show their repentance. Everyone is allowed the opportunity to be forgiven until they decide that I don't want to keep doing this no more. Right? We don't have to really do much in the way of, you offended, let's deal with the situation. You apologize, you accept the apology, let's move forward. You keep offending, sis. You keep offending, bro. What's going on? And then we try to go to the root of the problem. Once we get to the root of the problem, that's what's gonna actually bring the judgment.
She too.
Okay, what's the?
She says, I'm worried about my son.
Right.
When I was living in sin, my son was removed and placed with my mom, but she's telling my son that the Bible isn't real, and she doesn't want me to talk about it because 8 is too young.
Well, unfortunately, it's a tough situation because his upbringing is now put inside of her hands. So really what you should be working on is how to get him back. Right? How do I get realigned with the Most High for him to show favor on me to get me my son back? Because he wants you to be with your son. Right? He wants your son in the Bible. But you got to make sure you're doing the things. It says that he that was pleasing in the eyes of the Lord, even the Lord shall make his enemies be at peace with him. Right? So you got to figure out, what am I not doing that's pleasing the Lord? Or how can I please the Lord more? Am I praying? Am I fasting? Am I studying? If I can, I'm not sure where you're located, but am I congregating with like-minded people? Am I still entertaining negative? Am I smoking weed on the low? Am I, I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, you got to examine all these things, because the Most High give you your kid back. I've seen it. You give your kid back quick. Boom. You'd be like, damn, I didn't have to work hard. I just had to be obedient. I had to be disciplined. You counseling with, you have a counselor. You have somebody that's guiding your mind. All these things come into account. Right? But if you're by yourself, which I don't know if you are or not, and when I say by yourself, meaning that you don't have a body around you, a support system around you, it's going to be hard for you to make the right moves, intentional, good moves, to be able to, get the thing that you need, and then you can control it. But whatever past moves you did, what did she say? This is a sister or brother? Sister. The Lord, right. I worried about my son when I was living in sin. My son was, yeah. Now, hopefully you're not doing those same sins, and we see what sin does. As you move towards that righteousness and you start to move away from the sins, right? that's how we start to please the Father. So, you should be looking into how do I, where am I at? Like what state you in? State and city, if you don't mind me asking. Because you should be trying to link up. You should be trying to link up with a body, unity. We're gonna talk about that in this reading. Unity. You need to be healed from something. You need unity. Sisterhood, brotherhood. You need that.
That understanding of what you're truly going through.
Yeah, you need a support system.
Yeah.
A biblical support system, right? You need someone to hold you accountable, so that you don't fall in that time of weakness, especially dealing with a child that's been removed. You know how much spirits is trying to hit you? Satan is trying to tap on you to get you to fall back into the sin so your son and your children can stay removed. So you fighting like an uphill, but really it's not. You just got to do the right things to position yourself so that the Most High starts to work on your behalf, which he wants to. He wants to work on all our behalf. He don't want none of our kids to. Right? But you got to do what's pleasing to the Father. And then you ain't got to worry about mama no more.
Deuteronomy 23:22. This one there.
Yeah, read it.
Deuteronomy 23:22.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 22. But if thou shalt forbear to vow.
Nah, 22. That was good. You know what I want. Deuteronomy. I said 23.
What city and state are you in? If you don't mind me asking. If you don't feel comfortable, it's okay. You don't have to put it.
Oh, I think it's Exodus 23. Exodus 23.
Con. 23, 22?
Let me make sure real quick.
Oh, Iowa. Oh, Desmond. Okay.
Yeah,
I know
Exodus
Iowa.
23:22. Yep.
Hey.
My husband is guiding me in the word. Last question. Okay, so you got. Okay, that's good. So, well, hopefully he has someone that's guiding him. That's the thing. Hopefully he has someone that's got. The point is, what I'm trying to show you is, there has to be a unified mind that's guiding both of you, right? Hopefully he's skilled enough in the word to be able to make sure that he's not allowing. We got Israelites that think there's many different thought processes in the Israelite community, and not all of it is conducive to what the scriptures and the law says. I'm not saying that's y'all. Just saying, who's his guide? Who's his counselor? We all need one. That's the point. So hopefully he's being guided correctly. That way he's giving you the right info, and then y'all can be pleasing the Most High, right? Because some couples think we smoke weed together, we're in unity. Some brothers think that because I got two ribs and they sleep together and we have a threesome, that's me having multiple wives. That's polygyny. That's off and it's wicked. Okay, so that's all I'm trying to say is, let me see. Desmond's husband guided me. So
Exodus chapter 23.
I was told we have cannabinoid receptors in our brain naturally, so weed isn't bad, but too much is too much. I've been struggling with cancer. Okay, yeah, cannabis is not bad. It's bad when it's smoked. It's not bad, right? That's not smoking it is not the only way to intake medicine, right? Because I'm gonna show you something. No one smokes Tylenol.
Yeah.
No one smokes Advil.
Nobody smoking oregano.
You're not smoking oregano. You're not smoking thyme. You're not. Those are herbs also. Thyme, oregano. Right? You're not smoking parsley.
Listen, oregano is the most powerful.
Yeah, it's the most powerful. Antiviral, antibacterial, inflammatory, anti-fungal, right? But you're not smoking those things to get the benefit. You're gonna get you an oil tincture. You're gonna make you a tea. You're gonna make you some type of ointment that you can put on topical, right? You're gonna do all these different things, but you're gonna eat it. But when you start to, just ask yourself this: when you smoke something, and you're like, well, health benefits, but you're smoking. So you're ingesting smoke to get a benefit, so you're, right?
Right.
But if we just go to Genesis real quick, go to Genesis 1. Go to Genesis 1 real quick. I mean, we ain't gotta Zion want to go in.
No, I just got one. Just one perspective.
Just one.
Genesis 1:11.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 11.
And this is the thing. This is one of the strongholds in our people is the ganja.
Yeah.
The ganja smoke. Behold it. Now, one thing I will say. If the Most High wanted us to do it, wouldn't He give us a law on how to do it? Well, He kind of does right here. Genesis 1:11. He tells you how to use it. Genesis 1:11. Read it.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 11.
Let's see what He told Adam and Eve. Come on.
And God said, let the earth bring forth grass.
Right.
The herb.
The what?
The herb.
The herb. Come on. Go ahead.
Yielding seed.
Come on.
And the fruit tree.
Right.
Yielding fruit.
You want to get rid of cancer? Go eat you some grapes with seeds and skin. You want to get rid of cancer? Fruit diet. Get you on some dragon fruit. Get you on some melons. Get you on some berries. You want to kill cancer?
Grapes are what do they call it? It's where it strips you.
Yeah, it got the flavonoids, but that thing will rip cancer out themselves if you want to get rid of cancer. Depending on how deep your cancer is, I'm not a doctor. There's a reason why you don't get grapes with seeds in it no more. There's a reason why grapeseed oil costs what it costs. Go get you some grapes. Get on a fruit diet. Go ahead, read.
After his kind.
Come on.
Whose seed is in itself.
Come on.
Upon the earth.
Right.
And it was so.
Right.
And the earth brought forth grass.
Come on.
And herb, yielding seed after his kind.
Uh-huh.
And the tree, yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself.
Uh-huh.
After his kind.
Right.
And God saw that it was good.
What am I looking for? When He saw it was, He said it was meat.
He said, no, meat is further down. So,
right. It's 120.
It's verse 30.
29.
Got it.
29.
Verse,
yeah.
verse 29.
Uh-huh.
And God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth.
That's going to be next. Go ahead.
And every tree.
Okay, Ecclesiastes. Okay, you can go there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And the which is the fruit of a tree,
right,
yielding seed.
Yielding what?
Yielding seed.
Come on.
To you it shall be for meat.
So the herb and the trees bearing seed is for meat. Right? Now, go to Romans 14 and verse 2 real quick, and then Ecclesiastes 38. Romans 14 and verse 2. This is simple. Who got it?
Romans chapter 14, verse 2.
Go ahead.
For one believeth that he may eat all things.
Uh-huh.
Another who is weak eateth herbs.
Eateth what?
Herbs.
Eateth herbs. So a person that's weak, sick, you're going to be eating those herbs to strengthen yourself. Right? Because herbs are builders. People don't even understand, like, the way for herbs to work, you actually got to mix 1 to 3 herbs. Right?
You gotta combine them.
You got to combine them. So what are you putting in your ganja to make it actually work?
Bindable.
You got to combine them. Even when you drink tea, right? They're combining 2 or 3 different herbs to give the other herbs the chance to. That's how you activate certain things. Turmeric needs pepper for the what is it, citron or something inside the turmeric to activate. Vitamin C needs this vitamin for it to activate. Zinc needs calcium. Like, one thing works for the benefit of the other. But you see, we've been duped into, well, I just want to smoke ganja and it's going to heal me. And we have cannabis receptors, but then you need something for that cannabis to really work, right? And not by way of burning. Even when you burn anything, you destroy the molecular structure of what is supposed to bring beneficial to you when you burn it. That's why when you infuse, like I need to get one. It's an infuser. It infuses the oil from like lavender. If you heat it up too much, you destroy the lavender properties. If you heat it up too much, you'll destroy the oregano and you won't have a good oregano oil. So imagine when you put a straight flame to the cannabis, you're destroying the properties that you're looking for anyway. I mean, I thought we understood that just from like burning things. Go to Ecclesiastes 38.
Yeah. You know, because when you deal with this topic, well, let's just bring out the scripture. Ecclesiastes
Marijuana
38.
helps with pain tolerance. There
Yeah.
are herbs that can treat ailments, not just make the pain tolerable. But see, yes, marijuana. Remember, we're not against cannabis or marijuana. We're not. Watch this. The coke plant. I'm not against it.
Yeah, the coca leaf.
I'm not against the cocoa leaf, tobacco leaf. But guess what? I'm against it when they refine it, powder it, and then have you snort it.
Yeah.
I'm not against sugar cane. But what happens when they refine it, powder it, and then you eat it? Diabetic, losing limbs, losing teeth. Crack, coke, same thing. They all come from these herbs, these plants, and then they're misused.
Yeah.
Right? It says that they're up. It says he that it talks about abhorring the medicine in Ecclesiastes. To abhor means to use abominably. You misuse them abominably. You make them an abomination now. That's what it means to abhor something. You're misusing it. You're taking it out of its natural use.
Especially by who taught you. Like, who really showed us how to actually use marijuana the proper way?
Nobody.
There you go.
You were told to just stack it in some edibles,
Yeah.
throw it in some brownies, roll a big fat blunt, get high, and then all of a sudden. But there's many things you could do for pain tolerance.
Yeah.
You could still take marijuana in a different form and get the tolerance.
Listen, we got a brother in Rochester. He has COPS. I think that's what it is.
COPD?
Nah, COPS.
Okay.
It's like something pain syndrome, but his body goes numb. He used to take the pills, not the pills, but the edibles.
The edibles.
But they gave him pills though too, right? And but he would come to class what woozy. I was like, man, listen, we wanted to sit down about this one because you can't come in here looking like this.
You got another spirit on you.
There you go. But within that, he embraced what was said and did what? He was like, you know what? Let me just put it to the side. The brother, actually, we got a 5 minutes. We have a bit of the day, right? He gonna drop that about what? How it wasn't the herb that restored him to health.
Or the mollifying plaster.
Or the mollifying plaster, but it was the word that now he has less issues, right? He doesn't even have flare-ups, and he's using nothing.
Yep.
Listen, he worked harder than some of the young bros. He's 40-some years old, working hard like he's 19, man. Right?
I need some of his spirit.
Man, dude he's vicious.
He's a good brother.
But let's bring this out real quick because I want to show something. Ecclesiastes 38 verse what?
Verse 2.
Verse 4.
Yep.
Verse 4. Book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 38, and verse 4.
Go ahead.
The Lord had created medicines out of the earth.
He's created what?
Medicines out of the earth.
So we do know this. We agree that marijuana or cannabis is a medicine. But let me ask y'all, who prescribes y'all medication?
That's crazy.
Who prescribes you medication, y'all? Online, huh?
The doctor.
The physician.
The physician, because that was the point of the Most High creating the physician in Ecclesiastes 38, right? He created the physician for our help, but the point is, we always get prescribed ibuprofen, Tylenol, whatever blood pressure medication you have, but when it comes to weed, we want to do what? Self-prescribe. But that was the point of the physician, is to sit down and let's talk about your issues. Because most individuals that use the marijuana plant is using it out of its purpose.
Yep. Out of context.
Out of context. Even, yes, let's say the cancer. Well, what's the purpose of the weed? How is it helping the cancer? Or what angle of the cancer is now the weed?
Well, weed don't cure cancer. It
There we
helps
go.
you cope with the pain. So let's go to the root of the problem.
There we go.
Let's cure the cancer.
There we go.
It's curable.
There we go. You know, and that's the point. But a lot of our people want to do what? They want to self-diagnose. They're not trying to now go to a spiritual guide or actually a physician and say, man, what do I need to help me with my problem? Because when you ask brothers and sisters, what's the purpose of you using this? You know what they say? I want to be at ease. I want to be at peace. I had a young cat like that. I want to be at peace. Not knowing that peace wasn't going to come from the weed, man. Peace wasn't going to come from the herb. It was going to come from, obviously, we know, the word. But the point is that the Most High said he made it for medication, but who's prescribing it? Who are you now getting a, what do they call it? A not prescription, but a second opinion. You may have your opinion, but ask somebody else to see if this is what you need. Finish it. Come on.
And he that is wise.
And he that is what?
That is wise.
He that is wise. Go ahead.
Will not abhor them.
That's it. That's the one I was talking about. Go ahead.
Right. But in the point of that, when you go back to our forefathers, right? Like in the 60s and 50s, they weren't using no weed. And it was prevalent. What were they using? They were using like these different type of what's those other alcohols that they would use, man? They was drinking. Nah, it was like some type of what do they call it? It's a type of moonshine, but they call it I was just actually looking that up, like old remedies.
Tinctures?
Nah, it's not. It's a drink, but it's called
Elixir?
huh?
An elixir?
Not an elixir. It's an old man.
Tonic?
Almost like a tonic. But it
They was
was
making it themselves.
Oh, snake
Yeah.
oil.
Say it again.
Snake oil.
Yo,
Not
snake
not
oil
snake oil.
salesman.
Not snake oil now. But it was like a moonshine, but it was different flavors. You had like the butterscotch, and then you had turpentine. Not turpentine.
Damn.
Not turpentine. But long story short, they weren't tapping into the weed like that to now relieve the pain and these different things. We had other ways, right?
So what you're saying is that through our generations, we figure out something positive and turn it negative, or misuse it to cope. Because alcohol ain't bad neither.
Man, I gotta get them.
Alcohol ain't bad neither. It says drink a little wine for thy stomach's sake.
Right.
This brother makes a medicinal wine that I so love. Right? It's a medicinal wine. They got ginger, they got nutmeg. But I'm not walking around with bottles of medicinal wine all day like my often infirmities, my stomach, because then I'd have some problems. You see what I'm saying? I'm not constantly drinking it. I mean, he owed me a few bottles. You missed?
Not that one.
Get on that boy.
We got strawberry and cherry.
Oh, we got strawberry and cherry wine, right? The brother makes wine for anybody that's interested. But the abhorring, right? You're misusing this. We misuse. We've been taught to even overuse,
Right.
right? Because I ain't gonna lie. When I get a headache, you can't give me a 200 milligram of anything. I need like 1,600. Serious. I can take 2 800s and just be fine. Yeah. Because why? I used to, way back in the day, use too much painkillers, bad knees, bad body. And so you take the painkillers and that, but then that's destroying your liver. So now if I get a headache, I don't try to take nothing. I try to go natural, a little salt, water.
Yep.
And that, I'm missing magnesium. Let me get the magnesium in my system. Right? Attack the actual problem. We got to stop trying to just band-aid everything. And I'm not coming down on the sister at all, right? Because they may not know, they may not understand that smoking the weed is just not the way to do it. The Bible doesn't condone it. Read on. Was that it?
That was it on there.
Right.
I know you ain't heard about back in the day. You had some bad deeds.
Yeah, back in the days. Back in the days when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. Yeah. Back in the days, like 10 years ago.
One more. Psalms 104:14.
Yo, my back in the days ain't that long ago. I'm an old soul. I'm damn near 50. Come on.
Psalms 104.
Yes.
Getting close. Oh,
You said you was now?
I'm almost 50.
Oh, yeah, you still wet behind. You're wet behind. Your breath smelling like Similac on boy.
God, Jamala. I'd rather isomilk. I'd rather breast milk. Similac. That man hit me with the Similac. Where we at?
Psalms chapter 104 and verse 14.
Uh-huh.
He causeth the grass to grow for the cattle,
Come on.
and the herbs for the service of man.
Herb for the service of man. Remember, we're not against the herbs at all. I grow sage at the crib. I got purple sage. What now? but I'm not smudging and doing witchcraft. I got oregano. I don't got no ganja plants, right? But that's different. You gotta have a license and all that. But no, it's not wicked to have or to grow or to use the proper way. But if I start lighting up the oregano, then or the rosemary. Rosemary is a powerful ass herb. Rosemary is you can clean with rosemary. If you distill that rosemary oil, what you think when they have you put rosemary and tea tree oil on your scalp to regrow, or what's the most prevalent oil for foot fungus? Who knows? Huh? It's tea tree oil. That's an herb.
Look at that. Acne.
That's an herb.
Dandruff.
Yeah, tea tree oil will rip that damn fungus out your foot. Eucalyptus and tea tree mixed together. And eucalyptus will rip that fungi. Eucalyptus leaves are leaves. They come from a tree.
Right.
But if I start to now burn it up, I'm misusing it. I mean, I think the sister get the point. I think everybody gets the point. I mean, I guess we just gotta go over another
primrose oil.
What is it?
Primrose.
What oil?
Primrose.
What's that?
Primrose. Different oil. Different plant. Let me get it real quick.
Where we at? So you could drop that. What is it called?
Sassafras.
Sassafras? What's that?
Sassafras?
Sassafras. There we go. Sassafras. All right, I thought.
What's sassafras?
Huh?
It's a plant.
Well, sassafras is a plant that the Native Americans used to now cure a lot of ailments.
And the niggas made a wine out of it.
Oh yeah. Well, but I think that's actually how you bring it forth. You have to extract it in that. Yeah.
Soda out of
right.
it.
You said soda.
Yeah, exactly. But it's whatever. But it's like it's a moonshine that you take shots of that clears up your cold. You know, maybe a little pain here and there. Yeah, sassafras. But that's like an old remedy.
I got that cockeye that some people got.
Oh.
Yeah, I got you. It's cocked like a pistol.
Yeah.
Right, where we at?
We actually got a part 2 of the documentary for the weed that we're showing, and doctors are showing the effect of the smoking of the marijuana, how it actually is completely bad, how it deals with the certain areas in your body, your mind. But then we also have a Rastafarian that even also promotes what? Not smoking weed. Like that, he ain't supposed to smoke weed.
See?
You know, so I don't want to give it all, but it's
that's
we're about to
where y'all about to drop that?
We're already like 75% done.
Okay.
It's a part 2 to the one that we did on Hidden Truth. So if y'all go to Hidden Truth Bible Show, Hidden Truth, we already have part 1 up there. We're doing a part 2 to give a little bit more of the scientific research behind how it affects us, right? And how it is bad.
Yeah.
Bad for
you
your
know,
productivity.
the thing with cancer is like cancer and tumors. Remember, when you have a tumor, that tumor is growing because it's gathering up all the things in the body.
There it is.
It's sucking your blood, it's doing all these different things, but it's literally feeding off the negative stuff inside your body. So it's letting you know there's something wrong. There's something that you're putting in there that's wrong. So depending on where you have the tumor or the cancer, you know, they're finding that the clothing, right? Men and women's underwear, the bra, all these things, if you're using certain deodorants with the aluminum, they cause cancer under the armpit. Tampons, right? They cause uterine cancer and vaginal cancers, because you're not supposed to just stick stuff up in there, right? The tampons, if you don't stick things in there, the tampon, the absorbent inside the tampon is cancer causing. The diapers that the children wear, it's on their skin. The absorbent that's inside the diapers cause cancer. Everything can cause us cancer, right? So we gotta find more natural remedies to help ourselves, and we gotta definitely change up the eating. If you're eating bad, fast food, a lot of processed, no raw foods. I'm gonna say this: people that got cancer,
I'm with it.
you people that got cancer, eat more fruits. Try to get you some seeded grapes. Try to get you like papayas, cantaloupe. You want to be hitting like a lot of watermelons with seed, a lot of grapes with seed. You want to, because fruits are cleaners, vegetables and herbs are builders. You got to be able to detox your body with the fruit. That's what they do. That's why, listen, dragon fruit. You eat 2 dragon fruit and see what happens. You just got to eat 2 dragon fruit, wait 30 minutes, and then give yourself 3 hours.
For what?
For what? Your gut is going to be cleansed. 2 dragon fruit.
Yeah.
Now watch this. 1 dragon fruit costs $6.
That's what I was gonna say. Pocket gonna be.
They $5.99
it
a
looks
pound.
exotic.
They $5.99 a pound, but guess what? They're about a pound each. So you paying? I bought 2, $15. Yeah, they're expensive, but they know what they do. Them seeds in that dragon fruit, like as soon as you eat it, 30 minutes later, them seeds is gone. You like, I just ate that. Them things rip through your stomach and pull everything out.
Damn.
In a very comforting,
Right.
natural way. But it is the best fruit for your gut. Right? It drags things out of you. And you gotta clean those cells up. But you need fruit, berries, blueberries, strawberries, goji berries, whatever berries you can get your hands on that are organic. You can. I'm gonna say this, and you gotta disprove me. Fruit is the one thing you can eat an unlimited amount, and you won't get sick. You won't get sick. So you can eat as many fruits as you want. You could go on an all-fruit diet. You can live off of fruit, coconut water, this water, that. Just know you'll be in the bathroom.
What are you talking about, the sugar in there?
Yeah, you eat the fruit whole. Stop juicing it, stop blending it. The fiber in the fruit helps you to process the sugar in your stomach. I've been through this before. The fiber, like people skin grapes, no. Because now you're taking away the fiber that the grapes need to help your stomach process the fruit in the time that it's like if you drink the juice, it automatically hits the stomach, it hits the bloodstream. Right? Because it's juice, there's no fiber. But if you have fiber, now your stomach has to do what it does to break it down. So the process of breaking down the fiber, it also breaks down the sugar, and it dispenses the sugar in your blood, and that just gives you a sugar shot. That's the difference. Eat your fruit whole. Stop taking the skin off of everything. Mangoes are supposed to be eaten with skin. You can eat the watermelon rind. You can eat banana peels. Y'all gotta stop acting like you can't. That's why you got bad teeth, because you don't eat nothing. You don't chew nothing. You got a weak ass jaw. Because you don't chew your food. There's nothing that you chew. Bananas are soft. You just, all that soft food ain't good. It messes up your jaw structure, then it messes up your breathing. Your nasal passage is messed up. That's why when you sleep, you can't breathe.
Yeah.
All these things going, you just gotta look. Chew your food, right? But you can eat the fruits with the skin. It's okay. Mango skin is the fiber of the mango. That's what helps you to dispense the sugar more. It's a drawn out period than just having the mango and the sugar that's hitting your gut. Just research it.
Yeah, and just on that, because again, they don't teach us health, but it's for a reason though, because it still adds to their warfare against us to keep us slowed down. What a lot of people don't know is that your brain and your gut is basically made out of the same material.
They link together.
They link together through something called the vagus nerve. So the vagus nerve is linked from the gut to the brain.
Right.
So technically, you are truly what you eat, and that's why a lot of our people have mood swings. You got diabetes. You got diabetes, but you what's the word? Your
lack of certain vitamins will make you depressed.
There you go.
Lack of vitamin D, lack of magnesium.
Bipolar depressed. There.
Yeah, you'll be depressed
Yep.
if you don't have enough vitamin D, sunlight, which photosynthesis is all that, and magnesium and zinc. You'll be depressed.
Yeah.
You gotta get your minerals, your herbs, all these things. Get off the damn processed food.
Yeah.
Right? All that processed food ain't good. If it comes in a box or in a package, toss that.
Right.
More raw fruits, more eating at home, more raw food, salad. But really, if you're sick, fruit. If you're sick and you're trying to get rid of phlegm and all that, fruit. Just eat fruit. You can't go wrong eating fruit. What?
I had an uncle, his name was Ray. I have an uncle, and we used to call him Snoop because every single day he smoked weed. And he ended up getting diagnosed with cancer, and he had cancer for like 7 years, and he was on all of the medicine that the doctors were prescribing to him. And then he was like, you know what, I'm gonna just stop taking the medicine, and I'm gonna start to do my own thing. He stopped smoking, of course, and he went raw. He said he completely changed his diet. He stopped eating meat, and he just started eating raw fruits and vegetables. And he's been cancer-free for like 20 years.
Yeah. And that's why it says he didn't have a cheerful heart. Said taking care for his diet. Because obviously you're understanding where true help comes from. And it doesn't come from now the devices that the world gives us.
Yo, stop eating bread. I would never tell y'all to stop doing something, but yo, stop eating the bread from the store.
I believe it.
When we went on this Feast of Unleavened Bread, I didn't eat bread for like a week after, and I didn't really notice it. Like we didn't buy no bread. We had no bread in the crib. But then I ate. There was a loaf of bread, and I'm like, let me, you know what I'm saying? Let me get this peanut butter and jelly popping. Let me get this egg sandwich. But that bread jacked me. I'm jacked up still.
Yeah.
That bread put me in a hissy fit. I woke up the next morning. I think we had pizza too.
Domino's?
Eat no bread, but eat pizza is what I'm trying to say. Gotta have pizza. That's your only bread intake. But y'all woke up the next morning and I felt like I was getting sick. I could feel it in my throat. The nasal was all nasally. And I'm like, yo, what did I eat? I've been hitting this dragon fruit. And I was like, oh, I ate some bread.
Right.
And that bread, the store bread is bad. It's sugar, it's all types of.
What we're finding out is actually pork in it.
Not all of it.
Oh yeah, no, indeed, but
yeah, not all of it. When you see the mono thing there, it's not always pork. But yeah, they do be putting pork, bird feathers, pastries.
Bird?
They do. Just go look up your pastries. The pastries they bake at Kroger, they be having bird feathers and duck feathers. That's filler. They use it as like a filler. They don't use psyllium husk and all that stuff as fillers.
Like, so when I started having children 10 years ago, I started looking into it, and there's a documentary I found, and it said that everyone has cancer, like
the cells.
Yeah, cells, and it's when you don't eat certain things that your body needs, then that's when they get like irritated, and then that's when they start being negative in your body, and you start to die. But you can fix it. And it said you gotta eat like a lot of red grapes, like you said, and there's a few other things I forgot, but I have written it down. And once you balance that, then you're fine, but it's when you have an unbalance in your body that it becomes a cancer that can kill you.
It's the abomination. An unbalance is an abomination. I don't feel like we all were born with cancer in cells. I don't believe that. I believe that when we're born and then the things that they give you through like diapers, Similac, the milk, the clothing. Yo, some of y'all gotta relax on how much fabric softener y'all put on y'all clothes. It's crazy. It's crazy. That stuff got the fabric softeners have thyroid blockers, endocrine blockers. That's what it is. It messes with your endocrine system, right? And that's going to be your hormones. That's why you get real crazy. You start to inhale that stuff. It's on your skin. Your skin is the biggest organ. It actually absorbs those fabric softener. I don't use fabric softener at all. I stopped when I learned about that. It has like the most endocrine disruptors. I was like, oh, I'm done using that. So we try to make our own detergent. I mean, we ain't perfect. We trying.
Yeah, right.
But all that stuff is chemically induced. It's oil. It's all these different things, and then you just put it on your skin, and then your skin absorbs it, and then you don't understand why you're going crazy. Why you have why you got bumps all over your body, why your crotch got bumps on it, right? Because the drawers is too tight, and then you just load it up with Downy, and then you put it on your skin. Nah, you being real though. Or why your babies got eczema, because they got so much fabric softener on the clothing. I'm not knocking nobody's laundry. I'm just saying, like, be careful. Get the free and clear. Get the Tide, or get the balls that they use. The fabric balls that they're natural, right? You can put them inside or just don't use anything, right? But those dryer sheets, those are the worst. They got endocrine blockers, and that's what messes with your thyroid.
He's talking about get you.
Yeah, that's what messes with your hormonal balance and.
He's so right, bro.
Yeah, it's wild, but it's a fight on all fronts. But guess who? See, because it's affecting Esau, Esau's the one bringing it out. Like, look, stop using this. Stop using this. I be telling my ribs, stop buying damn plastic Ziploc bags. Use glass. Because that plastic will leach into the food.
Right.
It leaches into the water, the plastic.
Yep.
It leaches into your water. We've been drinking plastic our whole lives.
Yep.
So I don't think we were born with cancer. I think because of the things that we use, the PFAS, we're subjected to these things, and then they develop once you have a bad diet within you. They lump up, they build up. You eating candy your whole life, you eating fast food your whole life. What else you gonna get?
And you drinking that Hennessy, add on top of it.
Bro, the Hennessy is what cleans you. Don't do that.
Drinking that Hennessy.
Nah, bro, the Hennessy, you drinking that Paul Masson is what keep it going.
Keep them demons on you.
Yeah, that Hennessy clean you.
Man.
That's a good drink.
I'm
Man, hating on that Hennessy. His rib was hating on Remy the other night. Remy, I'm like, sis, no. It's the go-to.
Yeah, little niggas drink Remy.
Yeah. She said Remy and champagne. That killed me. I was like, damn, I gotta stop drinking Remy. Right, they're putting pork and bread in plastics. That's the thing, microplastics. I'm gonna say this. You're not gonna avoid it.
Yeah.
The best you can do is just, you know what I'm
There's probably
saying?
pork in your car seat.
Pray. Pork seats.
For real.
It's that Italian pork leather. The best you can do is pray.
Yep.
Try to keep clean spiritually. Try to eat clean as well as you can.
Yep.
Switch up certain things, but they ain't gonna get you in one aspect. They're gonna try to get you somewhere else. So
Break you a sweat, man.
some things you can't even try to fight. It just is, because you still gotta breathe this disgusting cancer-filled air.
Yep.
Right? So let's jump off. Let's jump back. Hopefully, sis, you can go through our classes. We got a lot of health classes that we do. He's put together some very good health classes. I'm trying to follow his lead on that. But we talk about these things in depth. So let's check out our classes. Let's slide back real quick. Where you at?
Psalms 130
There. Go ahead.
in verse 5. I wait for the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
My soul doeth wait,
Mm-hmm.
and his word do I hope.
Right. See that? His word do I hope. Come on.
My soul waited for the Lord
Mm-hmm.
more than they that watch for the morning.
Go ahead.
I say, more than they that watch for the morning. Let Israel hope in the Lord.
And a lot of time that's where our sickness come from. We hoping in the wrong things. You're hoping in the cancer doctor, and you're hoping in this, and you're hoping in that. We got to start hoping back and having hope in what the Most High gave us to keep us clean, the law. Right? There's a cleanliness factor of the law. Right? Where he said, look, if you're going through this or you're going through that, separate. Don't lay with a woman when she's on her menstrual. Don't do this, don't do that. All those things were meant to keep us clean. Right? But we forsake the law, and so now we're just caught up in the same things that everybody else is. Go ahead, read on.
For with the Lord there is mercy.
There is what?
There is mercy.
Yeah, he'll give us mercy. He'll take away the ailment. He'll take away those ailments from us. Go ahead.
And with him is plenteous redemption.
Right, go ahead.
Verse 8. And he shall redeem Israel from all his iniquities.
Right. Psalms 131, Song of David. Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 131 and verse 1. Lord, my heart is not haughty, nor my eyes lofty.
Right.
Neither do I exercise myself in great matters, or in things too high for me.
Go to Ecclesiastes 13. Ecclesiastes 3. Ecclesiastes 3:17.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 3 verse 17. My son, go on with thy business in meekness.
Do what?
Go on with thy business in meekness.
Go ahead.
So shalt thou be beloved of him that is approved.
Right, and this is gonna go into your question you asked last night about what is the meat in Hebrews 5. We're gonna touch on that. Read on.
The greater thou art,
The what?
the greater thou art,
Come on,
the more humble thyself,
come on.
and thou shalt find favor.
See that? That's what it's about. You're trying to understand the basics of the Lord, but we gotta be humble, and then He'll give you that favor. Go ahead.
Before the Lord,
Right?
many are in high place
Many are in high places. Come on.
and of renown,
Uh-huh.
but mysteries
Right?
are revealed unto the meek,
Unto the who?
unto the meek,
Unto the who?
unto the meek.
Yeah, the mystery of the Lord is revealed unto the meek. He don't deal with the proud and them in high places. Donald Trump ain't got these mysteries. Your pastor ain't got T.D. Jakes, don't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes to the Bible. Your local Egyptologist, well, you know, the Egyptologist at Berkeley, nobody, the Most High dealing with him. He's revealing his mysteries to the meek, to the low in spirit. Go ahead.
For the power of the Lord is great,
Right?
and he is honored of the lowly.
Read.
Seek not out the things that are too hard for
See,
thee,
the meek and the lowly know their place. Go ahead.
neither search the things that are above thy strength.
Come on.
But what is commanded thee, think thereupon with reverence.
What was commanded of us? The commandments. Thou shalt and thou shalt not. That what was commanded of us. He said, think on those things with reverence. Read.
For it is not needful for thee to see with thine eyes the things that are in secret.
It's not needful. Who's the Most High's Father? Who's God's God? Like, bro, you ask him out of this world questions. Read on.
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
I wonder what's going on in the heavens right now. Bro, you barely know what's going on within you. You worried about the heavens? Worry about thou. Get thou spirit in order. Come on.
For more things are shewed unto thee than men understand.
Yeah, there's way more things in your direct eyesight that you can't comprehend that are being shown to you. Right? There's many things that are being shown to us right now that we can't comprehend because it's too deep, even for it's carnal stuff too. Carnal stuff that's or spiritual things that's manifesting in the carnal, and you still can't break it down. It said, hardly do we guess aright at the things that are upon earth, and with labor do we judge. We gotta work hard to see the things that the Most High is trying to show us in this life. You working hard. You gotta put in 18-hour study sessions. You gotta look up all the words. You gotta look at that in Hebrew, Greek, Phoenician. I'm Latin. What's that Latin translation? What's that say? You looking everything. You gotta work hard to get the understanding. But it's right there in front of you. Right? Why? Because you're looking too deep into things and not dealing with the basics of things. Go ahead.
For many are deceived by their own vain opinion.
Read.
And an evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment.
Because that's what happens when you start to get past the basics of what the Most High is commanding. You start to develop your own thought process towards things. Jump back real quick. 2 Ezra 4:23.
Come. You got 4 verse 23. Come.
Yeah, you got it.
No, I got it.
Lamar got it, bro.
I was on the page.
Flip the page.
How about it? Who read?
2nd Ezra chapter 4 verse.
You know that's McGunn's book, bro. You got that book on lock. It's called Second McGunn. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 4 verse 23.
Right.
For it was not my mind to be curious of high things.
See that? Go ahead.
But of such as pass by us daily.
See, we're supposed to be worried about what's passing by us daily. How my kids doing? How my husband doing? What's going on with the brothers? What's happening with the sisters? What's my daily tasks? How am I? Did I pray? You worried about what's going on in the heavens, but you didn't even pray to the heavens. I set up prayers today. I bless my food. I set up prayers on this. I did this. I look out for this brother, this sister. What am I doing? Lashabar, go ahead, read.
Namely, wherefore Israel is given up as a reproach to the heathen.
Yeah, how did we get into captivity? Well, we broke the commandment. I should be thinking on that. Read on.
And for what cause the people whom thou hast loved is given over unto ungodly nations.
Come on.
And why the law of our forefathers is brought to naught.
Yeah, man. How come they ain't keeping the law, man? What's going on? Why are our people not keeping the covenant? What's wrong? This is what we should be thinking on. Nothing else. Man, I can't wait for the wicked to be punished. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Think about how you're supposed to be saved. The basics. Go ahead.
And the written covenant come to none effect.
Right. Jump back to Psalms 131. Read.
Psalms 131 and verse 2. Surely I have behaved and quieted myself as a child.
As a what?
As a child.
Come on.
That is weaned of his mother.
Right.
My soul.
So when a child is weaned of his mother, what is he doing? Or what is he just getting off of?
The milk.
The milk. Go ahead. What is the milk? What is milk to a child?
Nourishment.
That's his nourishment. That's his building blocks of life. That's his food. It's literally what they eat. Go ahead.
My soul is even as a weaned child.
Go ahead.
Let's see.
No. Yeah, you can finish it. No, actually no. Go to 1 Peter 2. 1 Peter 2 and 1.
Go on.
1 Peter 2 and 1.
1 Peter chapter 2, verse 1.
Read.
Wherefore, laying aside all
malice.
Right. And all guile.
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 Did it say guile? Come on, read.
And all hypocrisies.
Right.
And envies.
Right.
And all evil speaking.
Come on.
As newborn babies desire.
Right. Do newborn babies have guile?
No.
And grudging?
No.
And are they hypocrites? You hypocritical. Poop on yourself. Yeah, that's the point though. He's saying as newborn babies, put these things off, but then as newborn babies, desire what is going to build you. Which is what? Read.
Desire the
sincere
milk of the word.
Of the what?
Word.
So what is the milk of the word?
The law.
The law. The law, the law, the law. That's the milk of the word. Right? There's a milk of the word and then there's strong meat of the word. Right? So the law of the word would be your Torah. Your first 5 books. I could slide through that. I could drink that down. I'm nourished. That's my foundation. Go ahead, read.
That ye may grow thereby.
That ye may grow. Read on.
Verse 3. If so by ye have tasted that the Lord.
If so be ye have tasted. Go ahead.
Have tasted that the Lord is gracious.
Jump from there. Go to 1 Corinthians 3 and 2.
1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 2.
Come on.
For ye are yet carnal.
Right.
For whereas
1 Corinthians 3 and 2.
1 Corinthians chapter 3.
Read verse 1. 1 Corinthians 3 and verse 1.
Verse 1. And I, brethren, could not speak unto you as unto spiritual.
Right. Tell them who is that?
They're all talking.
Yeah, you gotta tell them to tone down a little bit. Go ahead.
But as unto carnal.
Right. Read.
Even as unto babes in Christ.
Right. So what do babes in Christ need? What does a babe need? Go ahead.
I have fed you with milk.
What did Paul teach?
The law.
The law. He also taught the prophets. Right? So the law and the prophets would be the milk. The law and the prophets would be the milk. He said, I fed you with milk. Why? Why wasn't he giving them, watch this. Why wasn't he breaking down 2nd Ezra 11? Why he wasn't giving them 2nd Ezra 11 and 12?
It wasn't necessary.
The lion with the 12 feathers. Why he wasn't dropping Revelations? Why wasn't he dropping like deep exoteric knowledge on them?
Because that wouldn't have nourished them.
That's the point. They hadn't passed from the milk yet. They were still vomiting on the breast.
Must have been profitable.
They were still regurgitating the breast milk. You still couldn't digest it. Right? So he wasn't going to move on to strong meat. Strong meat just means stiff food or hard food.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to move on to that if you choking on the liquid. Right? You choking on liquid. You ain't got no teeth yet. You can't chew it. You can't bite it. You can't digest it. So you on the basics. Go ahead.
And not with meat.
Right? And not with meat. He didn't even say strong meat. He said not with meat. Go ahead.
For hitherto you were not able to bear it.
You were not able to what?
Bear it.
What did he mean by you weren't able to bear it?
You weren't able to like swallow it, like you weren't able to take it in and really digest what people would be saying.
Thou shalt not. What? Can't eat that? Can't do that? Yup. Can't do that? Can't. You got a rebuttal. You you choking on the law. They were choking on the law, man. On the basics of the thou shalt and thou shalt not. Well, we don't get it. The do's and the don'ts. You're dying. You over here, damn. You ever see a baby? You ever see a baby choking on their vomit? It's lay on their back. You gotta turn them on the side. Let them throw it up. What's that?
So it's kind of like, if I can't even get you to understand not to grudge against your brother,
Read.
why would I give you the deeper stuff?
Yeah.
If you can't even get over.
Why we going to
it.
Revelations if you still grudging? But Christ taught that. He said, drop your gift at the altar. How can you bring a gift to the Most High that you've never seen, but have a grudge with your brother that you see all the time? Drop your gift and go reconcile. See, that was a deep thing for them. You've omitted the weightier matters of the law. When you come with this and that, the faith, the this, the mercy, right? So Paul was he was trying to show these Corinthians. We're going to jump over to the book of Hebrews. But David, this is Psalms 131 is a Psalm of David. He's even saying, look, it's about the basics. It's about keeping it simple, right? It's about being risen up the right way. Nobody in their right mind is going to take a 3-month-old and start shoving oxtail down his throat. Come on, let's be real. He ain't going to be able to bear it. You don't even give a 3-month-old water, right? Isn't there a time, remember, my kids is old now, but there's a time when you don't even give a baby water.
Fine.
Right, because why?
They can't tolerate it.
Can't tolerate it. Right? You can't give like a baby before the age of 2 honey.
Fine.
Right? It's peanut butter. They're like, oh no, don't give peanut butter, fish. Right? You gotta stair step them into certain things. Yogurts, you don't give them yogurts and all that. When they're a certain age, why? Because their stomach can't bear it. Right? Some kids can't drink almond milk, it'd be ripping their gut apart. Almond and all those nut milks, so you gotta do a different type, like the sister had to do the hemp seed milk. You know, that goat milk be ripping them kids up, cow's milk, but that's why the mother's milk, as newborn babies, that breast milk is tailor-made to that child. I don't think y'all know that. That milk is tailor-made to that child from the womb. While that baby's in the womb, there's a connection, and that breast milk is tailor-made to what that child needs in his development. That's the foundation for them to grow thereby. But you're not blending, why you ain't blending up burgers and putting it in the milk and giving it to the baby? Why you ain't blending up fruits and vegetables at an early age? You're not even doing that. Think about it. Think about how much a baby grows on breast milk and they're not even eating solid food. They're not even eating fruits and vegetables. They're eating a broken down version of what the woman eats. And that's every animal. What baby cow you see eating grass? Think about it. Animals that milk their children, animals that breastfeed children, their children start with the milk first to get a good foundation, to get their stomach, their mind, everything used to what they're going to intake later in the way of nourishment. And the nourishment gets heavier. It's just like our spirit. Your spirit can't take revelation breakdowns and this breakdown early if you can't understand thou shalt and thou shalt not. If you can't understand simple things like forgiveness that we just been harping on all day, and grudging, and where those things start. You don't need a breakdown. You need to get back to the law and get on that foundation. Yeah. Read on.
Neither yet now are ye able.
See, he said, I fed you with milk and you still ain't able to bear it. So I'm not going to move on. I'm not moving on. Right? Because he's going into them arguing about who you under. Paul, Apollos, that's why he called them carnal. They weren't seeing the spirit that one man plant, one man water, it's all of the Most High. Jump to Hebrews 12. Hebrews 5.
Hebrews chapter 5, verse 12.
So I'm guessing I already answered your question.
Yeah.
Read.
Hebrews chapter 5, verse 12.
Right.
For when for the time ye ought to be teachers,
Read.
ye have need that one teach you again.
Or you need to be re-nourished in a different way. You need to reestablish your foundation. You need milk. You were supposed to be the teacher. It's like this. Brother come into the school, he got his wife, he got his kids, and he's a decent father. He goes to work, he provides, he does this, he does that. Yay. Doesn't he need to be taught again how to be a proper father? Because there's little things or big things that he's forgetting or not knowing. On the spiritual side, yeah, you can go to work, provide, you can do this, but then there's an attentiveness, there's an eyesight that needs to be gained so that now you can teach the spiritual lessons to your family, to your wife. He has to be taught those things. He was supposed to be a teacher at the time, but he needs to be taught again. His foundation needs to be reaffirmed, reassured. Go ahead.
Which be the first principles of the oracles of God.
So before a man can teach, he got to be taught to make sure that the foundation that he's jumping from is Christ. The basics, the law. Come on.
And are become such as have need of milk.
See that? So you become someone that needs milk. Why? Because you couldn't bear strong meat. Read.
And not of strong meat.
Come on.
For everyone that useth milk,
right,
is unskillful.
There it is. He's what?
Unskillful.
In what?
In the word of righteousness.
Right. So what it is that you're using the milk to build up your skills. That's what you're doing. You're trying to become skillful in the word. You can't understand prophecy until you know the law. Can't understand Paul if you don't know the law. You ain't gonna know Jeremiah unless you know the law. It all comes back there because their whole basis was the law. You're not gonna know Revelations unless you know the law. You're not gonna know anything about the Bible unless you know the first 5 books. And I mean intimately. Everything else don't matter without the law. That's why Christians be confused. That's why they don't know what the hell's going on at all in none of the books. Because we don't read that part. We got that New Testament Bible, Matthew to Revelations. Like, damn, that's all y'all got? That's that old church. That's that old hotel Bible.
That's all you need to get in.
That old Gideon Bible. Yeah, that old. Just the New Testament. That's that old. They got New Testament and Psalms. It's like, golly, you got Psalms 119, Psalms 23, and then Matthews. That's that New Slave Bible.
God.
That's that making a Christian Bible. How you make a Christian? Just give them Psalms and Matthews and Gospels. That's it. I got the 4 Gospels. That's all I need. And Galatians. Don't forget it. It's the 4 Gospels and Galatians 3.
Yes.
Christian.
That's it.
Right? But that's the thing. We gotta Because if your foundation is Paul, good luck. Damn. What was Paul's foundation? Well, I don't know. Well, you better go seek his foundation.
Right.
Right? If your foundation is John, good luck. Watch this. If your foundation is Christ, good luck. You're going to be sadly mistaken. Because if you don't understand what Christ's foundation is, and you think that he established his own foundation, that's the problem. So you see how I say it. Our foundation is Christ, but what is Christ founded in? The law. Right? A lot of our people think that Christ made his own foundation. But what Christ, that's the law of Christ.
He came and brought something different.
How many laws Christ got? About 1,004. Watch this. Watch this. How many laws are in the law of Christ? Watch this. Oh, wait. How many laws are in the law of Christ? It says it doesn't have a set number. Like the Old Testament, 613 commandments, instead it focuses on core principles. Now, I've heard from certain people that there's 1,000 laws of Christ. He got 1,000 laws that he came with. But the law of Moses was too hard. But Moses got less. 613 to 1,000. Which one you take?
I can do all things through Christ.
But you can't keep the Mosaic law.
Keep that way.
Done away with.
You know what?
That's what he's that guy.
He's an ad-libber.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't even hear what he said though.
No. He was playing the position of
the devil.
Yeah.
Devil's advocate.
The angel's a demon. I'm the angel, they be the demon. No, I be the demon, they be the angel. But that's the point. The foundation, the milk has to be there.
Yeah.
Read on.
For he is a babe.
He's a what?
Babe.
Because only babes use milk. And it's okay. See, this is the problem. Nobody wants to be a babe.
Yeah.
Right.
Read 131 and verse 2 again.
131 and verse 2.
Right?
Surely I have behaved and quieted myself as a child that is weaned of his mother.
Right?
My soul is even as a weaned child.
Yeah, a child that's weaned on that milk, they're satisfied. They're getting what they need. They understand. Our people don't want to be babes and nothing. They want to just be instant teachers. Well, I got that breakdown out. Ready? Where the camera at? Like, damn.
Already?
So, Revelation 12 and the dragon, and then you mingle that with Isaiah, and then you know how to just throw a few things together. And then now you're just a teacher. A babe has to grow into that man, right? But nobody wants to take those steps. Everyone wants strong meat. Everyone wants the strong breakdowns. I got a breakdown. I got 18 precepts.
Listen, I got to break down the elders need to get it.
Yeah. Where you get that breakdown from?
Man, what breakdown is that?
Because when I was asleep.
The Lord gave me this.
Yeah.
Like what nigga said, the Lord gave me this.
It was sleep. I was sleeping.
I heard a cat say something about sitting in the car and the AC was broke. He was sweating and he was hot, and then all of a sudden Revelations came to him. Like, damn.
He was afflicted.
He was in the furnace of affliction. He was in Daniel. He was in the furnace with Daniel. I've heard madness in my life. It's true. I've heard a lot of things. You know what I mean? But did you sit down and learn? Did you sit down and get grown up in the basics? Well, the basics take too long. Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
Because the more you go through it, the more you fortify it, the more you understand it, the more you can grow from it. Right? The more you can think about it. If we was all drinking breast milk, we'd probably be all bodybuilders right now.
Yeah, super. Yeah.
But then it depends on what the mother's eating. Right? But it's about the basics, man. That's it. Go ahead.
Verse 14. But strong meat belonging to them that are of full age.
Yeah, you got to be of full age. That's the thing. I don't want to wait till I get to that full age. Well, what is full age? Well, full age is dependent on what it's going to say in the next part of this verse. Go ahead.
even those who by reason of use.
What?
Reason of use.
I'm using my skill for a reason. What reason?
Have their.
Hold on. What is the reason why I have these skills? Well, because I'm trying to be profitable to someone else. They say the righteous studieth to answer. Right? Why am I studying? To just have a bunch of knowledge, to outsmart, outwit, debate, and fight? Or am I cut you? Or am I studying to be able to fix problems? Right? If I'm a husband with a wife and kids and I'm studying to debate, nigga, you should be studying your house. You should be studying your kids. You should be having, man, you know, I got 4 kids. You should have a class for each kid every week. And one for the rib. And I'm not talking about going into their spirit and cutting them, but I'm like, okay, what's the issue? Or even what's the exhortation?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? What's the push forward? What?
No, just a precept for that exact point.
What you got?
Go to 1 Timothy 4 and verse 15. Right on. 1 Timothy 4 and verse 15. Read 13 and you can jump down to 15.
First Timothy chapter 4 verse 13.
Go ahead.
Till I come, give attendance to reading,
Read.
to exhortation,
Come on.
to doctrine.
14 down.
Neglect not the gift that is in thee.
Right. So the Father brought us here for, like you said, a purpose, a specific reason. So Paul is telling Timothy, until I come, keep reading, keep focusing. Go ahead, keep your mind in the battle. Come on.
Which was given thee
Come on.
by prophecy.
Read.
With the laying on the hands of the presbytery.
Presbytery, the elders. Read.
Meditate upon these things.
Do what?
Meditate upon these things.
Read.
Give thyself wholly to them.
Right. Give all of yourself to what's important. Go ahead.
That thy profiting.
That thy what?
Profiting.
Read.
May appear to all.
Here we go.
Remember, he said, till I come, give attendance to reading. Was Paul telling Timothy to read this letter over and over? Nah, bro. Read the law. Get in the book. Go to Isaiah 8 and 20. The sister asked, how do we know if it's the Most High speaking to us or is it our own voice? Isaiah 8 and 20.
Isaiah chapter 8, verse 20.
Right?
To the law and to the testimony.
Go ahead.
If they speak not according to this word.
So if it don't speak according to this word, give me Hebrews 1 and 1. Go ahead.
It is because there is no light in them.
Hebrews 1 and 1.
Hebrews chapter 1 verse 1. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners, spake in times past unto the fathers by the prophets.
So the one thing we know is that he spake in diverse manner in times past. Ain't no burning bush in this day and age. You're not getting that. You're not getting burning bush talking donkeys. You're not getting what else? You're not Aaron's rod ain't gonna bud. Angels ain't gonna descend. None of that.
You're not getting no sign.
You're not getting those things.
Ephod.
Yeah, ephods ain't lighting up. Chariots ain't popping down on you.
Ain't talking to nobody.
Most High made it simple for us.
No lighting on the wall.
Yeah, ain't none of that. The Most High made it real simple. This is what he did. He spoke to our forefathers in diverse matters, and you can question, well, yeah, I don't know about that, and I don't know about this. Okay, well, let's simplify it. Let's do this. Read.
Have in these last days
Come on.
spoken to us
Read.
by his son.
By his what?
His son.
So if the words that you read on the paper ain't lining up to what someone is saying, then you don't follow it. You don't deal with it. He said he spoke to us through his son. Why? Because Christ comes to do the will of the Father. Right? So we know if Christ is speaking contrary to the law, there would be no light in him. And that's how the OT onlys try to win. Well, Christ brought his own commandment. Which one? Or how come he didn't give all 10 commandments when he talked to the young rich ruler? Well, he gave him 5 of them. It's okay. There's another verse, there's another book where he gives all 10 commandments. or the other 10, or the other 5, excuse me. But nothing Christ spoke on went against the law and the prophets. And that's the point. So we have the law and the prophets, and then we have Christ who spoke the law and the prophets. Paul, who spoke the law and the prophets. Have you not read? Have you not heard?
Right, in your law.
In your law, in this, in that? Paul, prophets, Jeremiah, Hosea, Amos, quotes direct. David, quoting David. Their tables will be a snare. Right? So that's how we understand if it's the Most High speaking or if it's some damn demon. Law is done away with. Book, chapter, verse. Matthew 5, Christ came to fulfill. Matthew 5:17. Nah, not the law. Let's just go over to Acts and it'll show you what he came to fulfill. Like Acts 3. Prophecies. What's that?
If Christ had no guile in his mouth,
right?
Christ never lied.
Right.
So when they came to accuse him, the things that they were accusing him of was him breaking the law.
Christ broke the Sabbath. Where? Where does it say in the law you can't eat?
Right.
On the Sabbath. Or pick corn on the Sabbath. Where does it say that?
Don't.
It don't. That's the point. It's always some conflation. It's always a lie. Right? It's always a but it goes back to y'all don't even know the law.
Right. Don't even read the
So
book.
we know that it's not our own voice because the words on the paper tell us what voice it is.
And that's what Christianity, that's what they promote. They promote allowing you to create whatever narrative or whatever spiritual inspiration that you feel in the moment.
Yeah.
And when you put Jesus Christ behind it, it's official.
I got my own personal relationship with God.
Yeah. The Holy Spirit.
Right.
You don't even know what the Holy Spirit is.
Come on.
So when it comes to like
Think of man brothers.
so when it comes to the milk and the law, would the milk just be the letter of the law, or would the milk also be the spirit of the law? Because the Pharisees, even though they knew the letter, they didn't know the spirit, and they didn't understand that stuff.
And that's why they was choking on the milk. The Pharisees choked on the milk because they didn't have the spirit of the law. They didn't understand that the law was what? Remember, it said that it's funny how it's backwards. They omitted the weightier matters of the law, the heavy parts of the law, for cumin and anise. So they did it backwards, where the heavy things like faith, mercy, love, charity, those were all inside the law, right? So remember, we found this woman in adultery, stone her. Okay, well, where are the witnesses? Where's the man? That's part of the mercy of the law. Because if you accuse the person of adultery, both parties had to be presented with witnesses for someone to be stoned. In any matter that somebody had to be stoned, there had to be a witness. There had to be. Or else they didn't get stoned. Isn't that mercy?
Yes.
Yeah, but the Pharisees were trying to just stone niggas. How? Because they would lie.
Yeah.
False witnesses. So if they did it to Christ, you think they wasn't doing it to other men under Christ?
Yeah.
Yes.
Still in sacrifice.
So the milk of the law was to understand that, or the milk was to understand that. Go to Romans. Romans 7:12, 7:14. This is the thing that the Pharisees didn't get, that Paul, being a Pharisee, understood above all Pharisees. Go ahead.
Romans chapter 7, verse 12.
Right?
Wherefore the law is holy.
Come on.
And the commandments holy.
Read.
And just.
Come on.
And good.
Read.
Was this then which was then that which is good made death unto me?
Come on.
God forbid.
Read.
But sin, that it might appear.
14. Go to 14.
For we know that the law is spiritual.
See that? We know that the law is spiritual. Come on.
But I am carnal.
So yes, they missed that milk. That the law was spiritual, that it wasn't supposed to be an eye for an eye, meaning, you know what? If you knock out my eye, I'm gonna knock out his eye. No, it was don't knock out his eye.
Right. And this is why.
Just don't do it. Deal with your servant properly.
Right.
Don't knock out his eye, don't knock out his tooth, don't cut off don't do nothing, don't break his arm. If you break his arm, your arm gonna have to get broke. So just deal with him in a better spirit. You see what I'm saying? If you see your neighbor's ox moving around and then you take it, right? What does the law say? Bring it back. If not, you got to restore him what? The tenfold or whatever, right? Well, I'll just give him the tenfold. Or how about just don't take the nigga ox? Wow. Adultery, murder, murder, death. Well, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just commit this adultery and hope that nobody sees us. Damn. And I'll get off that way. Or how about just don't do the adultery? How about do the spiritual thing? Well, I'm over here committing these sins, and I got an extra couple of sheep.
That's what let
Yeah. I've been raising them just for this purpose.
Damn. No.
Yeah, he was raising sheep just for the purpose of just offering them for sin.
Wow.
But that's what Israel was on. It's like he was prepping the first year lamb a year ago.
It's about to get diabolical.
Like, nigga, you praying for a first year lamb to offer for next year's sins.
It's crazy.
But that's what Israel got on.
Yeah.
But how about do the spiritual thing and just not sin? So, yes, they choked on, because remember, go to Deuteronomy 10. Deuteronomy 10, where it says circumcise the foreskin.
Oh, yeah, man.
Is it Deuteronomy 10? Yeah, Deuteronomy 10:16.
Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 16.
Come on.
Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart.
That's the spirituality right there. If the foreskin on my heart is being circumcised, I don't need to stone nobody. I shouldn't be looking to stone a person. I should be looking to have mercy, forgiveness, charity. I shouldn't have to be stealing. I shouldn't be getting stole from. You see, I shouldn't be murdering.
Yeah.
Why am I murdering? Well, Christ taught us that a murderer developed that mind state from not following Leviticus 19:17, which is spiritual. Nourishing a grudge, which now cascades you into grudging and then contention, and then now you want to kill that person. So it's all spiritual. The Pharisees choked on that, but before the Pharisees, 2,000 years before, we choked on that milk. Right. To answer your question, Gabar, right? Go ahead.
And be no more stiff-necked.
Right. So did you finish Hebrews? Finish Hebrews. Let's go back to Psalms and then let's get up out. Go ahead.
Hebrews chapter 5, last precept.
Right.
Chapter 5, verse 14, last precept.
Come on.
Even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised.
Right. How do you exercise your senses? By using them the proper way. And that's how you develop from milk to meat. It's no different if you go into the gym and just because you exercise, but you have bad form, you might build muscle, but you might get what? Hurt. Injury. So they always tell you, I mean, he'll tell you, you go in lightweight, but good form, right? Lightweight, good form. And if you just need to, just do extra reps. But it's always about form. If I'm swinging my arms like this, what am I working out? If I'm supposed to be doing a curl, a bicep curl, but if my shoulders is moving, I'm not isolating the bicep. Don't look at my little biceps. Don't look at my little small 2-inch guns. Don't look at these little guns. 222, 2 and 2. If I'm doing this, I'm doing some shoulder rock.
Right. Ligament.
Yeah, I'm ripping shoulders out. I feel it. Yeah, I feel it, brother. You got damn pitcher's elbow. You just developed damn Johnny Tom's disease or whatever. Right? Well, you supposed to be doing a damn curl. Right? What are you isolating if you're doing this? Well, you're actually working something else out. Now you're doing a damn row.
With a rod.
Yeah. You're supposed to boom and isolate. So, but the problem is I don't want to go in the gym with no 30s because I need 70s.
They gotta see me.
Yeah. So you out there like, you trying to do 2 dumbbell presses with 70 on each and you breaking your wrist. Your wrist ain't strong enough to hold that weight. Your shoulders now you rip the whole shoulder out. Muscles just tearing.
Pec torn.
Me, I'm in there like this, 30s. Lots of reps. I'm not gonna hurt myself and I want good form. Back straight, want to get my back right. Want to be able to isolate my core, like all these different, I mean, he's better at it than I'm capping.
No, you're right.
That's what it's about. I'm trying to work out the guns, right? So when I shoot, they actually have an impact.
50 count.
I mean, shoot like that.
Yeah.
Quick and deadly.
No, it's like,
Quick and
pew,
deadly.
pew, 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 right? And then when I'm ready for the shoulders, I can go work the shoulders, and I might do the shoulder press, but it's still good form. Boom, 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 right? We want to exercise and be able to go in there and just throw 50 plates on each side and say we bench press 500.
Right.
No, you got to work up to that. You might have to go in there and bench press the bar first, G.
Right.
I know I'm talking about for like a month or two. I know me, I gotta go in there. If I went into the gym and start doing bench presses now, I'm on the bar only for a hot 3 weeks. I gotta get back right. I'm like, nah, let me put two tens. Let me put 2 10s real quick. Yeah, I'm not trying to go in there with like 3 45s on each side. Nigga, I'm good.
Right.
Why not?
I'm trying to leave with a chest. Meaning, I'm trying to leave with my chest not ripped apart. I want to give my kids a hug when I get home. You just dangling because you went in there and just ripped your whole body apart. You can't wipe when it's down. You can't bend down to wash your feet because your
so
chest
sore.
Bro, nah. It's about building your way up is what the scripture is teaching us. You exercise your sense. It's like a new brother don't just hop into a damn council with weighty matters because he knows a few scriptures, right? You gotta develop into that counselor to even be able to decipher counsel. Because what? You might be emotional to the woman and decide with her because she's crying. You know how long it took me to have to break that psychological she's crying? It's his fault. It took me to hear a lot of counsels of women crying to know, oh, she just crying because she did that. That's gonna get her to judgment.
Right.
Okay.
Let's see even why she crying.
Yeah, I know how to cipher through the crying. I know how to cipher through the man's stiff face. I'm just gonna be stern. You good, brother? Yeah, I'm just unbothered. I'm stoic.
I'm taking what y'all saying.
Nah, we're gonna break this stoicism down real quick and point things out. Like, it took a while to be able to look past those outer things by being in many, many councils, so I'm not deceived in counsel.
Brother, dropping good information. It seemed like.
Yeah. You're like, damn, that brother on point, and you go to, you're like, damn, nigga, you lying to me.
Right. Like, is this true? Is this what you really did?
I had to learn to not accuse in a council.
Yeah.
Well, she said you did it, so you get, nah. Hey, brother, you did that. No, I didn't do that. Okay, well, the Lord knoweth.
You said it, right?
We weren't there. I wasn't there. The Lord knoweth. He'll reveal, and then have to let the Lord work. I had to learn these things. I couldn't just be thrust into counsel, giving judgment, and then all of a sudden everybody falling apart. But that's the point. Everybody want to just jump into being counselors, right? Being many masters, knowing you'll receive the greater condemnation. What is that? Romans 3. Romans what? Romans 9:1. It's one of them. Not Romans 9:1. It's Romans 13:1. Be not many masters, knowing you'll receive the greater condemnation. Many masters is many teachers, right? It's one of them. It's one of them first verses, back chapters. But that's the point: is have I built up to the many teachers? Have I built up in my counsel? Have I built up in my eschatology, breaking down prophecy, future events? Have I built up my history? It all stems from the law, regardless. It all stems from judgment in the law, regardless. Right? So I have to exercise these things daily. Am I exercising the law daily? Did y'all find it? Look at y'all on the Google machines. It's Romans.
It's James 3:1.
Oh, snap, it's James. See? I am capping. I only I wrote that down. It's actually James 3:1. Be not many masters. Salakia. We gotta hurry up. They got the kids outside. We know what happened the last time. They came back looking like this.
Oh, yeah, man.
They came out looking like little chocolate Edomites. I'm talking about the. Oh, let me see. Is there a difference between speaking in tongues and speaking with tongues? Doesn't the word say there should be a translator? My husband is skeptical of speaking in tongues, language. Damn, she said shana bolasha la. She put that in. I didn't know you could write that. I didn't know she could write that down. Now, just, I know we kind of varying. There's no hidden language there's no speaking in tongues like how the church taught you. Somebody go there real quick, Corinthians. There's no speaking in tongues. You're right, there should be a translator. So when we speak in tongues, it has more than one meaning. Tongues is just languages, right? So when we speak in another tongue like Hebrew, what do? Like if you caught the morning class, the beginning of class, we spoke some of the prayers like Psalms 121, the 10 Commandments, Matthew's the 6th chapter, the Our Father prayer. We do those in Hebrew, but since we're not all proficient in Hebrew, even myself, I'm not proficient. But what do? We translate that tongue that can be unknown. You see that? So there is no, because then you have to ask, I'm going to ask you to translate, what does Sha Na Bolasha mean? What Hebrew word is that? What English word is that? What Greek word is that? What Latin word is that? And I'm not trying to come down on the system. I'm just saying, like, and then what do they say? Well, that's between me and the Father. But then don't speak it out loud, bro. Keep that to thyself. Speaking in tongues in that church tongue is not a thing. The Spirit don't get you to speak in tongues. That's a very bad church teaching. Where you at?
1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 2.
Right.
For he that speaketh in an unknown tongue,
right,
speaketh not unto men,
right,
but unto God.
Unto God, come on.
For no man understandeth him.
No man understandeth him. Now when you go to Acts the 2nd chapter, it said they spoke in another tongue and they all understood. That's the difference. It was being translated. Stay where you at, don't worry about him. Go back to Corinthians, read that.
Come. For no man understandeth him. Howbeit, in the Spirit he speaketh mysteries.
See that? You speak a mystery. So we're supposed to translate when there's another language being spoken. That's all it's talking about when it speaks about tongues. It's languages. Remember, why is this important? Paul was dealing with men of different languages. He was going to these different regions and they spoke Greek. They spoke Hebrew, right? They spoke different, remember, Koine Greek was the lingua franca of the day. Everyone didn't speak Greek though. Not everyone spoke Hebrew. Some people spoke both. Some people spoke one. What's that, sis?
I know growing up in a Christian church, you hear that speaking in tongues, a lot of people understand that as if you were born again, then you should be able to interpret, because it goes back to the day of Pentecost when the Spirit fell on everyone and people spoke in different tongues that they understood. So when, you know, in the background of people who are asking questions, if that is their belief, they'll believe that if we are born again, meaning we accepted Christ as our Savior, we are in the Spirit. So why is it that we can't understand what other people are saying, or should we just be able to translate if they're speaking in tongues? Different tongues.
Right, right. Watch this. This is how you answer that. Go to Acts 2 and verse 7.
Come. Acts 2 and verse 7. And they were all amazed and marveled,
right,
saying one to another, Behold, are not all these which speak Galileans?
Come on.
And how hear we every man in our own tongue?
In our what?
Own tongue.
In our what?
Own tongue.
So what was being said was being, it was translated into their own tongue. So when someone says shala shala ba la 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 la, that's all you hear. I don't hear English. An African hears that, they don't hear their language. A Grecian hears that, they don't hear Greek. You just hear shala ba na. Shala, she typed it. I like that. Shalabalabolasha. Right? That's what you hear. And then it's like, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because let's be real, bro. You have to be lying to yourself to say that
Yeah.
and then think that someone can understand it.
Like, let's let you write it down what you thought you said, and let's see if somebody interpreted it in what you
That's
thought
the
you
point.
said. Let's do
that.
Let's do
But
the
then
experiment.
the point is, even at the day of Pentecost, they heard their own language.
Right.
No one had to sit there and be like, what did that mean?
Right.
The only question was, wait, aren't these Galileans? How they speak in all these different languages? They're supposed to be segregated to one language, but they all are speaking. That's the difference. Go ahead. What you got? Or what you got?
No, probably saying what you about to say.
Oh, so 1 Corinthians 14, verse 27.
Oh, right. No, definitely. But just on this scripture, when you read up, it says it, and there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. So we see that there's a gathering of many different ethnicities of Jews, right? Or as you will call them, the Hellenized, that we're now transitioning back into knowing who we are because they speak different languages.
Right. It was them. It was, you had the apostles. Go to Isaiah 11 real quick.
Right. But what I like though, because when you read down, it really just goes into those tongues.
Right.
It's
Parthians, Medes.
So we didn't have to like overread to say that now they were speaking some type of angelic tongue, right? Or
just a language that was never heard on the earth.
Right.
That's because that's what speaking in tongues goes to when it comes to the church.
Right.
This is a language that no one speaks on the earth but angels.
Right. But I got something for that.
Read Isaiah 11 and verse 1 real quick.
Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1.
Right. And she said that this was a church that they left. I'm glad you left because, this was what I was saying. They sound like, because that's what the church we left was doing and casting our demons out of a child. No, they was actually putting demons on that job.
Right.
It didn't sit right with him. Yeah, because speaking in tongues is not a real thing. That's a made up doctrine that the church came up with, right? To try to teach you that if you can speak like this, then then you have the Holy Spirit. Well, let's see what the Holy Spirit does. Read it.
Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1.
Come on.
And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots.
Right.
And the Spirit of the Lord,
which is the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost, or however you want to call it, it's the same Spirit. Go ahead.
Shall rest upon him.
So when the Spirit rests on us, go ahead.
The Spirit of wisdom.
Right. The Spirit of what?
Wisdom.
Come on.
And understanding.
Wait, what?
Understanding.
The Spirit of understanding. Not guessing. Like wait, what is that? Because guess what? When we all, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a stack. When you went to church and you heard that, you didn't know what the hell was going on. You didn't know what was going on. You just said, this is what they doing? You know what? I'm going to do that too. Or you sat there and just watched them do it. And you were like, yeah, they're in the Spirit. Because that's what you were taught to say. That's what you were taught to think. You didn't really know what the hell was being said. Especially now that you're in here. You don't. Especially now that you're in here. And you know better, you online and you know better. You know damn well they wasn't speaking nothing about you. Corey, no. Corey was up in that church like, what is this madness? And it's a woman?
Right.
You got this the female pastor speaking in tongues is crazy work.
And translating.
Come on, man.
Oh, she was translating?
She translated herself? She didn't have another one sitting by to translate?
No, it was, because I know, because it was a guy that was doing it too. He was speaking tongue, and then he would translate and talking about the Lord say this and that, and everybody was in there everybody started speaking in tongues.
Now, watch this. Did Christ speak in tongues? Did Christ speak in tongues?
Not in the
Acts 26.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Christ spoke in tongues. Watch,
Yeah,
read it.
Acts 26.
My gun got it.
Go.
26 and what? Acts 26?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's Acts 26 and verse 14.
Read it.
Come on now.
Acts chapter 26, verse 14.
Christ did speak in tongues. Watch.
And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice saying unto me,
right,
and saying in the Hebrew tongue.
Damn.
Yeah.
See that? Each tongue got a distinction. Not in an unknown, outside this world tongue. In the Hebrew tongue. Tongue just mean language.
Yeah, raise it to 13, just real quick, just for the content.
The context.
Context. Read that.
Verse 13. At midday,
Come on.
O king, I saw in the way a light from heaven.
A light from what?
Heaven.
Right, so we know this is a divine intervention, right, coming from the Father. Go ahead.
Above the brightness of the sun, shining round about me, and them which journeyed with me.
Because we know this moment right here did what? It transitioned Saul into Paul. If you want to say what that what is it, renewed believer. What word did you use? Or
Born
phrase?
again.
Born again.
Wasn't Paul born again?
Born again. He's born again here in this instant. Go ahead.
And when we were all fallen to the earth,
Go ahead.
I heard a voice.
You heard a what?
Voice.
Go ahead.
Speaking unto me.
Uh-huh.
And saying
Uh-huh.
in the Hebrew tongue.
In the what tongue?
Hebrew.
No, in the Samaritan.
Hebrew.
In the Shalabanasha.
Hebrew.
In the Kulalada.
Hebrew.
Washa.
Hebrew.
Read.
Tongue.
Come on.
Saul.
Read.
Saul.
Read.
Why persecutest thou me?
And it's no different from the misunderstanding of Acts 2. It's a misconception that the world has with Acts 2, thinking that the tongue that they were speaking about was again this unknown. So let's go to Acts 2 real quick, just to connect the dots to show the scripture showed us what tongues they were speaking in. No different from the tongue that now Christ was speaking to who? Saul, or Paul, formerly known as Saul, in. So go to Acts 2 again. Read that Acts 2 and verse 5 on down. Come on.
Acts chapter 2, verse 5.
Read.
And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men,
Read.
out of every nation under heaven.
There you go, because we know about the plight that has hidden Israel. We were scattered. We're everywhere. So we're coming back, being redeemed by the Father, being renewed in the Spirit. Go ahead.
Now, when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together
Read.
and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language.
There you go. Remember, there's many Jews out of every nation. So what own language are we hearing? They're hearing their tongue as we go down. Yes, sis.
So in hearing that, would that be that if people came from various places, if they were necessarily came from one place and they spoke one language and they went to another place and they spoke another language, if they're hearing something in one language, they can be able to interpret that in another.
Say that one more time.
If I'm from Spanish,
Yes.
Spain, and I speak Spanish.
Yes.
Now I come to Texas or Houston, and
Yes.
now I speak English. If
Right.
I hear something in Spanish, I can convert that into English language.
Well,
So
they were able to-
what's going on in this.
They're able to hear it. They're able to translate and hear in their own languages.
Con.
So remember
what's
that
going on with
that's what's going on. That's why they ask, aren't these Galileans?
Right.
Right? They're thinking that these men are confined to, like, how can a man from Galilee, how is he
Speak
supposed
Crete.
to speak the language of Crete or the language of the Medes, whatever they're speaking?
Yeah.
You see that? But how we hear every man in our own tongue. Well, the spirit was on these men to be able to translate and speak in these different languages. It's really that simple.
Right. It's like how the Most High is able to confound a language, like the Tower of Babel.
Right.
He was able to disrupt their oneness in the language. So he'll be able to do the same thing with us and giving us a language.
I mean,
it's the Holy Spirit of that.
Yeah, but that was the miracle though. You got men that are from Galatia, but they're speaking in different languages. And that's the beauty of it, is that the Father's presence did have them change their tongue to now speak in what the people needed to hear, right? Their language. So keep reading.
Con. That every man heard them speak.
Real quick, 1 Corinthians. I'm gonna read this real quick. 1 Corinthians 12 and 28. And God hath set some in the church, first apostles, secondary prophets, thirdly teachers, after that miracles. The gifts of healings helps governments, diversity of tongues.
There you go. Like I could say, Jazakallah khair.
Watch this. Have all the gifts of healing? Do all speak with tongues? No, everyone didn't have the ability to adopt more than one language.
There you go.
Right? Paul, art thou an Egyptian that speakest Greek?
Yeah.
Paul spoke Greek and Hebrew. Right? There was remember, you got to understand what was going on at the time too with the land. There was the Aramaic, right? There was Greek. Not everybody spoke Greek. You had
Italian?
No. Because they were speaking that Greek. Right? That's the language. That was the Koine Greek was the language of the day. That was the language of the time. Right? So but think about it. If I have somebody that's coming from Egypt, what are they speaking? Alexandria, what are they speaking? There's a little Greek in there, might be a little Phoenician, might be a little bit of this, a little Assyrian. Remember, you had Assyrian, right? You had different languages at the time, but there was permanent languages, but you had men that were travel that were learning things, learning languages, and they had a gift to pick up that language, and then teach and translate. If you speak in an unknown tongue, I mean, it will contradict what Paul's saying. If you speak in a tongue, you got to be able to translate it. You see what I'm saying? So that's what's happening.
Like for example, Watashi wa Zion des.
What is that?
Right.
Japanese.
Japanese. Watashi wa Zion des.
My name is Zion.
There you go.
Right. I only got it because you said Zion.
Onomae desu ka? Onomae.
That's
Onomae.
What's your name?
There you go. Onomae.
Yeah. What's your name? I know a little bit. I be moving.
Right. Right. Here goes one. Let's say shukriya.
That one I don't know. Sugar.
Shukran.
Sugar. No.
Shukriya.
That's Spanish.
So shukriya is Arabic for thank you. Shukran is thank you in Hindi. But again, the point is that you got individuals like me. I'm not. I got studied.
Japanese. Shishi is.
Yeah. Shishi is Chinese. That's
Chinese. Okay.
Shishi is thank you.
Right. Okay.
Japanese is arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you very much. But the point is that we had the ability. We had learned men these different languages. I had a guy pull up on me on some pig Latin. I said, I got to do the video again.
X-nay on the neck is stank.
He said, I said, okay, all right, now translate that for me. How does ours out there? How does ours out there? I said, all right, now translate it, man.
What you got?
He walked his little black.
That nigga sound like Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Man, you should have seen it too. I didn't know what he was on because it was a sister over there wilding out, going back. It was spirits out there on Clinton that day. And Clinton Ave, he pulled up, he started hitting the pig Latin, who's the why, the gee, the guy, the gee, the goo, the bye. All right, brother.
Yeah, I mean, listen, sis, to make it simple, the language, the tongues is just speaking of language.
Yeah.
And then another way to look at tongues is, we spoke about it earlier, it could be deep knowledge. That's a tongue. When you speak in a deep knowledge that...
Tongue of angels.
Yeah, it's the speech of angels. Like, they don't have their own speech. It's just saying that when you can have knowledge that's above the head of the common people,
right? You
still got to be able to break that down. He said, though I may speak in the tongue of angels. Paul didn't have a connection or a language with the angels. You know why? Because they would have been speaking Hebrew anyway. Mm-hmm. When the angel came to Mary, what they was talking in?
Recitations in the Hebrew tongue.
Right, whatever language she spoke in, he spoke in. You see what I'm saying? Like,
and that's the simplicity.
Yeah,
that's in
whatever language. When the donkey was talking to Balaam, what they spoke, whatever language he understood. Yeah, and the angel was speaking through him in whatever language Balaam understood, whatever he spoke. You see, it's really just that simple. We church complicated it for us, and then now you thinking that the angels got their own language, but damn,
right?
If the angels take orders from God, then what language is that? If Christ speak in Hebrew, when they heard from the mount, this is my beloved son, in him shall you follow. What language was that? Damn.
Listen, what language was the commandments written in?
Hebrew. What language was it? Right? The Most High gave us that language to communicate it, right? And so, solid, right? So to keep it simple, The tongues is language and knowledge. That's what tongues are. Language and knowledge. Unknown tongues. Language and knowledge. All right? Let's jump back to Psalms real quick. Because we don't be here if we don't jump back to Psalms. Corey ready. Where we at? You done?
I gotta read. Man.
And yeah, you just gotta read. Just gotta read. But church, remember, church done gave us all types of followers. I guess we just gotta do some classes on these basic things, like. I guess I'm thinking that people ain't really on speaking in tongues. And that they know better, but I guess we gotta just refresh it. Go ahead.
Gabar Shabbat Shah Yahawah Ban Yasharala.
Gabar Shabbat Shah Yahawah Ban Yasharala. Men of Israel. And Mike. Barak.
Yahawah Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
Yeah, languages. What the? I'm touching myself.
You know, a million stem cells go off the body.
You go to Ramsor?
Yeah.
That brother's name is antibacterial in Hebrew.
Tahar.
Yeah, Tahar. Purge. It's probably gonna be his name.
The Persian.
The Purge. Hatazar.
Purge of Yahweh.
Yeah, language and knowledge. That's it. High knowledge and unknown speech. We tend to. You got to read it. You got to look words up, and you got to understand that even Greek itself, the wording that the Greek language uses, like tongues, you got to just go take yourself back into those times when they referred to speech and talking, tongue. That's why you'll even hear somebody say, hold your tongue. Yeah. They won't say hold your talk. They'll say hold your tongue, but you talk with your tongue. You speak with your tongue. So tongues, speech, right? Lengua, language. Right? We got it. We in there. Where we at?
Psalms chapter 131, verse 3.
Right.
Let Israel hope in the Lord from henceforth and forever. Psalms 132, verse 1. Lord, remember David in all his afflictions.
Right.
How he swore unto the Lord and vowed unto the mighty God of Jacob. Surely I will not come into the tabernacle of my house, nor go up into my bed. I will not give sleep to mine eyes, or slumber to mine eyelids, until I find out a place for the Lord, and habitation for the mighty God of Jacob.
Now, you're not really going to find this direct quote or even this vow. You're not going to find that in the scriptures. But the psalm is letting you know that this was something that was said. Right? This is how David felt. Go ahead. That's it for you? Next reader.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's only 6 verses.
Yeah,
I tell you, the psalms are short. You don't have to rip through it.
He just read one verse, though,
No, he read 5.
Yeah. Magana war, shout to shout, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala.
We're going to war, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala, men of Israel. Mike, Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Barakatham.
Right. I get 1 Chronicles 13. Just hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Lasha Bar got it. Because it's hard to hear you from back here. Yeah, you sitting all the way in the back, son. Remember, it's this little camera that's not powerful, or the microphone. Read where you at. Read verse 6.
Psalm chapter 132, verse 6. Lo, we heard of it at Ephratah.
Right.
We found it in the fields of the wood.
Right. So what is Ephratah? Where is that at? Little quiz. See what y'all know. Ephratah is what? When was David born? Huh? He was born in Bethlehem. Boy, no, bro, he knows some things.
There's a Bible picture book in the back.
Right.
That's what I've been reading.
Nice. David was born in Bethlehem of Ephratah. That's what Bethlehem is. Bethlehem of Ephratah. Right? We heard of it at Ephratah. Read.
We found it in the fields of the wood.
What was it that they found in the fields of the wood? What is David trying to set up? And for what purpose? A resting place for what?
The ark.
Okay, so where was the ark found after the time it was taken by Saul? Or taken from Saul? Okay, let me ask you this. When the ark was taken, who took it? There's only one nation that could have took it.
Levites.
No.
The
Philistines.
Philistines.
The Philistines. Where did David find it? Read First Chronicles.
Look at First Chronicles chapter 13 and verse 1.
Read verse 5. Let's just cut the time.
Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
So David gathered all Israel together.
So remember, Saul's out of there. The ark is gone. The ark is gone. Philistines got it. So he sends a decree throughout all Israel. We got to get this ark back. About to build this place. Remember, the ark was taken by the Philistines, but then David had it sitting. No, not yet. He about to have it sitting after this instance. Because after he gathers the ark here, this one Uzzah touches it and dies. So the ark sat with Obed-Edom for a while. Right? But before this, the ark was lost for a time. It was with the Philistines. Read.
From Shihor of Egypt,
right,
even unto the entering of Hamath.
Come on.
To bring the ark of God from Kirjath
Jearim. Kirjath Jearim means city of wood. That's what that means. Kirjath means city, Jair means wood or forest. We found it in the fields of the wood. So think about it. The ark wasn't founded or heard of in Ephrata. It's giving you this impression that it was always in David's spirit to build this home for the ark and build this home of the Most High. It was founded in him, being a man from Ephrata, from Bethlehem. And then they actually found the actual ark in the wood, Kirjath Jearim or Jair, whatever it says, the city of wood. Right? It's just a kind of little coded message, right? Drop that, read on. Verse 7. Magun.
Yes, sir. We will go into his tabernacle.
Right.
We will worship at his footstool.
What is the Lord's footstool? We already went over this. Y'all should have these precepts.
Israel.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It says the earth is my footstool, but in this context, Isaiah 60, 13. Just Isaiah 60, 13, 1 Chronicles 2:28, 28 and 2, Psalms 99 and 5. We went over this when we hit Psalms 99. Y'all should have these precepts. Go to Isaiah 60 and 13.
Okay.
Lamentations gives us what the footstool is. Go ahead.
Look at Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 13.
Right.
The glory of Lebanon shall come unto thee.
Come on.
The fir tree, the pine tree, and the box together.
Right.
To beautify the place of my sanctuary.
Come on.
And I will make the place of my feet glorious.
That's his footstool, his sanctuary. Go ahead. Was that it?
Come.
Right. So the place of his feet, the sanctuary. Right? When you go into Chronicles, it tells you that. When you go into Psalms 99, 5, it tells you that. When you go into Lamentations, it tells you that. Psalm 99 and 5, yeah. And if you should have this, you should have the Lamentations, but those to show you that the sanctuary is also his footstool. It's a resting place where I'm gonna kick up my feet at.
Lamentations 2 and 1.
Lamentation 2 and 1, right?
First Chronicles 28 and 2.
28 and 2. Yep, you guys should have those. It's easy if you precept the Bible, then when you hear that, you just go back to the other ones that it reference. But the earth is his footstool overall. But in this context, he's talking about the tabernacle being the place of rest. That's what footstool is, just a place of rest, right? In this context, read where you at in Psalms.
Verse 8.
You're reading in verse 11. Right.
Arise, O Lord,
Right.
into thy rest,
Right.
thou and the ark of thy strength.
Mm-hmm.
Let thy priests be clothed with righteousness, and let thy saints shout for joy. For thy servant David's sake, turn not away the face of thine anointed. The Lord hath sworn in truth unto David.
Mm-hmm.
He will not turn from it.
Right.
Of the fruit of thy body will I set upon my throne, thy throne.
Right. It's you now.
Yep. Psalms 132 and verse 12.
You're reading the 16.
If thy children will keep my covenant.
If thy what?
If thy children.
So the promise was with David and his what?
That children.
Right. And we went over this also. Y'all should have these precepts. Psalms 89, 16 through 37. First Chronicles 17 and verse 11. And then we know 2 Samuel 7 and 12 through 16. Right? What?
Could Deuteronomy 6 and 4 go with this?
No. Because this was a providence given to David. He wasn't around yet. Read it though. I want to see what you're talking about. Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Holy people above all. Read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4.
Mhm.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
Oh, right. That's the Shema.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart and with all thy soul.
No, this wouldn't go with it. Because this is a direct covenant made with David. So this wouldn't go with that. You talking about with verse 11 and 12? If thy children will keep my covenant?
Okay.
No. No, because obviously Deuteronomy 6 and 4 apply to all the children of Israel. But this is a direct covenant he made with David. That they obviously they would do Deuteronomy 6 and 4, but also be righteous kings. So yes and no. But it wouldn't be a direct precept that I would go to.
Okay.
Right? Read 12.
Verse 12. If thy children will keep my covenant
Right.
and my testimony that I shall teach them, their children shall also sit upon thy throne forevermore.
Mm-hmm.
For the Lord hath chosen Zion. He hath desired it for his habitation.
What did he choose before he chose Zion for his habitation? What was the first resting place? What? Oh, Joshua 18 and 1. It was Shiloh, which is where? Before you get there, where's Shiloh? You gotta know this stuff. Somebody else get Psalm 78, 67. Go ahead. Judges.
This is Joshua chapter 18, verse 1.
Joshua 18 and 1. Where did the ark and the temple? Where was the tent? Read.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel assembled together at Shiloh.
Right.
And set up the tabernacle of the congregation there.
Shiloh is in Ephraim. That's where it was chosen first to be where the Most High put his name. Right? Psalm 78 and 67. But he comes back and says, for the Lord hath chose Zion. Where is Zion? In Jerusalem. Psalm 78, 67 through 69. Read.
Psalm chapter 78 and verse 67.
Right.
Moreover, he refused the tabernacle of Joseph.
See that? He refused the tabernacle of Joseph. Come on.
And chose
meaning what? Who did Joseph represent?
Ephraim.
Ephraim. Ephraim. Read.
and chose not the tribe of Ephraim.
See that? And chose not the tribe of Ephraim. That's where Shiloh is. Come on.
But chose the tribe of Judah.
But chose Judah, Zion. Read. Zion. Read.
The Mount Zion.
Go ahead.
The Mount Zion, which he loved.
The weapon which he loved. Go ahead, right? Read.
And built his sanctuary like high palaces.
Come on.
Like the earth, which he hath established forever.
Read 69.
That was 69.
Okay, you see that? So he did not choose Joseph, but he chose Judah. Right? The tents of Judah. Where you at?
Yeah, that's good. I am.
You're reading in verse 16.
Right. So Psalms 132,
132 and 13.
Lost that.
You good? So 132 and 14, Salah.
Yeah, Psalms 132 and verse 14. This is my rest forever.
Mm-hmm.
Here will I dwell, for I have desired it.
So where's the Most High's name at? Well, he said forever will it be in Zion. What's the problem with that? We're not there. His name is still there. The temple ain't there, but he's there.
The Savior's got to come.
Yahweh got to come, and it says the law shall go forth from Zion. That's how we know his name will be there forever. Isaiah 2, Isaiah 14.
Yep.
Right? Come let us go up to the mount of the Lord and be taught. Right? Hey sis.
What?
Go ahead, read.
Verse 15. I will abundantly bless her provision. I will satisfy her poor with bread. I will also clothe her priests with salvation, and her saints shall shout aloud for joy.
Verse 17. There I will take the horn of David to bud. I have ordained a lamp from mine anointed. His enemies will I clothe with shame, but upon himself shall his crown flourish. Psalms 133 and verse 1. The last. The last now. Right, Psalms 133. I just seen that. Psalms 133 and 1. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment that ran down the head, that ran down the slot. It's like the precious ointment upon the head. So it starts at the head, it ran down the beard, even Aaron's beard. Because remember, who anointed Aaron? Moses, right? It went down to the skirts of his garment. So what is that showing? That the anointing what?
Went to the people.
Huh? Well, the skirts of his garment is just showing you that the unity, it says the unity is like this oil that pours down. It starts from the top and it's supposed to cover all things. Ointment is a healer. So unity is supposed to cover everything. Remember it says love? It says, what does it say about love? It says it healeth all. Something like that. Perfect love cast out fear. Right. So, watch. As the dew of Hermon, and the dew that descended upon the mounts of Zion. If you know where Hermon is, that's north. Hermon is north. Zion is south. So he's showing you that unity and blessings are supposed to be something that dew down. They flow down from the Most High, right? And they're supposed to cover us. The unity is supposed to cover you, because if I'm worried about you and you worried about me, I'm good, right? If I'm worried about you and your well-being and you're worried about mine, what are we missing? But this is why we can't be healed from nothing, because there's no top to bottom covering. I'm covering the top and you letting my feet get exposed.
Right.
Damn, bro, you can't just.
It's a schism within.
Yeah, you can't just cover a nigga feet. Real quick, you can't just.
My feet need to be covered.
Yeah, you worried about your feet.
I gotta look out for me first.
You worried about getting up all the dew and the ointment, but somebody got you covered, right? As the dew of Hermon, you just gotta look these places up. There's a reason why they reference like these mountaintops. Hermon is like a very high mountain. I think it's like 9,000 feet up, something crazy. But guess what? Hermon was lush greenery. You know that morning dew that comes down that waters the plants? That's like some of the best stuff, man, because it's not too harsh. The tender herb can grow up, right? And it just sits on the leaves and keeps them just moist. The ground is always wet and moist and just full of life, activity, right? But that's what it's showing you, that the unity is supposed to provide, this life, a livelihood, activity, right? It's supposed to be movement. Y'all get what I'm saying?
God.
Right? As the dew of Hermon and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Right? What blessings are you trying to have commanded in your life, and why do they not come to fruition? Well, who else is a part of the blessing? Who else is going to be able to soak up some of that dew that's descending down upon you? Or is it all yours? When that oil start dripping, you trying to catch every drop. Nah, nigga, we can't let none of this oil spill. Now there got to be some spillover so somebody else can get anointed. Right. I'm trying to walk in the puddle of oil that you just dripped off your body, off your beard, right? Off your garment. I'm trying to stand in that puddle with you. I want some drippings, right? I want some oil drip. I just want a drip. I want some dew, right? But if it's all about you, that's why he don't command it. Because again, we get selfish, right? I mean, other than that, that's it for the reading. Any questions, on or off? Yeah. Text. What you had? We covered a lot. Y'all see me covered. Funny story.
If I could, I would. Be here for a week.
You see me cover a lot, man, in these classes. So,
Yeah, that's the beauty of Sabbath class, you know, because the points are so broad, you know, is that, you know, it gives you that juice for the week, you know, it could heal from the past week, give understanding.
Charge you up for this next week.
Yeah.
Sunday is tomorrow.
Yep. Back at it.
Back at it. First day of the week.
Plantation.
Mananas.
Yeah.
Right? You get 1 day to chill and then you right back at it.
Not even.
I'm not. Some of us not even. Yeah, it's real talk. If y'all got questions, throw them in. Remember, for those that are still online with us, damn, 22 people. Yo, we like $250 short on our school rent.
Right.
Think about it. We $250 short. 25, 50, 25, 50, 25, 50. 6 people said $25. We straight.
And that's all Marvin Sapp was saying.
That's all Marvin Sapp.
That's all Marvin Sapp was saying.
Lock the internet.
Right.
You're gonna just hold y'all prisoner. You can't log off.
Right.
We got your YouTube.
You can't click.
That's all Marvin Sapp was saying. I'm trying to pull a Marvin Sapp on around.
God dang.
But no, really. Listen, if 6 people send $25, that's it. If 10 people send 15, that's it. Listen, if you already sent alms in, don't worry about it. We'll just have to take it from where we got to take it from. But those of you online, if you feel like you're getting something from these classes, man, we got to be able to
maintain it.
We got to be able to maintain it. You know, we ain't asking for the money for ourselves. It's for the escuela.
Right.
And then also, if y'all want to throw some money towards us, we trying to get some paint for the back and things like that, throw that bread in too. So,
Carson said lock the doors.
Lock the doors.
Nah, never.
I mean, it looks like they ain't got no more questions, so let's set these prayers up. I mean, right? 4, 5, 6. 6-hour shift. One just pulled up trying to add another 8 to it. They doing that. He looking fresh too. Hell nah. He got some energy, man. You gonna have us here until 10. Put him design together, bro. 30-hour shift.
Hey.
Might as well move back to right.
Hey, we gonna eat.
Nah, might as well move back.
Pack it.
Hey.
Hold on, it's not power high.
Somebody.
Ribs is industrious.
Share the ideas.
Ribs is industrious. You gonna do it? Yes, sir.
No, we keep. Hey, we
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bahasham,
Bahasham,
Yahushai,
Yahushai,
Baruchshah,
Baruchshah,
Shemai,
Shemai,
Nawa,
Noah,
Aitha,
Aitha,
Shalak,
Salak,
Micah Allah,
Micah Allah,
Wa,
Wa,
Ha,
Ha,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
La,
La,
Shamayar,
Shamayar,
Barak,
Barak,
Rapah,
Rapah,
Hagun,
Magun,
Wa,
Wa,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Chazak,
Chazak,
Aim,
Aim,
Shal,
Shal,
Yasharallah,
Yesharallah,
Gum,
Gum,
Shalak,
Shalach,
Al,
Al,
Nawa,
Noah,
Rob,
Rob,
Hakama,
Hakama,
Rob,
Rob,
Dayat,
Daya,
Rob,
Rob,
Bayana,
Bayana,
Rob,
Rob,
Patience,
Patience,
Rob,
Rob,
I'm a one, Rob,
Rob,
Akim,
Akim,
Wa,
Rob,
Rob,
Ahab,
Racha,
Racha,
Allah, Wa,
Wa,
Salak, Call, Shaw, Chata, Nawa, Yahushai, Ba'a, Aitha, Kaya, Ba, Ata, Yachol, Damyad, Wa, Lai Walam,
Oh. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Christ come quickly, for in thee is our hope always and forever. Amen.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
You got it?
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Hawa'ah, Adonanawa, Hatawara,
Hatawara.
Oh, what is it? Bless you. What is it?
Blessed are you, blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Hawa'ah, Adonanawa, Award, Lara'ah.
It's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Hawa'ah, Adonanawa, Hayo, Ha'ai.
That is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Hawa'ah, Adonanawa, Shaman, Sayat, Lamashah, Yasharallah.
That is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint the people.
And if anybody would like to get anointed, we can do that after class. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with song sound.
Upon the harp with song sound.
Without Yahweh.
Without Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy works.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I'll triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither the fool understand this.
Neither the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
Is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is they shall be destroyed forever.
Without Yahweh.
Without Yahweh.
Our most high forevermore.
Our
Most High forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies,
For lo, thine enemies,
O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
For lo, thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn, shall thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the course of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the course of Yahweh Shai.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there's no righteousness in him.
There is no righteousness in him.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamalawat,
Hamalawat,
Ladawat,
Ladawat,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma,
Ma,
Tawa,
Tawa,
Wama,
Wama,
Nayam,
Nayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gum,
Gum,
Echad,
Echad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatuwa,
Hatuwa,
Al,
Al,
Harash,
Harash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Al,
Al,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Al,
Al,
Haya,
Haya,
Hadawatwa,
Hadawatwa,
Kato,
Kato,
Karmaran,
Karwan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Al,
Al,
Aurora,
Aurora,
Kazaya was,
Kazayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Shum,
Shum,
Kazawa,
Kazawa,
Tazawa,
Tazawa,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
I,
Ha'awalam,
Ha'awalam.
Psalms 133, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even down, It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessed, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua. The water.
Amen. Amen.
That's where it fell off. Call it.
Aki, Amaya, Barak,
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua brought down.
Kwame Charlotte.
Kwame Charlotte.
Kwame Charlotte.
Kwame Charlotte.
Kwame Charlotte.
Kwame Charlotte.
Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, May of Israel, Amaya, Barak,
Yahweh Shemata Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.